I will now call this meeting to order. The clerk has advised that we do have quorum. Members of council, please rise if you're able for the national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, and all of us command. Quand on bras c'est porter l'épée, il sait porter la croix. Dans l'histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. Au Canada, Kichigwanage, Nani Bueda Miguechewendanda, Nani Bueda Miguechewendanda.
Please remain standing and join me in observing a moment of silence in memory of Nathan Gilbert, Raphia Hanif Cleophas, and Gregory George Byrne. Thank you. Please be seated.
Yep. I want to rise to recognize Nathan Gilbert. I'm just going to hold. Madam Speaker, I rise on a point of personal privilege to recognize the passing of Nathan Gilbert. Nathan's family, including his children, Amy, Annie, and Jonathan, and sister Marcy Gilbert, and brother-in-law Jerome Schechter are here with us today. Nathan Gilbert was the executive director of the Laidlaw Foundation for over 30 years. His vision, dedication, and leadership played an instrumental role in transforming a small private family foundation into a major champion of environmental justice, community arts, and youth advocacy. Nathan was deeply committed to social and economic justice and the well-being of children and youth, championing youth inclusion and leadership. It was through his work and the work of Howard Edelman that Operation Lifeline came into being in 1979. That at the end of the campaign, 200,000 boat people, which is Southeast Asian refugees, came into Canada. And just 1 year, 60,000 arrived because he firmly believed that Canada is a generous country, a place that would care for each other, and that we can absolutely bring in a lot more refugees, and had a tremendous impact. Nathan Gilbert was also the mastermind behind the Campaign 2000, which is to end child poverty. And even though child poverty did not end in the year 2000, the child tax benefit that are given to families that are in need of support have definitely, especially in the last 10 years, lifted many, many children out of poverty. Nathan was a prolific board member, patron of the arts and volunteer supporting Interpares, All of the Code, the Toronto Board of Health, the Tamarack Institute, which is a learning institute, Jewish Family and Child Services, and the Toronto Community Foundation, among others. Nathan was also a longtime member of the congregation of Darhe Noam, whose fierce commitment to social justice was rooted in his Jewish faith. Nathan will be remembered for his wisdom, for his unshakable faith in justice, and for his vital contributions to the city of Toronto. His legacy will continue to live on through the Nathan Gilbert Youth Innovation Fellowship, a grant program that engages young people in policy and systemic change. On behalf of the members of Toronto City Council, I want to express our sincere sympathy to Nathan Gilbert's wife, Myrna, his children, his families, his foster children, his sister, and many, many people whose lives he touched.
Thank you, Mayor Chow. Councillor Bravo.
I want to thank Mayor Chow for her beautiful words. I got to know Nathan Gilbert about 25 years ago. Through that time, he has been a role model and a mentor, an example, a guiding light across every endeavor that lifts people up, brings them together, builds peace and understanding, and his commitment to young people is unmatched. But mostly I want to say that for the generation, my generation, Nathan Gilbert stands and continues forever to stand as a guiding example of what we aspire and hope to be. And I would love to live up to that example. And I want to thank his family for being here today and for sharing him with us for so long. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to add my voice to the chorus. I was very shocked a moment ago to hear the news and learn the news, but I was someone who benefited from contributions from the Laidlaw Foundation and the work I did in community, and that later got a chance to sit as a review member for the grant program at Laidlaw and got to work with Nathan directly. So the deep roots, an example of commitment to social justice, continues to live on through all of us and through Nathan's legacy, and I just wanted to share my condolences and thanks for all of the work that he did for our city. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Sachs.
Right. And I also want to add my word and to the family of Nathan, but also for the contributions of the entire family. I mean, this is a family that has contributed, continues to contribute to social justice and to inclusion all across this city for their entire lives, and we're grateful and lucky to have them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Anyone else? Okay, thank you. I would like to take a moment on behalf of Council to acknowledge the Indigenous peoples of all the lands that we are on today. We do this to reaffirm our commitment and responsibility in improving relationships between nations and to deepening our own understanding of Indigenous peoples and their cultures. It is a moment to reflect on the importance of this land, which we each call home. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, and the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit and the Williams Treaty signed with multiple Mississaugas and Chippewa bands. For the benefit of those who are connected to the internet, the City Clerk has posted all of the agenda materials for today's meeting at Toronto.ca/council. This meeting is being held as a hybrid meeting and is being streamed live on YouTube. I'd like to welcome the public who are with us here today and who are watching the meeting online. Members, we do have a presentation this morning to recognize the contributions of staff from City of Toronto divisions and agencies during the Toronto Blue Jays postseason. I would like to call upon Mayor Chow to give the presentation.
Well, this past October, was it just October? It was September, October, the fall. Toronto came alive once again with the excitement of playoff baseball as our Blue Jays made their inspiring postseason run and the team's first World Series appearance in 32 years. Wow. Okay. We didn't quite get the outcome we wanted, but by gosh, that feeling, especially the coming back, the resilience, the unity, that sense of that we are stronger together. Blue Jays lifted up our spirit and got us watching the game together, brought us together as a city and families and bars and Nathan Phillips Square. My God, the energy at Rogers Centre, the sea of blue across the city that shows Toronto's pride, passion, community spirit. Those were, during the World Series, right? They were 7 stress-inducing, but incredibly exciting 7 games. I just want to thank the Blue Jays for bringing us together. Now, it's lessons to be learned, okay? That yes, we are stronger together, and they were always playing for the team, and they love each other, and they care for each other, lifted each other up. Yes, all of that. But there's a lesson that I learned. That's okay if you don't win it the first time, even if you come close. When I first ran for mayor, 2014, didn't make it. I'm back. Here I am, you know? So next year, let me tell you, we'll be there with the Blue Jays next year when they win it all. I can't wait. Yes. Yeah, well, okay. Now, behind all the excitement, there was an enormous amount of planning and coordination by the city staff and the partners, led by our city manager, Paul Johnson, and his entire team of folks. They make sure that the traffic was smooth, crowd management around Rogers Centre and downtown, safe, welcoming space for fans, residents, and visitors, including the last-minute live viewing parties at Nathan Phillips Square, because we didn't know how many games it would be. We didn't know what was, all of that was sort of last minute, right? It was really successful activations, viewing events that brought people together. And there was one game that went to, it was an away game, 3 a.m. I think it was, the 18th inning or something like that? My God, our city staff stayed, and the police stayed. They fired the ambulance. The entire team stayed. The street was cleaned and increased waste collection during game days. There was strong communication with the public so people can plan ahead. There was a central command center coordinating the logistics. Whether you were on the ground at the stadium, I visited you, and it was like very smooth. Or a lot of the support behind the scene. Some are on the front line, others are behind the scene. It's just big thank you. Your professionalism, teamwork, dedication, making sure Toronto once again showed the world how to host major events with pride and efficiency. Important lessons we'll use next year during the FIFA World Cup. Well, we're still heartbroken from the outcome, yes. Yeah, still over, yeah. Not sure totally. I can, move on, but anyway. The pride our city feels in both our team and in our people is lasting. Toronto shines because of all your hard work. I'd like to acknowledge some of the divisions involved that helped make the Blue Jays postseason run a successful, incredible successful events. The Economic Development and Culture, Toronto Fire Service, Toronto Paramedic Services, Toronto Emergency Management, Transportation Service, Parks and Recreation, Solid Waste Management, Municipal Licensing and Standards, Communication Division, City Clerk's Office, Corporate Real Estate Management, Toronto Transit Commission, the Toronto Police, and special thanks to the Toronto Blue Jays and our partners at the Rogers Centre. Thank you again for your hard work and commitment, and to all of our Blue Jays fans out there, next year is our year. So big round of applause for our city team. Well done. Thank you.
Councillor Chan, you like to make an announcement? Or is it the item you spoke to? Okay, when we get to it, okay? Thank you. May I have a motion to confirm the minutes? Moved by Councillor Ainsley. We'll put the motion on the screen. Okay, can you see it, Councillor Ainsley? Okay. Oh, sorry, let me put your mic on. Sorry.
The City Council, good morning, everyone. The City Council confirmed the minutes from the regular meeting held on October 8th and 9th, 2025.
All those in favor, show of hands, opposed if any, carry. Thank you. I will now call upon the committee chairs to introduce their reports. The chairs can speak about their reports for up to 5 minutes. Mayor Chow?
Yes.
Mayor Chow, you have a motion to introduce the executive committee report.
I do. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the agenda for meeting 27 of the executive committee. While I'm at it, my laptop decided to give me a hard time. But anyway, some highlights from this agenda include measures we are taking to protect renters from the threats posed by the Provincial Bill 60, improving how Toronto clears snow and removes snow, especially during major storms, creating an MLSE Launchpad program in Weston to serve so many young people who deserve better access to recreation, education, and hope. And thank you, Madam Speaker, for your leadership on that. I want to also point out that there were not only it's your leadership, but it's many young people who came down to City Hall for the first time to make deputation. They made all of us proud and just gave us a lot of encouragement, and they showed their support for this project.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Board of Health report.
I do. Good morning, Madam Speaker. That the report from meeting 28 of the Board of Health listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. So today, in alignment with item EX 27.1, the Board of Health is recommending that the City Council express its opposition to Bill 60, the Fighting Delays, Building Faster Act, and proposals to change security and rent control because of the important role of stable housing as a social determinant of health. There is a reason why we at the city use a housing-first approach when it comes to addressing homelessness. Because in many cases, housing is not just a social determinant of health, but rather the foundation which underlies one's health and well-being. I would like to thank Dr. Murdy for working with the Housing Secretariat and TSSS on the supplementary report which outlines the impacts of Bill 60. The evidence is clear. Housing instability can lead to a wide range of negative health impacts, including anxiety, depression, and chronic illness. The changes to security of tenure and rent control that were originally proposed as part of Bill 60 would put the health of countless residents at risk. While I am glad that the province has stepped back from these changes for the time being, I sincerely hope that they choose not to pursue this path again in the future. On another note, I would like to remind everyone that the respiratory illness season is here. Now is the time to go out and get both your flu shots and COVID booster shots. For adults over the age of 75, free RSV vaccines are also now available through your healthcare provider. Keeping older adults and people with compromised immune systems healthy and safe this winter is our collective duty. I hope my council colleagues will do their part to get vaccinated and urging their loved ones to do so as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Cheng, you have a motion to introduce the Civic Appointments Committee report. Okay, just one sec. There you go.
That the report from meeting 30 of the Civic Appointments Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. We are appointing members to the Anti-Black Racism Advisory Committee, as well as a member to the Toronto Global Board. And I just want to take a moment and encourage my councillor colleagues to encourage your residents to apply for our many boards and committees because of the meaningful impact they can have, and because we really want not just racial, socioeconomic diversity, we also want geographic diversity. So please encourage your community members to sign up to serve in one of our boards and committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, you have a motion to introduce the Striking Committee report.
You. Sorry, do we have the motion? Yep, that the report from meeting 9 of the Striking Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you, as always, to all my colleagues for our work representing the city at agencies, boards, and committees, and was glad to be able to do that again in this phase of council.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo, you have a motion to introduce the Economic and Community Development Committee report.
I do. That the report from meeting 24 of the Economic and Community Development Committee listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. I just want to highlight that, like at the Board of Health, at Economic and Community Development Committee, we deliberated and voted to register our concern and our need for more information regarding Bill 60 and the impact it will have, particularly on homelessness in Toronto. And we look forward to discussing this with council members today.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the General Government Committee report.
Good morning again, Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting 25 of the General Government Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher, you have a motion to introduce Infrastructure and Environment Committee report.
Yes, I do, Speaker, that the report from meeting 25 of the Infrastructure and Environment Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. And I will just say that we had a very good meeting. The transition of the blue box from the City of Toronto to Circular Materials, a private enterprise set up by producers, was a very long conversation, and they came quite concerned about that transition and our residents understanding that we're no longer in charge. I will say that today I did hear a public service announcement through SPEC that that is going to change. So that was a long conversation. Of course, the enhancing the basement flooding program is very exciting and very welcome that the mayor has undertaken that, and new generation of water metering. We also did some local things with across town, and then Councillor Sachs has had a motion, which I hope we'll all just approve here, that on hot days, bad days, smog days, that the city remind people not to use their two-stroke engines. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks, you have a motion to introduce a Planning and Housing Committee report.
Yes, Speaker, I move that the report from meeting 25 of the Planning and Housing Committee listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. We went through quite a number of items at Planning and Housing, and some have got considerable attention, one of which we'll be debating tomorrow. But I wanted to draw members' attention to something that wasn't controversial, but is nevertheless profoundly important. And this is the update on our Housing Action Plan. There's a lot of very good information in there about the work that the Toronto Public Service and this council has done on housing, but I wanted to draw your attention to one little fact in there. As of today, 65% of all housing under construction in the City of Toronto is either led by the City of Toronto or has the City of Toronto as a partner, and therefore includes rental housing, affordable housing, supportive housing, and rent controls. This is an unprecedented accomplishment. I've been looking, I cannot find another moment in Canadian history anywhere where social housing and government-partnered housing has led to this extent. It's a really remarkable thing. It's helping to solve the affordability crisis in Toronto, and it's something that I hope every member of this council feels very proud about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Holyday, you have a motion to introduce the Etobicoke York Community Council report.
Good morning, and yes, I do, Speaker. That report from meeting 26 of the Etobicoke York Community Council listed on the agenda of Council be presented for consideration. Members, there's a number of important items on the Etobicoke York Community Council agenda, but there is one in particular that I wanted to talk about for just a moment this morning, and that is item number 21, and that relates to the naming of a baseball diamond in Martin Grove Gardens Park, naming it to the Jim Horton Baseball Diamond. And members, I'd like to take a moment to welcome the family of the late Jim Horton to our chamber, and that is his wife Sandra, his daughter Lindsay, and his daughter-in-law Julia, who are sitting behind me. And they're here to witness council taking a vote on this. But I wanted to talk to you just a little bit about Martin Grove baseball and about Jim's legacy. If you're from Etobicoke, you probably know about Martin Grove Baseball League, and it has certainly touched someone you know in your life. I can tell you it's touched 2 generations of my family. They've been serving the community since 1958. And they've been serving boys and girls, youth aged 4 to 28 years old. Jim Horton started coaching in 1987, And he was known as Mr. Everything to the community. He was a life member of Martin Grove Baseball Association, and he got the Etobicoke Baseball Lifetime of Excellence Volunteer Award because of his outstanding dedication to baseball in our city. In fact, he was an executive member for 35 consecutive seasons, and he held all kinds of roles: president, vice president, equipment manager, umpire-in-chief, and treasurer. What a great volunteer. But he was more. He was a builder. If you know Centennial Park, you know that there is the Centennial Park Optimist Diamond. And Jim's dedication to baseball created spaces for youth to participate. And he helped raise $100,000 to create that diamond. And that serves the league, it serves the community, and probably serves all of Southern Ontario, because people come all around to play baseball at that particular diamond. Members, we talked a little bit about opportunities for youth today, and we'll probably talk some more at this council. Taking a moment to recognize someone's legacy is important because it inspires others. Jim Horton gave so much to baseball, but it was really about creating opportunities for youth. Organized sports like baseball evokes a passion in young people. It gives them a chance to learn the fundamentals of a game that they will hopefully keep with them for the rest of their life. More importantly, it creates a fun and a safe environment for a kid to be who they are, a safe space. And not only that, but they learn. They learn things about working with each other, cooperation, being part of a team. And you know what? They learn to believe in themselves and to create confidence. And those are things that young people take with them for their life. So just with a bit of gratitude, I wanted to take this moment to express my appreciation for the work of Jim Horton, what he did for baseball, but more importantly, what he did for so many people in our community. Our community is a better place because of that. I hope you'll join me on a unanimous vote when this comes up, and I will release the item when we get to the Etobicoke York Community Council items. Thank you.
Councillor Turnus Lynn, if you could move the motion for the North York Community Council. Oh, sorry. Councillor Cheng, sorry. Councillor Cheng, sorry.
Sure. That the report from meeting 27 of the North York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Councillor Ainsley, you have a motion to introduce the Scarborough Community Council report.
Madam Speaker, that the report from meeting number 26 of the Scarborough Community Council listed on the agenda today be presented for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes, you have a motion to introduce the Toronto and East York Community Council report.
I do, Madam Speaker. The report from meeting 26 of the Toronto East York Community Council listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
A motion to introduce a new business from city officials, moved by Councillor Matlow.
I move it. I don't have it in front of me, but I wholeheartedly endorse it.
Okay, the motion's on the screen. Can you see it?
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
That new business from city officials listed on the agenda of council be presented for consideration.
Thank you. All those in favor of the motions, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Are there any declarations of interest at this time? Okay. I will now call for petitions. Are there any petitions at this time? Councillor Cheng.
No, I got it.
Okay, Councillor Cheng.
I would like to present a petition that is organized by the condo boards of 15 and 25 Greenview. They are writing in against the motion North York 27.6, 41, 43, 45, and 47 Hendon. Like many community members, they are concerned about overdevelopment, traffic, infrastructure gaps, and large-scale projects that erode a human scale in our neighborhood. And they're urging council to reassess upcoming projects and work closely with residents. I have 128 signatures here. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Speaker, I'm just advising you and council, I will have a petition here tomorrow morning on Metrolinx. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of receiving the petition, show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I will now review the order paper. Once the order paper has been approved by council, any change will need a 2/3 vote. The city clerk has posted today's order paper online with agenda item RM 32.7, review of the order paper. If council adopts any amendments to the order paper, they will also be posted with this item. I understand there are some items that are not on today's agenda that have to be removed from committee and brought forward for council's consideration. Councillor Holyday, you wish to bring items forward to the council agenda?
Yes, thank you, Speaker. And the explanation, of course, is that the audit committee happened the day after the agenda closing. So my motion is that in accordance with section 27-7.10 of Municipal Code, Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council remove the following items from the audit committee and bring the items forward to City Council for consideration. AU 10.1, headed Auditor General's Office 2026 Work Plan and Budget Highlights. AU 10.2, headed Toronto Police IT Service Infrastructure Cybersecurity Assessment and follow previous recommendations. AU 10.3, headed Audit of Toronto Water, Stormwater and Wastewater Contract Management. AU 10.6, headed Audit of Parks Branch Operations, Phase 1 and 2, November 2025 Status Update. I could get someone to scroll the screen down. AU 10.7, headed Community Center 55 2024 Audited Financial Statements. AU 10.8, headed Arenas 2024 Audited Financial Statements. And status of outstanding 2024 audited financial statements. AU 10.9, headed Utility Construction Photo Documentation. AU 10.10, headed Business Improvement Areas. Update on the 2024 audited financial statements. And AU 10.11, headed Toronto Community Housing Corporation 2025 follow-up status of previous Auditor General's recommendations. And Toronto Community Housing Corporation results of 2021 follow previous audit recommendations.
All those in favor of bringing the item forward, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. These items will be brought forward and held in Councillor Holiday's name. Councillor Ainsley, you wish to bring an item forward to the council agenda?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In accordance with section 27.710 of the Municipal Code, Chapter 27, Council Procedures, City Council remove the following item from the General Government Committee and bring the item forward to City Council for consideration. GG 25.8, headed Amendment to Blanket Contract 470-255-43 with Open Text Corporation for Enterprise Document and Records Management Products and Professional Service leveraging the Provincial Volume Licensing Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor of bringing the item forward, please raise your hands. Opposed, if any, carried. And this item would be brought forward and held in Councillor Ainsley's name. We have one deferred item before us today, DM 34.1. The mayor has designated item EX 27.1 impacts of provincial legislation that weakens rental protections as your first key matter and the first item of business today. The mayor has designated item EX 27.2 2025 Winter Maintenance Program Review Update as your second key matter and second item of business today. Members, with the mayor's consent, I would propose that the mayor's first key matter be considered together with items HL 28.5, understanding the impacts of Bill 60 on health and well-being in Toronto, and EC 24.10, understanding the impacts of Bill 60 on homelessness in Toronto as they all relate to Provincial Bill 60. Mayor Chow, would you consent to joining these items? Okay. The notice of motion run through is scheduled for 2 p.m. tomorrow, only if the mayor's key matters are completed. Members, the city clerk has advised me that additional materials are now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. EX 27.1 impacts of provincial legislation that weakens rental protections. The Executive Director, Housing Secretariat, has submitted a supplementary report on this item with recommendations. EX 27.2, 2025 Winter Maintenance Program Review Update. The City Manager has submitted a supplementary report for information. The City Clerk has noted the items that members wish to hold. I will now go through the items to take additional holds. Member holds, I will review the order paper one section at a time. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. When I recognize you, state the item or items you wish to hold, and I will go through the agenda one section at a time. Executive Committee. Councillor Sham, I understand that Councillor Sham, you want to release an item that you've held down?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release EX 27.10 FIFA World Cup 2026 Toronto Legacy Update.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Cheng? You still want to hold it? Okay. Councillor Chan, do you want to keep it held in your name? No, in Councillor Cheng's name? Okay. Okay, so Executive Committee, Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. I can release EX 27.5 progress report on Toronto Ferry Service and just thank DCM Jollymore and everyone who's been working so hard to get these here on time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher is releasing EX 27.5. On favor? Carried. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I was wondering if we could have a recorded vote on EX 2713 soft drink sponsorship agreement, Coca-Cola Canada.
Okay, Councillor Perks has asked for a recorded vote on EX 27.13. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cannaville, if you are participating remotely. Oh, I see you now. Thank you.
Councillor Sachs, how do you vote, please? In the negative, thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 15-7.
Okay. Board of Health. Okay, just a sec. I have to clear the screen here. Councillor Moyes?
I'm going to hold item HL 28.6.
You mean 28.5?
Yeah, sorry, 5, yes.
Okay. Yeah, it's connected to the mayor's items. Civic appointments. Striking Committee. Economic and Community Development Committee report. Actually, the whole agenda's been held down. Councillor Ainsley?
Sorry, I just lost my internet connection for some reason, but I did want to hold, was it number 9 on ACTEV? I believe it's the only item not held.
Oh, yes. Okay, you want to?
I would like to complete that. Thank you.
All right.
Number 9.
General government. Infrastructure and Environment Committee. Councillor Bradford?
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold 2 items, i.e. 25.6, redesign study of the intersection of Eglinton Avenue West and the Allen Road Expressway update, and i.e. 25.13, high pollution days and 2-stroke engines. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to hold IE 25.1, 10-year circular economy roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher. Oh, it's okay? All right. Planning and housing. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I think I can release a few things. First, I'd like to try PH 25.1, technical amendments to zoning. Okay, so not that one. PH 25.2, provincial planning statement 2024 consistency exercise, phase 1. I'd like to release that.
Okay, so on PH 25.2, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor? Opposed, if any, carried. Thank you.
I'd like to release PH 25.6, infrastructure cost sharing, Regent Park for phase 4.
Okay, Councillor Perks is releasing PH 25, pardon, PH 25.6. Oh, there's a supplementary report on that one.
Can I just move the supplementary then?
You'll move the supplementary report and then release the item?
Yep.
Okay, just one sec. Oh, we don't have one. Okay.
So then I'll just release.
So Councillor Perks is releasing. On favor, carried.
I wonder if I can release PH 25.8, the property standards bylaw, phase 2 review and other property items. No? Okay.
Okay.
I'm trying, guys. 25.9, the Toronto local appeal body. No? Okay. PH 2510, 4350 Steeles Avenue East, City of Markham Development Submission Update Report.
Okay, PH 2510, Councillor Perks is releasing. All in favor, carried.
That's it.
Thank you. Etobicoke York Community Council. Any additional holds? Councillor Holliday?
Thank you, Speaker. As promised earlier, a release. EY 26.21, proposed naming of the Northwest Baseball Diamond at Martin Grove Gardens Park to Jim Horton Baseball Diamond. And I would like to request a recorded vote. Thank you.
Recorded vote on EX 2621.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The item carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. North York Community Council. There is NY 27.2 that's here without a recommendation. Does anybody want to hold that one down? Somebody from North York? Hello?
Can you repeat which item?
NY 27.2, which is 245, 251 Marley. I believe it's in Councillor Cole's ward. Okay, Councillor Chen, can you hold it, please? It's here without a recommendation. You're not North York. Oh,
I'm happy to hold it. Chair, I'm happy to hold it for Councillor Cole.
Okay, Councillor Cherneslin then. But you're right, Councillor Pruitt, you could have held it down too, sorry. Scarborough Community Council. Councillor Holiday, you have Scarborough?
Only a request of a recorded vote, please, Madam Speaker. SC 26.13, Clonmore Drive and Queensbury Avenue / private access traffic control signals.
Councillor Holiday is asking for recorded vote on SC 26.13.
Mayor Chow, please. Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Fletcher, please. In the affirmative, Councillor Fletcher, thank you. The item is adopted. The vote is 21-1.
Okay. Toronto and East York Community Council. Sorry, Councillor Ainsley.
Yep. On Scarborough Community Council SC 26.2, there's supposed to be a supplementary report. I'd like to move that.
And then release it.
Yes.
Okay, do we have the supplementary report?
Just stand by, Speaker.
Okay, there's the supplementary report. So Councillor Ainsley is moving the supplementary report and the item. On favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Yeah, and that's the item. Councillor Thompson, you can't connect, but you say you have an item?
My name is now on, and
okay.
Thank you to the staff for putting it on. I wasn't able to connect before. Madam Speaker, I'd simply like to have a recorded vote on SC 2614, Birchmont Road and Rolock Drive, private access traffic control signal.
Sure, okay. So Councillor Thompson is asking for recorded vote on SC 26.14.
The item is adopted unanimously, 22 in favor.
Thank you. Toronto and East York Community Council. No? Okay. Councillor Councillor Bradford?
Yep, just a quick release, T 26.47, appointment of public members to the Ted Reeve Community Arena Board. Thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Bradford is releasing T 26.47. On favor? Carried. I don't think there's anybody else for Toronto and East York. No? Okay. We'll go to new business. I would like to hold CC 34.9, 151, 161, 181 Mulock Avenue. I have an amendment. Okay, and Councillor Holiday, new business.
Yes, Speaker, only another recorded vote request. And that would be item CC 34.1, results of collective bargaining negotiations between the City of Toronto and the Canadian Union of Public Employees Local 2998.
Councillor Holiday has asked for recorded vote, CC 34.1, recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. The item is adopted. The vote is 21 to 1.
Okay. Are there any other holds for new business? Councillor Perruzza.
Thank you, Speaker. I missed one. I'd like to hold GG 25.16, designation of properties used by Toronto Shelter and Support Services. As
What item was it? Is it
GG?
Oh, you're going back to government management?
Sorry, I apologize for that.
Okay, any others for new business? Okay, so we'll go back to general government. Hold on. Let me get to it. Okay, what item is that, Councillor Perruzza?
GG 25.16, designation of the property used by Toronto Shelter and Support Services as municipal capital facilities, wards 1, 7, 10, 17, 21, and 24.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councillor Bravo, I believe you have an item that you want timed. Councillor Bravo?
That's right, Speaker, and my motion is that that Council consider EX 27.6, reimagining Western Lions, and the launchpad item as the third item of business on Wednesday today. That number 2, Council consider EX 27.4, St. Clair Old Western Station and Go expansion update today as the fourth item, and that Council consider PH 25.3 EHON neighborhood retail as the first item of business tomorrow, Thursday, November 13th.
Okay, thank you. On favor? Okay, we'll put it on the screen. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Are there any other time? Oh, sorry, Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you. I'd like to time EX 27.3 Metrolinx Ontario Line, Osborne Station, main emergency exit, Gerard Portal, temporary road closures and transportation impacts, Ward 14, and that would be for tomorrow, Thursday, after notices of motion, please.
On favor? Carried. Okay. All those in favor of adopting the balance of the order paper as amended and all items not held, please raise your hands. All in favor? Show of hands. Opposed, if any, carried. Members, I want to remind you that regardless of whether you are attending today's meeting by video conference or in person, you will continue to submit and approve your motions in advance. The clerk staff are available to assist you with motions. If you do not have your motion ready, I will not recognize you. I'm also reminding members that you must state your motion first before you speak to it. Members, if you have an urgent motion without notice you wish to bring forward at this meeting, and you and your seconder must submit it by email to the clerk staff. Your motion must clearly state the reason for urgency, and staff will prepare the necessary procedure motion for my review along with your motion. I will review all motions without notice carefully. I may ask you to provide more information about the urgency of your motion and why it can't be routed through normal committee channels. This will inform my decision on whether to consent to your motion and in turn council decision about whether to add your motion to the agenda. The purpose of your motion and your reason for urgency must be clear. I will advise council after each recess which motions I have agreed are urgent that need a motion to add to the agenda. It will require 18 votes to add a motion without notice to the agenda during the meeting. Motions added to the agenda in this way are not subject to a vote to waive referral to a committee agency. We'll now go to the first key item for the mayor, which is EX 27.1, HL 28.5, EC 24.10. Okay, do we have questions on the items? Well, you have to give them time. Okay, we're dealing with three items now. EX 27.1, HL 28.5, which Councillor Moyes is the one you held down, that we're combining it with the mayor's key item, and EC 24.10. So does anybody have any questions on these three items before I go to speakers? Councillor Bravo. Okay, go ahead.
Through you, Speaker, I would like to ask about finding in the street needs assessment, which is federally mandated count and gathering of insights about the 15,000 people who were identified as being homeless in Toronto. Can you speak to the one really crucial finding, which was that in addition to income being too low and housing being too high, there was an element, a really surprising and alarming element about the causes of homelessness being tied to the ease of eviction by landlords, or the lack of information specifically that the tenants have, and therefore this contributes to homelessness.
To you, Speaker. Yes, during the last street needs assessment, in the survey that was done with folks experiencing homelessness across the city, 42% of respondents said that, they would have benefited from information around their rental rights, legal rights, and more information on how to prevent an eviction.
And there's in the public mind, people are ill, or they have, some kind of mental illness or addiction, and that's why they become homeless. But this is a startling indication that this is something very different. It's just it can be anyone whose income is not high enough to afford rents in Toronto, and then faces a situation where they don't understand the legal environment, and therefore it's more difficult to retain housing. So this is a really important finding, isn't it, about how conditions in the rental market and the lack of information, the lack of tools for tenants are contributing to homelessness in Toronto. Is that correct?
To the Speaker, that's correct.
And this bill proposes to make things much easier for eviction. What do we expect could be the impact of changes under Bill 60 to the rights of tenants, the capacity of tenants to hold on to housing in Toronto? And what could we expect then to be the impact in terms of the homeless population in the city?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. There's been 13 proposals through Bill 60 related to Residential Tenancies Act and LTB reform. Individually and as a whole, they erode protection for tenants as they engage with landlords through the LTB process. Any increase in eviction or need will create pressure on the city's eviction prevention programs, its support for renters, and should an eviction occur, there will be corresponding negative implications to both the homelessness service system, but also importantly, as identified by the medical officer health, to the overall health and well-being of those individuals.
Can you speak to the population that the eviction prevention program in Toronto supports? Like, who are those people? What kind of profile can you provide? What's the range of circumstances in which people come to EPIC for help?
We have a range of tenant support programs. Some of those, like the TTSP, provide legal and other organizing support that can be utilized by any renters in the City of Toronto. We also have some unique programs, including the eviction prevention and the community program, as well as the rent bank, that focus on lower income Torontonians who have a harder time affording rent. And those efforts are in place to help them maintain their home, maintain affordability, and importantly, protect rent-controlled units within the city that would otherwise be rented out at higher rents and erode overall affordability.
Yeah, because we know that there just isn't that supply of affordable rents. In terms of the people that come to the city for help to keep their housing presently, I assume there's a high percentage of people on Ontario Works, on Ontario Disability Support Payment. Are there people who are working poor who come to the city for help to keep their housing right now?
Certainly. We definitely see households who are seniors on fixed pensions. We see individuals and families on social assistance. We also see a disproportionate percentage of individuals who would identify as an equity-seeking group and have other challenges within their life.
Is it a reasonable expectation that when Bill 60 is adopted, if it is adopted as it is, that we will see more homeless people in Toronto?
The city, through council's consideration and adoption of this report, will be putting forward a fulsome submission to the province. Some of the details on the implications of the numerous amendments aren't clearly understood because we don't have a clear idea of exactly what the province is doing. But overall, an increase in evictions, a decrease in tenants' ability to remain housed through LTB processes will inevitably lead to more evictions, and a portion of those evicted may end up homeless.
So if the people of Toronto don't want to see more homelessness on the street, they need to stand with council on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik, questions?
Thank you very much. So just building on those questions, the report outlines potential financial impacts to the City of Toronto based on the eviction prevention services and financial supports we provide. And I know it says that you can't anticipate the exact impact right now, but can you share how we've seen demand change on these programs over the last several years, especially since rent control was ended?
Thank you, Councillor, for the question, and again, through the chair. Again, as the report identifies, there are challenges identifying the specific financial implication until we understand the full impact of the regulatory reform. What I can say from experience is over the past few years, City Council has recognized an increase in housing instability, has had made deliberate investments in programs and services to help people remain in those homes. We've seen an increase year over year on investment into the eviction and the prevention of the community program, and we've also seen annual increases to the rent bank program to support an increasing number of individuals who come to the city for support with rental arrears.
And I guess, thank you for that. My next question, I guess, is to you again. Do we know what percentage of folks accessing our shelter system are dealing with evictions?
To you, Speaker, it's a great question, Councillor. And we're looking into this data really at our central intake, which is often the first point of contact for people who call us on the reason why. So those numbers have been increasing. I don't have the data specifically just to tell you what it is today, but it has been an increasing reason that people are reporting as to why they are calling us at central intake.
Okay. And when might we be able to see some of those numbers?
Very shortly, given Bill 60 and the work that's happening, that's certainly another piece we want to dive into a little bit deeper, is that first reported reason people are giving us, so I think we could have that data fairly quickly.
Can you speak to the provincial government's commitments to affordable housing, especially the 34,000 rent control homes we as a city are working to develop?
Through the chair and to the Speaker, the province of Ontario has set bold targets for housing, and municipalities such as the City of Toronto are doing their best through the Development and Growth Unit to provide and increase housing development and affordability through the Toronto Builds framework that was passed by Council. Any impact we're having on creating new affordability will be challenged if we lose naturally occurring affordability within the market, which could be an outcome from the implementation of the Bill 60 recommendation.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs, questions?
Yes, thank you. So Bill 60 has multiple sections. It's not just the direct reduction in tenant protections that may, so my question is the combined effect of the different parts of Bill 60, as well as the potential cuts to the Canadian Ontario housing benefit that the province has announced. If they cut the Canadian Ontario housing benefit, how much will that increase homelessness in Toronto?
So the Canadian Ontario Housing Benefit has been a program the city has utilized and benefited from over the last 4 or 5 years. It's jointly funded by the federal and provincial governments. For the 2025-2026 fiscal year, the City of Toronto saw a dramatic reduction in the Canadian Ontario Housing Benefit, which has been the #1 program to support shelter flow, allowing individuals experiencing homelessness to find and secure long-term affordable housing.
Right, so the past cuts have already increased homelessness, but now that the minister's reviewing the policy again, if they cut it even further, how much more do you think we're going to see homelessness increase in Toronto?
Great question, Councillor. It would be difficult to give an exact number on the correlation, but what I can confidently say is that the erosion of tenant protections and the reduction in financial support to support people exit homelessness will have a decreasing negative impact on the City of Toronto and its efforts to make sure there's a safe, affordable place for individuals to live.
So this is another provincial decision that will increase homelessness in Toronto?
Correct.
All right. A question for our CFO, Mr. Conforti. Yes, so in terms of Bill 60, there are many provisions that will have an adverse effect on the finances of the City of Toronto. If Bill 60 is passed in its current form, how much will that reduce the resources that the city can put to eviction prevention and dealing with homelessness? I'm not sure which of you I should look to.
Yeah, to the Speaker. I think specific to eviction prevention, I'm going to turn it over.
But I'm not asking about the eviction prevention measures. I'm asking about the other adverse impacts on Toronto's finances.
To the Speaker, so what is included are changes to the Development Charge Act. Within the Development Charge Act, there's a series of changes. The most impactful of those on the City of Toronto is a change in terms of when development charges are collected. We estimate it has an impact of about $1.9 billion in the timing for which we receive DC funds to enable us to support housing enabling infrastructure.
Right, so that will delay our ability to build housing, correct?
To the Speaker, it'll delay our ability to build infrastructure required to support housing development.
Fair enough. Now, there's other provisions in the briefing note that describes costs that will be imposed on the city in a number of other ways. So is it fair to say that Bill 60 as a whole will have an adverse effect on the finances of the city, including our ability to support the homeless?
To the Speaker, I believe it's fair to say it'll have an adverse effect on the revenues collected or funding provided to the city that will have an impact on the services provided.
Thank you. All right, so back to you, Mr. Rollins. If we take together all the different decisions of the province of Ontario that affect homelessness, including inadequate Canada-Ontario housing benefit, inadequate minimum wage, inadequate Ontario Works, inadequate ODSP, inadequate support for housing, inadequate support for addiction treatment and mental health, what percentage of the homelessness in Toronto is due to the deliberate decisions of the provincial government?
Very, very difficult to quantify, but I think you've done an excellent job, Councillor, on identifying a number of the concurrent and overlapping challenges the city has to deliver housing and homelessness services. The city has put its investment in, and I think we've been consistent and straightforward with other orders of government that this is an all-of-government approach and that we need to work in a coordinated fashion to make an impact.
Right, but since that is not happening, do you agree with me that the majority of the homelessness in Toronto is due to the deliberate tight-fistedness and cruelty of the provincial government?
Yeah, I can't comment on that type of language. What I will say, Councillor, is that we lack the revenue on the income support side, and we lack the program dollars to have a consistent, measurable, and increasing impact on the issues we're trying to address.
Okay, I'll rephrase it. Would you agree with me that the majority of homelessness in the city of Toronto is due to the decisions of the provincial government?
Again, Councillor, I don't think I would frame it that way. My frame would be that we have a need to work in a coordinated fashion with other orders of government to bring to bear an increase and appropriate services to support those individuals who are homeless and to find them affordable housing in the long term.
And it's not happening.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Yeah, through you, Speaker. So folks living in the park, what percentage of those folks do you think is because of the price of rent? Or can you say? If you can't say, that's fine too.
To the Speaker, you know, in talking to people who experience homelessness, fundamentally this is an affordability issue. So whether it's people in our parks, people in our shelter system, people cannot afford to get into housing.
So there's not a different, like, so you're saying that Bill 60 would end up with more, the result of Bill 60 would be more people living in parks?
To the Speaker, there's the potential that this will add to the number of people experiencing homelessness and add to the number of people we see in our parks, our transit system, and elsewhere.
Okay, so just to be clear, the people living in parks, it's an affordability issue?
To the Speaker, fundamentally the issue around homelessness is due to affordability.
I'm just talking about in parks.
And in parks.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Holiday.
Thank you. Mr. Rollins, you signed this report, so I'll ask you this question. In what circumstances is a tenant entitled to withhold rent?
Thanks for the question, Councillor, and through the chair. A tenant can withhold rent by taking so they can take action with the landlord should they feel that they have a maintenance issue. The RTA and the LTB does not enable individuals to hold rent of their own volition.
Sorry, I didn't quite understand that. Is a tenant legally entitled to withhold rent?
Not without an order from the landlord-tenant board.
So, page 8 of the report says, at times, a renter's recourse to prolonged issues of disrepair is to withhold rent and make their case at a rent arrears hearing in the LTB. Is that advice from staff? I mean, it's right here in the report.
No, it is not advice from staff, Councillor. It is a reflection on the reality of what happens at the LTB. We have a system with individual tenants who may have not engaged with that system before in their life. They may be struggling with getting adequate repairs done to their building, and through lack of education, advice, or what have you, they may withhold rent. And that issue comes up at the landlord-tenant board. and provides an opportunity for the adjudicator to understand the totality of the challenges that tenants working with, and hopefully to provide an ability to mediate and create a good outcome for both landlord and tenant.
So nobody at the city or any of the affiliates that we provide resources to or partner with have advised tenants to withhold rent? Make sure we're clear on that.
The City of Toronto does not advise tenants to withhold rent.
Okay. I had another question here. It's on page 7, and it has to do with the numbers around landlords' own use evictions. Is there a formal name for that category? I thought we talked about this at council before.
Go ahead.
Is it like an N form number?
It's an N12.
It's an N12. And what does that mean, N12? What are the own uses?
Through the chair, so landlords have the ability to file for an eviction notice if either themselves or their parents or their children want to move into a rental unit and intend to stay at that rental unit for at least 1 year.
Is that different than demo evictions, I guess they call them? Is that the same N12?
No, those are different notices, and that's usually used for when landlords would like to either demolish the rental units or, in other cases, want to do major repairs to their rental unit that would require the tenant to leave the property.
So the N12, the own use provision, it says here there were 725 document cases on average between 2010 and 21. So is that 725 per year?
That's correct. That's an annual average estimate.
And how many of those are in the City of Toronto? Do we know?
I will have to double check that, Councillor.
Is this a pressing issue in the City of Toronto? People filing for own use provisions, like at 725 in the province?
Based on the limited data that we have available coming out of the LTB and the range and the type of eviction notices, what we are seeing is that own use eviction is the second most used type of eviction for rental units after rental years.
Could you give me a sense of
I would not suggest you change.
We have to get to miles too. You have to be willing to.
Who is that voice behind the curtain? Okay. I'm happy to resume, Speaker. Just, can you give me the proportion, 725 to how many evictions in the province? And then what's the proportion of the 725 that have actually been appealed?
Through the chair, Councillor, I don't have that information right now, but I'm happy to get that for you.
Can anyone give me a comment on the N14s, so the dem evictions? How many of those happen in the City of Toronto? Like, we now have a permitting program, do we not? Do we have any sense on numbers on that particular piece?
So through the chair, Councillor, N13s, again, are one of the types of evictions that we're seeing increasing overall in the city. There are not a lot of data right now, mostly because a lot of evictions, including rent evictions, demo evictions, are done informally. And even from the LTB, we do not have a lot of good information coming out of it that would say within the City of Toronto how many of these are filed or how many of them are resulting in evictions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Mantis.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I just want to go back to Councillor Burnside's question. Do we have an estimate of how many people are facing homelessness due to the affordability crisis?
To the Speaker, I mean, hard to know, but you know, the survey that we just completed, the street needs assessment, 71% of the respondents indicated that the affordability issue was the prime driver of their homelessness and their lack of an ability to get out of homelessness.
So if we're saying that we have about 12,000 people on any given day that are facing homelessness in the City of Toronto, we're seeing that 71% of them, it is due to financial reasons?
So the people that answered the survey, some 3,000, a good sample of folks experiencing homelessness in the city. 71% of those indicated that it was an affordability issue that was the core root of their homelessness.
Okay, so basically around 8,000 people would have been the equivalent.
Councillor Mantis, can you just look this way
Yes,
because
Madam Speaker. Yes.
nobody could hear you. Okay.
So to the speaker, you know, each night in Toronto currently we have about 9,000 people experiencing homelessness. You know, you could use this sample to suggest that over 70% of those individuals face an affordability issue driving their homelessness.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning. So the title of the bill is Fighting Delays, Building Faster Act. Isn't that inherently in this bill? The idea for the bill is to build housing faster. What do you conclude from this bill? Will it allow us to build more housing and build it faster to provide more housing?
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I can only speak on the report that's before us today that has to do with the RTA and LTB implications. I don't see any of the proposed amendments within the RTA or LTB provisions enabling the city to build housing faster. But again, I can't comment on it's an omnibus bill. I can't comment on the other sections of it.
Oh, okay. Thought we were talking about that as well, because that's precisely what we need, more housing. So what part of this bill that you're primarily concerned about that could lead to more evictions? Can you highlight the top two concerns you have on that one?
Certainly, Councillor. There was 13 amendments that were brought forward within the bill. And I guess the biggest one that was removed was the end of the ability for a landlord to redo the lease after the original term expired. The province did walk that back and removed it from the bill. Of the remaining amendments, and in no particular order, the strongest concerns are the reduction of compensation requirements for landlords' own use evictions, the shorten the arrears eviction notice period, and the shortening of the time available to request a review. All of these have, you know, an individual and again a collective impact on the erosion of tenant supports and tenant rights to actively protect their home.
Okay. Is there something in the bill that speaks to, I believe it's called N12, that no longer getting back a month's rent? So when a tenant leases a property for 1 year, for 12 months, they provide a first and last month. Can you take me through that process? Does the last month go towards the last month of the rent in this particular case, which is typically done? And is there an issue with that, or does this bill address that in some fashion?
Through the chair, Councillor, that's correct. Usually a first and last month deposit is made when a lease agreement is signed, and the last month rent is usually used as the last month rent. RTA currently provides for compensation for tenants in receipt of N12, so own use notices, to receive an additional 1 month rent from the landlord. Tenants usually use this additional compensation to pay for either moving costs or pay it towards their future rental homes first and last month rent. So the proposed changes basically removes that compensation or consideration for compensation if the landlords give tenants 120 days or more notice.
Okay, but there's nothing in this bill that suggests that they're losing the deposit that they provide at the start of the lease.
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, so there's no loss to deposit, but there is a retraction on the additional monies that you just described.
That's correct, Councillor. And basically what we're seeing in the market is that when tenants are moving from an existing rental home to a new rental home, their rents are going to significantly increase given the higher housing costs in Toronto, and that additional compensation is a helpful resource for tenants to be able to pay the higher costs or, as I said, pay moving fees when they're moving to a new rental home.
What is the minimum notice a landlord needs to provide a tenant if they are no longer are going to be renewing that lease?
I believe it's 60 days, Councillor.
60 days. So there's no change in that notice?
Correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perks.
Thank you. In the province of Ontario, some rental units are protected by rent control. Do the changes here have an impact on rent-controlled units? Rental decontrol?
To the chair, short answer, no.
No, so if I'm in a rent-controlled unit, it's easier to evict me under these new rules. I vacate the unit, and the unit is no longer rent-controlled, but rather can be put back at the market at a higher rate.
So Councillor, the amendments are consistent, regardless of whether your rental building was built before or after 2018, which is the rent control. But you are correct. If a unit is lost through eviction, in all likelihood, and generally speaking, the rent will increase to for what the market will bear. So we will see an overall loss in affordability on unit turnover.
And this effectively creates, if you will, a market incentive for a landlord of a rent-controlled unit to find a reason to evict somebody, and it's going to be easier to do because they're going to be able to rent it at a higher rate in the future.
Yeah, I don't want to attribute motive, Councillor, but what I can say factually is that when a unit is vacated from rent control, it has a lower rent, we typically see that unit re-rented out at a much higher rate.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rollins said in answer to an earlier question that there is a likelihood that we would see more people suffering from homelessness as a result of this bill. I'm wondering if maybe the medical officer of health could give us a sense of what some of the health impacts of homelessness are.
Thank you. To the Speaker, what we have seen in the literature around people experiencing homelessness, but also people who are experiencing the psychological threat of that potential to lose their home. So even people who are experiencing going through tribunals or that threat of being evicted, there can be significant psychological mental distress, as well as physiological distress. We see higher rates of high blood pressure, increased cardiovascular disease, in addition to the mental health impacts that we've seen there. Particularly also so for families experiencing that risk of homelessness, the risk to children. We speak about things like adverse childhood experiences, which we know have a lifelong impact on the health of children, and going through frequent changes in housing, as well as that change of that threat of losing housing, as well as living with parents who are experiencing that challenge. It can be an adverse childhood experience that can increase health.
So just the threat of homelessness can have long-term lasting effects on children and families. But if they do wind up homeless, my understanding is that if someone is homeless for 6 months or a year, there are lasting health consequences?
Yes, to the Speaker, absolutely. So that transition into homelessness is a psychological as well as physical health challenge to both adults as well as children. That sort of transition, that stage of instability is a major contributor to anxiety, depression, and again, other health impacts like increased high blood pressure or heart disease.
And I've heard that homelessness actually shortens lifespan. Is that correct?
We have seen on average that certainly the amounts of health challenges for people experiencing homelessness, that increased risk of physical and mental health conditions can contribute to a shortened lifespan, for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Moise.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the Medical Office of Health, could you let the public know why is housing considered a social determinant of health?
To the speaker, thank you for the question. We think about things like Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So housing is fundamental to all of our well-being, that we need to have stable housing to be able to have, healthy and productive lives. Without that stability of housing, that ability to have a place that you can go to rest, to relax, to live your life, that creates significant challenges, both mentally as well as physiologically. That constant state of being on edge, on sort of worried about what's going to happen, the challenges that interruption in terms of medical services, if you're having to move around frequently, that does impact people's ability to get regular and frequent medical care that they might need, which then may also impact their health conditions. So fundamentally what we've seen is that when people have that loss of of a house, that is a significant contributor to their overall well-being and a major contributor to their health overall.
Thank you very much. And to the Housing Secretariat, I know we're talking about Toronto and how this Bill 60 would impact us here in the city, but we haven't talked about other jurisdictions and how it would impact them, and then may impact us here in the city. Because we know that, when these sort of bills come into place and people lose their housing, let's say in Peel or, Windsor, elsewhere, they often try to migrate to somewhere else that they may find hope, I'm going to say. So can you maybe talk about maybe the regional aspect of this?
Thank you for the question and through the speaker. What I can say, Councillor, is that we've been in contact with a number of our peer municipalities. There's a meeting last week that our team met with other municipalities with the very same concerns, that this erodes tenant protection, and there could be, serious and significant financial and other implications to the implementation of these amendments. In terms of the impacts vis-a-vis the municipalities, I think it's very difficult to project. We see individuals migrate from one community to the other, but the impacts here it's a bill for Ontario, and I think the impacts will be felt amongst all municipalities across Ontario.
And is it fair to say that since this bill was first introduced, that members of the public have been opposed to it and expressed their discontent about it in general?
Generally speaking, I would agree with that, Councillor.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ainsley.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Speaker. Last week, I was one of the delegates of the Federation of Canadian Municipalities Advocacy Day on Parliament Hill, and I was with Councillor Moise, and we were meeting with one of the federal MPs from the Toronto area, and we were talking about homelessness and the impacts of it and who's obligated to house refugee applicants in the city of Toronto. And the MP that shall remain nameless, but in question, was quite adamant that the cost to house refugee applicants in Toronto, in particular, was the responsibility financially of the province and the city of Toronto. So I'm trying to get some clarity on that. I had my staff reach out to legal after, and legal said there was a lot of ambiguity around it. I'm just trying to get some clarity.
So to you, Speaker, I can say that is feedback we hear often from our federal peers and colleagues, but what I can tell you, since 2017, the federal government has paid 95% of the bill to support refugee claimants being housed in interim shelter here in the city of Toronto. For some reason, that has now changed. So I would say by history, we have a 95% commitment to paying those costs, and it would be our expectation that that continues into the future.
Okay, so, sorry, Mr. Tanner, could I get something sent to my office, some detailed explanation that I could use to format some correspondence back to the MP in question?
Through the Speaker, certainly, Councillor Ainsley will do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Mayor Chow to speak.
Thank you. I just want to move a series of motion. There's a supplementary report from the staff. The motions are in front of you here. We are, okay. Requesting, submitting the report outlining the impact this bill will have, launch consultation, okay, and talk to other municipalities, renter advocates, and provide us with funding if the bill goes through, so that we could support renters facing evictions through legal aids clinics and various housing stability programs that we have. Most of my staff at my office rent. I recall less than a year ago, one day my staff was looking completely dejected, and I said, "What's wrong?" He just got an eviction notice, and he's lived in that neighborhood for 7+ years. He and his wife do all the shoppings, all have friends in the neighborhood, and prior to that 7 years, he also had been around that neighborhood. And it was really traumatic, because it not only is he being uprooted from all his friends and all the places that he used to, he had to now immediately find another location to live and move all his stuff. What does Bill 60 do if it passes? It will mean that his notice period could be cut in half. And then cutting the options, requesting evictions to be postponed. And if he needed a bit more time, that option is not there. Also, he would, if the eviction is illegal, let's say if it's a rent eviction, the tenants only are given 15 days to go and appeal a decision. Now, the problem with that is that if you are not legally trained, by the time you get to a legal aid clinic, get some help, you might have missed the appeal time. The other thing is that N12, which is a very often used reason to evict, is the so-called personal use. But we have found that the so-called personal use, sometimes it's just an excuse, okay? And by the time you challenge it, it's too late. And there had been, and now still, there's a requirement for the landlord to provide 1 month's rent as compensation, so that they could find a place to stay, or at least have enough money to pay the first and last month. But that's being eliminated. And had my staff, if he is a newcomer, not being able to speak English, the kids may not be at home to do the translation, made an agreement not knowing precisely what the person have agreed to, well, that renter will no longer have the ability to challenge these so-called voluntary evictions when they've been pressured or not knowing exactly what they have signed. It also, if it ends up in the landlord-tenant board hearings, tenants are not allowed to introduce any new evidence, and that's not fair. So these kind of changes will make hardworking families less able to defend themselves against large real estate investors. and we have seen. One investor have taken over and now owns 54,000 units of housing across Toronto. And their operation, the way they operate is that when they buy the building, they raise everybody's rent, evict them, bring people in, and then immediately, they get more money. This is not how we build housing. It's not how we build a caring city. We've led with real solutions, rent banks, eviction prevention and community tenant support programs, rent eviction bylaws. So our message to the province is clear. If you want to build more rental housing, work with cities to make it more affordable to build rather than easier to evict. So we are asking us, let's come together, look at legal options to protect renters, get our city solicitor to do so, ask the province to reinstate rent control on rental homes first occupied. The arbitrary cutoff rate imposed was 2018. What's so special about 2018? It should be, rent control should be for all buildings. We should also ask them to invest in our housing TO action plan, have public hearings. We should ask other municipalities to join us and let us do everything we can to lessen the impact this bill would have to Toronto's renters, because they deserve fairness, they deserve stability and security, just like everybody else does.
Thank you. Councillor Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. When we first heard about Bill 60, and it also included a suggestion that there would be consultation on removing rent control on the remaining buildings that were built after 2018, along with security of tenure, it was horrifying, to understate it. Because by removing those protections, it would leave tenants across Ontario in a situation where they would be even more vulnerable, not just financially, but also fearful that if they ever made even a reasonable complaint about the state of their unit, about a broken appliance, they could find themselves removed from their home because they would no longer be able to remain there legally or remain to afford to be there. And that would essentially, that would have erased all basic protections de facto under the RTA for tenants across Ontario in one fell swoop. And that's what the Ford government tried to get away with. They would not have put it out there if they didn't intend to do it. And this government over and over again is putting the financial well-being of their friends and donors over the well-being and affordability of the average person in Ontario. And what they are doing and what they tried to do is shameful. They already removed rent control on buildings built after 2018. They have done nothing to improve the situation for tenants who face unfair and frankly unethical AGI rent increases, where renters are having to pay for somebody else's equity. And that's why we moved a motion a few years ago, which is reflected and reiterated today in this motion, to say not just that we're against AGIs, but that we want them to be reformed because we recognize that there are capital needs in buildings, but they should be replicating what condos do with a 10% reserve, rather than be reliant on tenants who can least afford it to, again, pay for somebody else's property. Because if you are a big corporate landlord, the price of doing business is maintaining your building, because your building is not just a business. It's a place where people live, and they should be living in a healthful and safe place and an affordable place. Bill 60, frankly, is for everybody other than tenants. It's about doing everything other than actually creating housing and affordable housing. They put pretty sounding titles on their bills, but they're euphemisms for doing really awful things to people. And it's got to stop. It's got to stop. I mean, look at this, and I don't mean to sojourn, but I think there's a connection here. Like the skills development fiasco and all these slush funds where they're giving our money, our tax dollars, away to their friends, where there's direct family and friends links to their ministers. That money should be going toward actually building housing and affordable housing, and fixing schools, and fixing healthcare. And it certainly shouldn't be in the billions, if not trillions of dollars going into a wrong-headed plan to build a tunnel under the 401. If they are serious about fixing this province and making life affordable for people, including tenants, then those are the people and those are the priorities that they should be investing in. This bill does the opposite, and they should be called out for it, and we did. And I want to acknowledge all the tenant advocacy groups that I've worked with, and many of you do too, who the moment that this was announced by the province, we pushed back definitively, strongly, quickly, and without hesitation. And we made it very clear that what they were going to do would not stand, and we took a stand. And they capitulated because this government proves time and time again that even when they don't put you as their priority, when their own political interests are being threatened, they back down. No matter what their motivation is, I'm glad they did. That was a win. There's more to do. And I'm very proud of this council for taking a stand today against Bill 60 and for tenants who make up roughly half of the population of our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bravo to speak.
I'm holding a letter here signed by 132 legal clinics, land trusts, and organizations that have expertise around housing tenants. And they're all speaking against Bill 60. And you know what they're calling it?
Do you have a motion?
Yes, I do.
Well, can you present your motion?
It's totally unrelated to what I'm saying.
Okay.
Thank you. Can you restart my time and forgive my mistake? I get one break at a council meeting. Councillor Burnside, thank you.
Present your motion, please.
Thanks. Right, just display it.
Okay, there it is.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. So that the City of Toronto expresses opposition to Bill 60 with respect to municipalities' authority to determine road design granted under the City of Toronto Act. And the city requests of the province to work collaboratively with to address congestion and road safety. This is in line with something that was moved, I believe, by Councillor Morley and adopted in November of 2024 with respect to our authority over these matters at the municipal level in our item on Bill 212. So it's just being consistent on the council adopted position with respect to this particular bill. Going back to what I was saying about earlier, this is a letter signed by 132 legal clinics, land trusts, and organizations with policy advocacy expertise with respect to tenants, all speaking against Bill 60 and calling it the Creating Encampments Faster Act, because they recognize that more people will be made homeless by this legislation. You heard from staff that in the street needs assessment that the City of Toronto conducts, 42% of people said that they would have benefited from information and from help to understand their legal rights as tenants to keep their housing. And that's where we need to really focus. We need to keep people housed. Bill 60 takes away so many things. It's easier to evict tenants. It's harder to dispute an eviction application or appeal. It removes required compensation for tenants when they've been displaced for landlord's own use, which is something that can sometimes be also abused. And just want to also recognize that the provincial government has refused to allow for in-person landlord-tenant board meetings, which the Advocacy Centre for Tenants of Ontario has said is essential for making sure that tenants are fairly heard. And you know what? The provincial government knows this is bad. They know what they're doing is bad. That's why that they refused to have hearings on this bill. That's why they refused to hear from the public, because when they first floated completely removing tenure rights for tenants, Acorn petition had 23,000 signatures that were taken to the provincial government, and that mobilization by all of these groups and tenants speaking in their own voice, half of the households in the city of Toronto made a difference there, but we can't stop and we have to continue to push. The result when tenants aren't protected and incomes are also low and puts pressure on the family economy is that 15,000 people, according to the street needs assessment, are homeless in Toronto. 1,600 people are living outdoors. This is anticipated, and we can understand and we can see, a reasonable person can appreciate that there will be more homeless people in Toronto. And there will be more pressure on municipal services. There will be more pressure in emergency rooms. There will be more pressure in our shelter system. Yes, there will be more encampments with all of the costs to society and to people who are homeless themselves. Because being homeless makes you sick. Being homeless makes you ill. And that's something that we have to contend with. This is about the provincial government transferring power and increasing profits for corporate landlords, who are the leaders among those landlords who are evicting people in Toronto. And it's putting more people on the streets of Toronto as a result. That will be the outcome. We really have to take a strong stand here. It's an existential threat to this local government, with our shelter system already under so much pressure by the federal government's reductions to only 26% of repayment for what we've already spent in terms of refugee shelter. It's an absolutely crucial moment to stand with those 132 organizations that speak for tenants in Ontario and for tenants in Toronto.
Thank you. We do have a question for you. 3 minutes, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you to the councillor. The report is titled EX 27.1, Impacts of Provincial Legislation That Weakens Rental Protections. Could you explain to me how your motions relate to rental protection?
Well, the item is here because of rental protection. This is an omnibus bill. And at executive, we did receive deputations from organizations that are concerned and have expressed their concern repeatedly and taken action because of the provincial government interfering with an area of municipal responsibility, which is around road design. And Councillor Holiday, the importance is that there is a reasonable expectation that people will be injured or worse when the City of Toronto and all municipalities aren't able to take care, the duty of care that they have to their residents with respect to mobility.
So there's no link to rental protections?
It's part of the omnibus bill. It's consistent with the position that we adopted as a council in November with respect to Bill 212, and it was not found to be out of order.
So there's no link to the report or the title of the report?
It's with respect to Bill 60 and...
Not in the title?
No, it's not in the title. There's a lot of elements in this bill that are destructive and bringing something forward that was discussed by deputants at executive, and to speak for all the people who are going to be impacted by these mobility changes and the potential harm that they will cause to residents.
Thank you. And point of order, Speaker.
Order, Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. The motions that are before us do not relate to the report or the title of the report, and I would like you to rule on that.
I'll get back to you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, I just first of all want to thank all the councillors and all the tenant advocacy groups that stood up to some of the most egregious parts of Bill 60 and got the provincial government to basically push back and not proceed with some of the most negative aspects of Bill 60, but as you know, there still are numerous negative impacts from this bill as it exists. I just want to mention two things. That it seems that there is a disconnect between the realities of the housing and the homeless crisis, a disconnect between what's going on in not only Toronto, but what's going on all over Canada, is this almost denial by the provincial government and the federal government that they have a responsibility in this area. They both talk about building houses faster and faster and faster. As you know, we've had 10 faster and faster piece of legislation of the provincial government on how they're going to build housing faster. They've actually done the opposite. They've built houses slower than any other province. Ontario's the last province in building houses faster. Then we've got the federal government that is denying that they have responsibility for the refugee claimants that come into cities. They're saying it's not us, it's the city's responsibility, and they refuse to pay what they've been paying for refugees since 2017, and they're denying that they have responsibility. And it's interesting, a person spoke to me a few days ago and said, why does Mayor Chow want to give money to the refugees? Why is she housing the refugees? I tried to explain to her, it's not that she wants to give money. She's saying that the federal government should have responsibility of who they let into the city, into the country, and they should bear the responsibility. That's what she's fighting for. So you, as a property taxpayer, don't have to be responsible for housing refugees. So people don't get it. They think, oh, she's advocating, the mayor's advocating for money from property taxes to house refugees. So there's a real lack of understanding by many people. So it's just, you know, really beyond belief that the federal government is getting away with this. If you talk to any MPP, you don't have to go to a FCM conference or MP to find out what their talking points are. Their talking points is, this is your job. You should be paying for refugees. We're not paying anymore. They're getting away with it because the average person in the street can't keep track of who does what. They just say government. So if we say it's the federal responsibility, they don't know the difference. Most people don't have time for that kind of, you know, different levels of government. So they think government should be doing something. So we're trying, and I just want to highlight the reality of this situation, that many people don't appreciate the gravity of the situation. That's why this kind of legislation is so outrageous. I have a longtime friend who's a former musician, and he's you know, lived in the neighborhood where I live for 30, 40 years. His name is Clarence Phillips. I've been trying to find a room for Clarence now for 4 months, just a single room, because he's going to be asked to leave his present residence on Oakwood Avenue. He said, you've got to leave because I'm going to renovate, whatever. So I posted on Facebook, because I knew a lot of people knew Clarence from his days as a musician, and I had 132,000 views of that post. I still haven't got one room for him. 132,000 people in Toronto saw my post. I had a few phone calls, a few people saying, can I help? They wanted too much money. It didn't work. So there's Clarence, who's 83 years of age, will become homeless very soon. Yet 132,000, I as a city councillor can't help him. People assume, well, you can get in contact with Toronto Community Housing, etc. I can't help him. You can't help him.
5 seconds.
So this is how serious the situation is. 132,000 people can't help find one room for Clarence Phillips.
Thank you. Councillor Moyes.
Madam Speaker, the Medical Officer of Health clearly stated that housing is a social determinant of health, and she explained why that is. And Since I've been here the last 3 years, we've been talking about housing and trying to create more housing. The feds talk about it, the province talks about it. We're doing the best we can here at the city to address it. One of the things we've also been dealing with here in the city for the last 3+ years is renovictions and demovictions. I can say to you that in Toronto Centre, 70% of the people who live in my ward are renters. And I think to date, St. Jamestown has the highest percentage of rental spaces in the country. Since opening my constituent office about 2.5 years ago, I would say to you that 8 out of 10 people coming to my office every day are asking for support for housing. And not looking for new housing, I'm going to say, but actually to help. They want my help to keep them housed. So my staff and I actually call the landlords, call whomever, try to make sure that they don't get evicted, because they may have, for whatever reasons, their circumstance, they may be late on their rent or whatever. So I know, again, we talk a lot about creating more housing spaces, but what we don't talk about a lot in this chamber is keeping people housed, and that's equally as important. And this bill does the opposite. It actually tries to evict people from their homes, and that is that's wrong. So I'm really happy that this council, with one voice, majority voice, I'm going to say, is saying that, you know what, we need to make sure that this does not happen. And I know that talking to my council colleagues from across the province, being on AMO, they feel the same way. I cannot speak to the conversation we have with the Minister of Housing himself, Minister Flack, but I'll say to you that we did speak in one voice when talking about this particular issue. So I hope that the province is listening and supports us here in Toronto and across the province. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Malik.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As was mentioned, every single council meeting we speak about housing, as we should. We know it is the biggest priority, top of mind, for the tens of thousands of doors we have collectively knocked on. I'm sure it is one of the biggest topics of conversation that we have. And we are working hard in this council to do our part with every tool we have to house people, to build affordable housing, and to protect renters. And it is outrageous to see this bill at the provincial level, which we know will have the harshest consequences on our residents, of course here in Toronto, but right across the province. These are Torontonians and these are Ontarians. And more than 50% of the residents in my ward are renters. That's just my ward alone. And a situation in which 50% of my residents in my ward are put in a place of instability is a concern for all of us in the middle of a housing crisis, in the middle of affordability crisis, and that is just unacceptable. And I do want to echo the thanks to tenant advocates and to residents from across Toronto and across Ontario who have been leading the pushback against some of the harshest and worst aspects of this bill. We are grateful to you and we are alongside you in those efforts. And we know that if this bill passes, it will put pressure on the programs we run here at the City of Toronto. Our shelter system, our eviction supports, our rent bank, our affordable housing programs, and our action to address issues and the important actions that we've taken on things like rent evictions. And we know that all of these are in such high demand. We heard that over and over again today in our line of questioning, let alone the impacts on health and social outcomes in our communities and the places that we get to call neighborhoods. And as my City Council colleagues have pointed out, and we know clearly, our housing crisis is an outcome of choices over many years by many levels of government that we are working hard to course correct on now, thanks to Mayor Chow's leadership and thanks to the commitment of this council. And now, right here before us, we have an example of a choice to make this crisis worse. And I'm proud of many of the actions that we have taken as a council and how we've showed up. We've worked to move forward housing projects. We've created incentives to ensure projects are getting built, expanded programs to help people in precarious housing, to make sure that people get to stay in their homes with the rent bank and with the multi-unit residential acquisition program. And we know we can't do it alone, and we can't do it alone with the limited revenue streams that we have. And the province has so many more options. And as has been pointed out, they've chosen to cut, to underinvest, and to make the situation worse on many counts. And we have always invited the province to be alongside us in that work and appreciated when we have been able to take those steps together and seen the incredible impact of that. We know that right now we need to tell the province that we don't just stand by, and we won't stand by when this action is in front of us, that we oppose bills to make our housing crisis worse, and that we'll fight for Torontonians and for Ontarians who are renters, and that we, the City of Toronto, are doing all that we can to address the housing crisis, and yet again, we invite the provincial government to be with us as part of the solution, not contribute to the problem.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs, you have a motion.
Yes, I have a motion. I hope it's ready. Right. So thank you. There is my motion. I think that the people of Toronto deserve to know what the provincial and federal government, particularly provincial government, is doing. We get blamed for the problems of homelessness in the city. The encampments, the homeless people in the libraries, the homeless people on the transit system, people sleeping on the sidewalk, and there is no recognition in the public generally that this is something that the provincial government is deliberately doing to the homeless people of Toronto and to the others in the community that are adversely affected. And we should be willing to disclose the numbers because we actually know what it costs. More generally, I do want to echo the comments of my colleagues like Deputy Mayor Malik. Well over 50% of the people in my ward are tenants, and security of tenure is enormously important. It is absolutely fundamental to having a stable and predictable life and all the other pieces that flow from that. I do also want to specifically support Councillor Bravo's motion, because there's many other pieces in Bill 60 that are deeply detrimental to the people of Toronto, including their latest thing to again take further control of our road space away from us so that we cannot speed up the transit system by providing dedicated bus lanes, so that we cannot make pedestrians safer by expanding sidewalks where we need them. And so this is another severe, wide-ranging attack on the people of Toronto, showing again that the provincial government, and particularly Premier Ford, is hurting this city over and over and over again, and we need to tell the people of this city the truth. Thank you.
Speaker is Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Speaker. Bill 60, it's titled Fighting Delays, Building Faster Act 2025. There's lots of parts to it, lots of schedules. I've got it here. It includes the Building Transit Faster Act, the Construction Act, the Development Charges Act, Go Transit Station Funding Act, Highway Traffic Act, Local Roads Boards Act, Municipal Act, Ontario Water Resources, Photocard Act, Planning Act, and on and on and on. Yet the pith and substance of today's conversation has been about provincial legislation that weakens rental protections. And Councillor Bravo moved a motion to do with roads and transportation. Boy, I wish I knew that. I would have asked all kinds of transportation-related questions, maybe things to do with the Planning Act. But I didn't because I was focused on what's before us. So I hope, Madam Speaker, you will rule the motion out of order, because I think it sets a very dangerous precedent to take something and then bring the debate somewhere completely else. Because as a council, we need to be prepared. We need to have the information before us. We need to have city officials to question so that we make the right decision. Just in general, I did say that Bill 60 has a wide title, and that is Fighting Delays and Building Faster Act. So I guess the government is yielding its influence and looking at matters within its jurisdiction to promote housing and to deal with delays and congestion and make things move faster. I understand that. And here we are as council fighting back against that. At least that's the speaking from some of my colleagues. I'm going to take a different approach, and I'm going to remind council that landlords are in the business of developing properties and holding properties and renting to people as a business model. They invest in capital, they create a service that's really important for our community and for the well-being of our city. Councillor Perks pointed out a really interesting stat, and I'm going to try to remember it correctly, but I think he said about 60% of construction of residential spaces are being done either by the government ourselves directly or at least in partnership with us. And so it begs the question, why on earth is the government in the business of building housing, and why isn't it the private sector, the investors and the businesses? What's wrong? And I will say one element of that is that these investors and these businesses have to make sense of all of these projects financially. And when they do that, they go through things like risk assessments, and they consider how all of the legislation and all the requirements of things like the Residential Tenancies Act and the potential outcomes of the Landlord-Tenant Board factor into their model to make it work. So if you have to give somebody a month's rent, well, that gets built into the price. And if you're going to give them more rent in lieu of notice, then that gets built into the price. Or if they have to give less, that gets built into the price. So it gets built into the price the chance that the tenant may come and not pay anything at all, withhold rent. And so they have to build all of that in. And what does that do? It contributes to the cost of housing. It contributes to the rental rates that others pay. It ratchets up the market. And you get into a situation that we have right now, where it's really, really expensive. Because these companies aren't going to go out of business developing something and take a loss. They've got to factor all of that in. So to stand here as council and to lament how hard and how expensive it is to create housing and find housing, and lament how difficult it is, but then turn around and say, well, no, we don't want the government to make any changes to make it more easy to build something and more sensible to build something. We're going to fight that all the way too. So there's two sides to every coin, and there's economics that goes into all of this. Please think broadly about all of those economics and what this says. I don't think it's as simple as people have just laid it out to be. I think you should be careful in what you say on the floor here, especially into weighting other things like transportation issues.
Last speaker, Councillor Perruzza, and then we're closing it off. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah. So,
Okay, if I can ask members of council not to wait to the end to put your name in, so we're able to time the agenda. Okay, Councillor Perruzza,
can you
go
give
ahead.
me my 19 seconds back?
Pardon? Yes,
Can you
I
give me
will.
back my
Thanks.
21 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay. 25 now?
I
Okay.
know.
Perfect, thank you.
Well, somebody.
Speaker, there's no question that every time the province makes one of these changes to housing or to housing-related issues on the fly, because they want to help out a particular group, or they think they want to deal with a problem for another group, they slow the creation of housing down, and they make it more expensive. They drive up the cost of housing. Bill 60 ultimately drives up rents for tenants. That's what it's going to do. It's going to make housing more expensive for tenants. But I just want to dwell on a project, for example. I'm going to try to explain it, I guess, in the simplest way that I can. There's a small little site, a retail plaza in my ward on Weston Road. It came through here, I believe a month ago, or a couple of months ago, again. Initially, the site, retail plaza, small little parcel, fronting on Weston Road. Someone bought that, came here, rezoned it, got a 12-story buildable building, some almost 300 units of housing, but that never happened. I'll explain why. Because along comes a provincial government that now expands height and density willy-nilly across the city, and what they've done now is added a really, really mean-spirited speculative element to the cost of housing. So that 12-story building never got built because someone else picked up the parcel and said, you know what? We can get a way, way bigger density on this. So they bought that. And, you know, and by the way, this is another thing that we often don't focus in on. Yes, developers complain that it takes us longer than 3 months or 90 days to approve their very, very complicated plans, which took them years to develop. Years and years and years. You pick up a site, you don't have plans the next day to bring to a municipal planning board counter. It takes years to cobble together plans, the finances, and all of that other stuff to try to make it work. But now what have you done? So you've increased exponentially, A, the cost of the land, and B, the cost of construction. Because concrete, steel, lumber, labor, they don't wait for you. They just keep going out. So housing that could have been delivered at a cost now is coming in at this cost. But the development now, is the development that that we approved a couple of months ago going to be built? Absolutely not. Because whoever buys that has to come back here after years of math work to increase the density on that site to make it work for them. And why is it going to take them years? Because the review of that first site didn't deal with any of the technical issues on how you connect it, on how you make it work, on how you actually build it. Because we were allowed 30 days or 90 days to review that. The next guy who picks that up is going to have to do that work. It's going to take them years to do that. And what's happening to the price of housing? It's going like this, up and up and up and up and up. So every time these guys come in willy-nilly, ad hocishly, make changes like this, they make the price of housing exponentially more expensive for everybody. They've done it to the point where nothing is being built because nobody can afford anything.
Thank you, Councillor Prusa. Thank you. Last speaker, Councillor Candavel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We're at a critical moment for renters in our city. Nearly half of Toronto residents rent their homes. That's hundreds of thousands of families, seniors, and young people who depend on fair, stable housing to live, work, and play here. Bill 60, the province's Fighting Delays, Building Faster Act, may sound innocuous or good by name, but its implications are deeply concerning. This bill threatens to weaken rent control, reduce tenant protection, and increase rates of eviction among reliable long-term tenants. If this legislation passes as written, it could lead to more evictions and more families pushed into an already overburdened shelter system and potentially exacerbate our homelessness issues. It would widen the gap between those who can afford to stay in their homes and those who cannot, furthering this tale of two cities in Toronto. We're in a time where many individuals are struggling to make ends meet and where finding affordable housing has become increasingly difficult. It is vital that the province understands the potential implications for tenants and unnecessary evictions. Stable, affordable housing is foundational for every community. If we want to build complete communities, we must ensure renters have security, predictability, and protection from sudden displacement. All of this is why I support the recommendations before us today. They send a clear, united message from Toronto City Council. We formally oppose the weakening of tenant rights essential to preventing homelessness and serious public health issues. I urge Council to support this item and encourage the provincial government to take back this for review and to consult on the proposed changes to pursue a more balanced approach that upholds renters' need for stable housing while respecting the rights of landlords. Ultimately, we need to send a strong message to the province. Toronto will not accept policies that undermine housing stability. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to vote, but before we vote, earlier Councillor Holiday asked me to rule on whether Councillor Bravo's motion was in order as it is not related to the items before us. The items in front of Council about Bill 60 as it relates to amendments to the Residential Tenancy Act. Motion 2 by Councillor Bravo is about amendments to the Highway Traffic Act. Therefore, I'm ruling Councillor Bravo's motion out of order. Councillor Bravo, you could submit an urgent motion without notice to address the issues raised in your motion. Okay, Councillor Bravo. Okay, so we're going to we're going to vote. And I believe that there's just one motion to, okay, yes, Councillor Saxon, the mayor. Okay, on EX 27.1, yes, of course. Mayor Chow's amendment on favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please and thank you.
Councillor Perks, are you able to log in? Councillor Perks, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you. And Councillor Pasternak, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
In favor, thank you.
Okay, I voted. Oh.
Okay.
The motion carries. The vote is 22-1.
Okay, item is amended. Okay, and we have the motion amendment by Councillor Sachs. Recorded vote.
Councillor
Burnside.
Perruzza, please.
Councillor Burnside, please.
Motion 3 carries. The vote is 20-3.
Okay, item is amended. Recorded vote. Seven point one as amended. Recorded vote.
Councillor Crescenti, please.
The item is amended. Carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, and on HL 28.5, on favor. Recorded vote. I wonder what the cost is for all these recorded votes. I should get a cost. Yeah. Yeah, we did, yeah.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Bradford and Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Crescenti, please.
Councillor Cheng, please. Item HL 28.5 carries. The vote is 23-1.
Okay, on EC 24.10, recorded vote.
Councillor Perks and Councillor Crescenti, please. Councillor Perks, how do you vote, please?
In favor.
Thank you.
Item EC 2410 carries. The vote is 23-1.
Councillor Cheng, you have an announcement. We have some students in the council chambers.
That's right. I'd like to welcome to Toronto City Hall Cawthra Park Secondary School. And their students here are members of the Student Activity Council. Yes. Some, I have heard, have aspirations towards public service and politics. So we look forward to the leaders that are growing here in this group. And this is a school that is known for its creativity, leadership, and Broadway level talent. If you haven't checked out one of their musicals, you have to go to Cawthra Park. They have amazing musicals. And so we welcome you, and we hope that this visit inspires you to pursue a future where you can change your city. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. And Mayor Chow?
There's Portuguese custards, tarts, and fruits from the Caldes Bakery that is in Councillor Bravo's ward, available for snacking throughout the day. And thank you, Councillor Chang, for getting us organized. Yeah, joy.
Thank you. Councillor Cole?
Yes, I just want to make note of a conflict in regards to item number 2025 TE 26.14. The item is a response to City Council decision on EX 25.4 Rapid TO transit priority on Dufferin and Bathurst Street. I hereby declare a conflict since my son Josh works for the TTC. Thank you.
Thank you. Quick releases, Councillor Morley.
I don't.
Okay, and I held down CC 34.9.
That one.
And Councillor Morley is going to move an amendment on my behalf.
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. Happy to do that. The amendment is to direct City Council request the mayor to consider allocating any community benefit charges collected from the development in question to the George Bell Arena for the construction of a second ice pad through the annual budget process immediately following the payment of the funds to the city.
Thank you. So on the item, on the amendment, on favor, carried. On the item, as amended, on favor, carried. Are there any further quick releases? Councillor Ainsley.
I can release, sorry. Madam Speaker, I can release GG 25.8. Do I need to read out the whole title? It's amendment to a blanket contract.
What number was it again? I'm sorry.
GG 25.8, amendment to blanket contract number 47025543 with Open Text Corporation.
Oh, that's the one we brought from committee.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, on that item, on favor, carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further quick releases? Okay, we'll go to the mayor's second key item, which is EX 27.2 2025 winter maintenance. So if we have questions, if you can please put your name on the screen. On the item? No. Do we have any questions? Okay, if anybody oh, sorry, I didn't. Oh, Deputy, can you not put your name on the screen? Pardon? Yeah. We've opened it up for speakers right now. Deputy Mayor Malik to speak. I mean, questions. Thank
you. Thank you very much. I know there's been a lot of discussion on this item, but I just had a couple of questions. And I guess it's very timely, considering we just had our first snowfall of the season. One thing that I heard numerous times in my neighborhoods, especially in our downtown, that even though routes were cleared, there were questions about the quality of it, particularly for folks who have accessibility needs. For example, folks who use mobility devices or strollers on the east end of my ward did have challenges because there was still considerable accumulation that interferes with those devices. Can you share a little bit more about how this new system addresses the quality of clearing, not just whether it's been done?
Through you, Speaker, thank you for the question. So besides just being done, we have introduced additional monitoring capabilities with our staff. We also have, depending on where the issue is, so if it's on an arterial road, we have our CCTV cameras where we can zoom in and have a close look at making sure that the work has been completed and to the levels of standard that we expect.
Okay, so, sorry, can you just be a little bit more clear about what, how that differs from what was previously in place?
Right, so we have additional staff patrolling the roads. We have our new Divisional Operations Center, a Divisional Communication Center that has been stood up. It was stood up this past weekend. So if there's any immediate concerns that come in through 311 now that the hold is lifted, we can respond in a very timely manner. We have had numerous meetings, including meetings with our contractor leading into the weekend with regards to the quality of the work, making sure, for instance, on sidewalks that they're applying the appropriate amount of salt and that the plow blade is down. This past weekend, we did quite a bit of salting on our roads and our sidewalks. The timing of such was that we didn't have a lot of vehicular or pedestrian traffic to activate the salt. It really needs the presence of people and sun, which we didn't have, to activate the salt. So it may have appeared that the work hadn't been completed, particularly salting, but we know we did multiple rounds on the roads and a round of plowing and salting on our sidewalks as well.
Okay, thank you. It was important to see that towing is back on the table as an option, as is using traffic agents. Many, well, I would say too many of our streetcar routes were being blocked last year because of parked cars. What will be the best way for people to help report this kind of action when it's required, and how are we making that clear to the public? How are we communicating that? Because that was also a considerable challenge in our downtown.
So the best way for that is through 311. But in addition to that, we will be, when we know that we're going to have a significant snowfall and there's a likelihood of vehicles parking off of the curb, we'll be increasing our patrol. We have Toronto Police, we have Toronto Parking Authority, we have our own staff. In addition, as I was mentioning, we have our traffic cameras. So our Divisional Communication Center will be keying in on those areas to determine if we're seeing any encroachments. Also, this year going forward, we're going to be removing the snow proactively along the streetcar corridors. So if we got a 15-centimeter snowfall, we will follow that up with snow removal to prevent any future buildup for subsequent snowfalls. We believe that will help reduce the likelihood of vehicles encroaching into the streetcar right away.
Thank you.
Councillor Sachs.
Thank you. My first question is, I saw the proposal for clearing sidewalks after roads so that the sidewalk isn't cleared and then filled again. But what is the impact of deferring sidewalk clearing on accessibility for pedestrians, whether on foot or pushing a stroller or a wheelchair? Like, how much slower will sidewalk clearing be for pedestrians under this approach?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we're looking at that over really for more significant snowfalls. So when we're looking at 15 or more where we're plowing and there will be a push from the road plow onto the sidewalk, for snowfalls of less than 15 centimeters, we'll be looking at continuing the same operation where the sidewalk plow goes forward. What we found when we had the major snowfalls, 30, 40 centimeters, was that we did do the sidewalk plowing, and then we pushed, and it was really large pieces of snow, slushy chunks, and our observations are that's very difficult to navigate, more so than even 4 or 5, 6 centimeters of snow on the sidewalk. So our goal would be to clear that out as quickly as we can, do that road plowing and come through as quick as we can after. So it's going to be very timely that the main plow will go through and right behind the sidewalk plow will come through to clear that, as well as clearing intersections as well, the blockage of the windrows at the intersection.
I know that your staff work hard, but what I couldn't get from that was a clarity as to how long pedestrians will have to wait before there's a clear sidewalk.
So it typically a round of plowing could be anywhere between 10 and 12 hours. What we've seen though is like if we had the sidewalk plow out early, what we could have is the sidewalk plow go through, and it could be, you know, a beat for a sidewalk takes about 12 hours to complete before they could start again. So in essence, the sidewalk plow would go through, then we'd have the road plow go through and put down the big pieces of snow and ice from the road. And it could possibly be up to like 10 to 12 hours before that sidewalk plow comes through again. So by staggering it, we believe we'll be able to be more efficient and provide a better mobility with that method.
Right. A second problem that we have is the accumulation of leaf litter, which that gets frozen into large, unmanageable lumps. Yes. And with climate change, with the leaves falling so much later, what are you going to do this year to make sure that the leaf litter is cleaned up even late so that it doesn't just get mixed into ice and snow, unmanageable lumps?
Thank you. Through the chair, yes. I actually met with staff this morning on that. I've noticed that there still is quite a bit of foliage left on the trees, and they're falling later. We generally start in earnest in about a week's time, so we're monitoring that. Yes, our goal is to get the leaves cleaned up, because if they don't, they can block the catch basins, and then if we have a snowfall, big snowfall, and then a heavy rain, it could lead to ponding and flooding. So staff, as I said this morning, we discussed that. We have our sweepers ready. They've been maintained and ready to go. They're working as we speak, but we will be gearing up for leaves. You know, and typically we see them completed by falling by the middle of the month. I don't think we're going to see that this year.
That's not true anymore. So
Yeah.
are you, anyway, you're adjusting for that. Now, one of the big impacts on sidewalks that we saw last year and previous years is that corporate landlords just sit on their hands and don't clear their abutting sidewalks, and that tremendously has slowed down city cleaning. What options do we have for putting the responsibility back on corporate landlords to clear their own sidewalks?
Through you, Madam Speaker, as you know, the city, for the main sidewalks, the city is responsible for clearing that.
But the city chose that. What options do we have to put that back on the corporate landlords?
That, through you, Madam Speaker, we would probably have to come back with a report through council with that recommendation to get legal advice on what authorities we would have in that regard.
You know, I asked for that 6 months ago. Have you done any work into that motion that we made 6 months ago asking for this to be done?
I'm sorry, I'd have to follow up on that with you, Councillor.
All right, well, when can you report back? We don't want to lose another winter with pedestrians not being able to walk on the
Okay,
sidewalks.
Councillor Sykes, the last question.
Yep, so through the Speaker, so we're currently working through that issue with City Legal at the moment. The issue is that part of the bylaw exempts people from having to do that the moment that the city starts to plough sidewalks. So we're trying to work through exactly where the liability issues would lie if we make some amendments to that bylaw. It's a fairly complex issue, so we're going to need a little bit of time to work through that with City Legal.
Okay, thank you. Recess to 2 o'clock. Councillor Shan, you wish to make an announcement?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor for me to rise today here at City of Toronto, Toronto City Council to recognize and celebrate Hindu Heritage Month and to recognize the vibrant Hindu community that continues to enrich our city and our country. Across Canada, more than 800,000 people identify as belonging to Hindu faith. In Ontario, Hindu Canadians form one of the largest and most active faith communities. Around the world, we have over 1.2 billion people who follow Hindu faith, making it the third largest faith group in the world. In Ontario, the legislature passed the Hindu Heritage Month Act in 2016, proclaiming November each year as a time to recognize the histories, culture, and contributions of Hindu Canadians. Federally, the Government of Canada recognized November as Hindu Heritage Month in 2022. As a Hindu myself, this month holds special meaning for me. It reminds me of the values that have guided my life and shaped my approach to public service. Hinduism teaches us about dharma, the path to duty and righteousness. It encourages seva, the spirit of selfless service and the well-being of others, and it upholds a commitment to peace, compassion, and respect for all living beings. These teachings inspire us to live responsibly and care for one another and work for greater good. Hindu Canadians have made lasting social, political, cultural, and economic contributions to our city and our country. The community's dedication and leadership continues to strengthen Toronto every day. Toronto takes pride as a city where people of all faith come together. Our diversity is our strength. Let us continue to support spaces and places of worship that bring people closer together. Let us also commit to fighting hate and discrimination that affects all faith communities, including Hindu community. To conclude, I want to cordially invite all of you to join us for the Hindu Heritage Month community reception I'm hosting on Sunday, November 30th from 2 to 4 p.m. at Scarborough Civic Center. It'll be a wonderful opportunity for all of us to celebrate and honor the contributions of the community here in this beautiful city. Thank you. Happy Hindu Heritage Month.
Thank you. Okay, if I can ask the public, please no applause. Thank you, Councillor Shan. We do have members before the recess have reviewed a number of urgent motions without notice to be added to the agenda. Do we have 18 members in the council chambers to introduce these motions? Okay, we're short one councillor, so including Councillor Sachs? Councillor Bravo, Councillor, we want to introduce some motions and Councillor Candeval? Okay, we have 18 now. Okay, so who's first? Councillor Chernis Lynn.
Me? Can you move to someone else? Is that okay?
This is you're introducing a motion.
Oh.
This is to introduce your motion, member's motion.
Sorry.
It's on the screen. It's for 712 Eglinton Avenue East.
Oh. This matter is urgent. It's a TLAB appeal. Thank you. Sorry, I didn't see it on my screen.
Okay. On favor, carried. Okay, who's next? Councillor Bravo for Councillor Carroll.
Sorry. It was briefly on and then it was off screen. So that to add to the agenda, a piece, what I spoke about earlier, which is around Bill 60 and municipal authority for roadways. And there's no hearings for Bill 60, so that's why it's urgent.
On favor, carried. Oh, Councillor Bravo, you have another one? Councillor Bravo. Holiday has asked for a recorded vote on that last one, Councillor Bravo, and then you have another one on behalf of Councillor Carroll. Recorded vote on introducing this motion.
Members, this vote is to introduce the motion without notice. Councillor Morley, may I have your vote, please? Affirmative, thank you. And Councillor Crisanti, may I please have your vote, please? Affirmative. Oh, Councillor Pasternak, I see you now. May I please have your vote? Councillor Pasternak? I've closed the vote. Councillor Pasternak, I'll take your vote verbally, please.
Councillor Pasternak, if you can hear us, how do you vote, please? Okay. Speaker, although Councillor Pasternak is visible to us on the screen, we're going to assume that he cannot hear us, so.
Okay, but then let's move on.
The motion to introduce the motion without notice carries. The vote is 19-1.
Okay, Councillor Bravo, you have another motion?
Yes, I'm introducing a motion on behalf of Councillor Carroll. It is where the water met the land federal funding. And if you could just display it. It's a non-competitive contract for the provision and completion of a digital learning resource, and it's urgent because of the timeliness.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Members, I will now take the release of polls. The clerk will open the speakers list in CMP and you can place your name on the list. Councillor Fletcher.
Yes, I'm going to try to release a few, and I hope that the motions are in there. This is Planning and Housing 25.1, and it was staff requested I put a technical amendment, and Councillor Perks tried to release it, and I had to hold it for that. So
you're releasing it?
Well, if with the technical amendment is there, then I can. There it is there.
There it is there, yeah.
Thank you very much. So that would be that one. Okay. Planning and Housing 25.1.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you.
And I have my TLAB motions from 25.9. I believe staff have those.
Which one?
PH 25.9.
Okay.
The Toronto Local Appeal Body chairs 2024 annual report.
Okay.
Based on doing a few more things and making sure that they're.
Okay, so.
Are those there?
Councillor Fletcher is releasing PH 25.9 on.
If the motions are there, Speaker.
Oh, okay. So we can put the motions up then. There it is on the board, on the screen.
Maybe they don't have it, in which case,
It's on the screen.
there you go. I think there might have been one more, yeah. Yes, that's fine. Just about fairness at hearings for all parties.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor, carried.
Thank you.
Item is amended, on favor, carried.
And I have another one I'll release later on TE 26.39. So I'll have 3 quick releases today, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Chan, quick release?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I can release GG 25.12, amendment
Okay.
to purchase order number 605074.
Okay, just a sec, let me find it. Okay.
Yep.
GG 2512?
Yes. I have
Okay.
talked to the staff and I'm willing to release the item now.
Okay, Councillor Shan is releasing GG 25.12. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Chernis Lynn?
Yes, I can quick release NY 27.4 if clerks is ready.
Okay. Okay, just a sec. Let me find it. NY 27.4. Yes. It's here without a recommendation.
Yes, so I'd like to move staff's recommendation, and we also added one more recommendation in consultation with staff, just about it's very minor.
Okay, it's on the screen. 2 recommendations.
We asked them
2 amendments.
We asked them to put more consider putting more screening at site plan
Okay,
approval.
the amendment's on the screen. Yeah, it's on the screen now, one of the amendments. All in favor? Carried. Second one? Okay, the second one is on the screen. Okay, on favor? Carried. Item is, oh, that's the item. Councillor Cole, Councillor Chernis Lynn held an item down for you this morning on NY 27.2. It's here without a recommendation on Marley Avenue. Okay, just a sec. Did you?
I wanted to move a motion to defer until the next council meeting.
Okay. Okay, so Councillor Cole would like to move to defer to the next council meeting on NY 27.2. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Morley.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a number of items that I'm happy to release if I can. EY 26.2 is 1138 Islington Avenue. I do have a motion to update the staff recommendations. We were able to secure a few less units in this mid-rise building. I'd like to move that along with the item.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, just a sec.
I can wait. No. I'm happy to hold it down, Madam Speaker, to allow for advanced circulation to colleagues.
Would you like to hold it down?
Sure, I'll continue to hold it.
All right.
I do have another one.
Okay. And the other one that you have?
Okay. It's another EY item with recommendations from staff. So I'll look to the clerks to support advanced circulation, and I'll try again later. Thank you. Thanks, Madam Speaker.
Okay, so you'll try that one later. Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Chang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to release the, EX 27.10 FIFA World Cup 2020.
Okay, just a sec. I didn't hear the number. What was it?
EX 27.10.
EX 27.10.
FIFA World Cup 2020.
Oh, yes.
Toronto.
You'll release that?
Yes.
Okay, EY 27.10. Councillor Chang is releasing. On favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. As we spoke just after the break, there are 51 people in the chamber today. They've asked me to present a petition on their behalf, expressing their deep concern and disappointment about recent comments by the mayor about Israel and their effect on anti-Semitism in Toronto. And I have a petition with the signatures.
Okay, please, no applause. If you want to, all you do is wave your hands. So Councillor Sachs has submitted a petition. On favor of the petition, receiving the petition. On favor? Opposed, if any, carry. Thank you, Councillor Sachs. Now we'll go back to the mayor's second key matter, the winter maintenance program, and we will now return to that item. Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions?
Can staff tell me what the annual cost is for the contracts, and then whatever additional overlay is put on top of that? So whether those are performance additions, liquidated damages, extras, all those sorts of things. Can you tell me what it was last winter and how that compares on a normalized basis?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Speaker, so the 2024 contract costs were about $119 million.
Okay, 119 is what I heard?
That's correct.
And that's all in, so that's after the completion of the season and any true-up that is required to be done?
That's correct.
And is that typical for a year, roughly?
Through the Speaker, it depends on the number of operations. Typically, for example, for 2025, we budgeted a bit more than the 2024 number.
So what's the base number, and then what are the additions that are added, I guess, for times that the plows are dispatched and the equipment is dispatched? What's the base?
Through the Speaker, so the base is about $85 million.
Okay. And then the rest is based on the directions that the city provides in consideration of the weather.
Through the Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, I just want to go more general than that. So the winter contract has a variety of services, anything from salting to street plowing to sidewalk plowing, and it includes snow removal. Where can I go and look to find what the relative size of each of those buckets are? I think windrow clearing is another one of them. Do we know, can we break out those services?
Through the Speaker, I think it would be possible that we could, but our budget lines aren't currently broken out that way.
Okay. So the contract, the report, there's a lot of chatter here. The report alludes to increasing snow removal or snow melting. Whether it's removed or melted, it's gone. Do we have a sense of how big that bucket of work is in the overall contract and how big that bucket could become if we go further down the path on that model?
So through the Speaker, yeah, it could be up to $120 million additional.
Additional?
If we went fully to a snow removal scenario, which isn't what's being recommended as part of the report.
But within the report, though, there is some suggestion that that is a viable path if the city wants to pursue it. That may not be your recommendation today, but it's there, is it not?
I think through the Speaker, it was one of the scenarios that MVU looked at. It's not the scenario which they were recommending that council moved forward with.
Sorry, that's the consultants.
Yes, that's correct. Sorry.
Okay. And so the last question I have, and again, it's a general one. The city changed the way that it contracted out the services. We changed the geographic territories, and then it went to market, and it was a market response that was temporal in nature. How do we approach ensuring that the contracts are right-sized so that they are not too big, not too small, that there is competition, there's a variety of suppliers that can bid for these things. They can even meet the criteria. How do we guess our criteria? It's kind of an overarching question, but I'd like to think about where the future is headed on this. Do we have the right sizes? And I know we've had this conversation before in council for different large bodies of work. What is the strategy that goes into thinking about the next contract to make sure that those compartmentalizations are the right way to go?
So through the speakers, so that's part of the work which the new winter unit will be doing. They're already starting to look at the lessons learned from the contracts. We've had a couple of years operation now, so we're starting to think about how we would amend those, how we would build on the lessons learned to build that into the next set of contracts when we put those out to the market. So the winter unit will be starting to work now once this winter season is over, starting to work on those new contracts going forward.
These contracts are capital heavy, and what I mean by that is a substantial portion of these costs have to do with someone acquiring the equipment to go do the work and maintaining that equipment year-round. What in-house expertise, or do we have access to consultants that have specialized knowledge of the marketplace and the capabilities of equipment?
Last
and
question.
how the city would gauge what it is we should ask for and what is appropriate and best value for the taxpayer?
So through the speaker, so fleet will be part of our review and part of our work. Obviously, the existing contracts had a significant amount of fleet that was required for the contractors to provide. So we do have some experience based on that in terms of how they were able to mine the market to get the required equipment coming forward. But yeah, that's certainly something that we'll be looking at as we move forward. Sorry.
Councillor Holiday, I turn your mic off. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the city manager. Okay, so I believe there are 11 recommendations. Is that correct in this?
So, Speaker, the consultant's report ended up with 11 recommendations, a few extra in a few other baskets, but overall about 11 areas, yes.
Okay, so I know a lot of blame is being there's been a lot of blame assessed at the past administration. I'm just trying to understand some of these. The former mayor left in, I believe it was February, March 2023, so we had a full season after that, and then last season where we had the issues, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So we've had the last season were the issues. There was a season with the current mayor, and the season before that, the former mayor, yeah?
So we had the 22-23 season, which hadn't quite ended by the time, and yes, we've had two seasons.
And another, 2 seasons. So we did have a season in between is really what I'm at. Okay, so just some questions on these 11 recommendations. Recommendation number 1, and all these, they're all, the same question applies to all recommendations. So and the lead into that is, if we had the political will and foresight, could recommendation number 1 have been implemented before the snowstorm? That is the previous season or in between seasons.
But I think I would say in general with those recommendations, yes, had there been some conversations about them, they could have been implemented. I would also say that had staff moved faster to ensure we had followed up on some of the Auditor General reports, some of these would have already been in place. As you'll see, some of the recommendations actually have us complete work that we were to complete already.
Okay, so staff could have done a better job. But refined 311 protocols for major snow events, we had the political will or foresight, probably could have been done before the snowstorm, yeah?
Correct.
Okay. Communicate significant weather events as emergencies. Doesn't cost a lot, I don't think. That could have probably been implemented ahead of time, yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll just do a couple more because I think the theme is the same. Develop winter maintenance best practices for infrastructure.
Yes, we could have done that at any time.
Okay. So if we had the political will and the foresight, those things could have been done and we wouldn't have had to blame the last mayor. You don't have to answer that. It was kind of a rhetorical question. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Myers.
Thank you.
Just having some questions about the 311. Can staff give some insight into the additional resources that they'll be adding to the 311 services due to the elimination of the blockade, the blackout periods?
To the speaker, can you repeat the question, please?
So there's no longer going to be a blackout period after the snowfall, and in the report it says that 311 will be thereby dealing with additional calls.
That's correct. 311 was also always taking calls. We weren't creating service requests during the blackout period.
So does that mean that 311 will need additional resources, and if so, are those additional resources in place, is what I'm trying to get at.
So that's a good question to the speaker. We are reviewing through forecasting through the last few years what the required resourcing will be. We were taking calls originally already, so we're just calculating what it would be in addition to the existing effort that we had.
When will we have those numbers? We just had a snowfall, so time is of the essence.
We are staffing appropriately. Again, it's an art in the contact center. You don't want to overstaff, so there's huge coordination between transportation and communications to make sure we are aware of what's coming in beforehand. And as a reactive system, in case we get overflown of calls, we also add in more calls.
Thank you very much. And in part of dealing with the additional calls in 311, will that be where staff will be investigating the use of artificial intelligence to deal with some of the additional calls, or will the artificial intelligence be implemented on another part of the snow response?
So artificial intelligence is not used in the contact center yet. We are planning it for next year.
Okay, great. So could someone from staff just quickly go over how artificial intelligence will be used? I'm looking at recommendation 3 in this updated response plan.
To the speaker, there's 2 areas where we're going to use AI. So one is to support the contact center. So it'll answer, commonly asked questions. It'll provide resources that we are working on for early next year. And then the second area that we still need to investigate is based on past trends. Can we use AI to predict patterns that we could use for the upcoming season? Or predictive snow routes that we could provide some additional information. But that is still in very, very early stages.
Thank you. And who are we working with on the predictive technology? Are we working with other cities? Are we working with universities? How is that work being done?
So for the second, we are actually looking at City of Montreal and what they're doing. We understand that their experience is quite good. Residents are happy with it. So we are taking a look at what they're doing and look to replicate that.
And are we working with any of the universities? TTC is currently working with York University on using AI to deal with bus gapping and bunching. Are we doing anything like that?
To the speaker, so we recently actually held a data and AI challenge where we did have ideas come through. Part of our panel, we did have research groups that were helping us to assess ideas. So we have an industry group that we work with that we will be establishing and working with for any of the AI ideas that we bring forward.
Okay. And final question, can someone just briefly go over how these new snowfalls will be different from past ones when it comes to removing vehicles that are impeding the flow of streetcars?
Through you, Madam Speaker, thank you for the question. So there's a number of strategies that we're going to be employing going forward. One of the key ones is CCTV. We have a lot of our traffic cameras on these corridors, so we'll be able to monitor. Another key strategy is proactive snow removal. So when we get a snowfall of, say, 15 centimeters, that results in a bit of a windrow against the curb, we're going to remove that. We're not going to wait for a big snowstorm to go into snow removal. That will provide capacity for cars to get right next to the curb and also reduce the likelihood of encroaching for subsequent snowfalls. We also are working with TTC, the police, parking enforcement, and our own staff increased monitoring during those events where we do see significant snowfall to try to reduce the likelihood of encroachment.
Will cars still be able to park during significant snowfalls next to streetcars?
So if we declare a major snow event on our snow routes, there will be an action of a no parking allowed on our
Who's going to enforce that?
Yes, we enforce it with Toronto Parking Enforcement.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Chang.
Thank you. Question to Director of Technology Services. I'm encouraged to see that there is a dedicated portal to log in snow complaints so that we can direct people there to alleviate pressure in opening up the 311 lines. And I'm just wondering, what are the plans to promote this page? Because it is a critical page. If we're saying, yes, contact 311 because you have a snow complaint, and here is the fastest and, you know, the least burden to our taxpayers is through the portal. So how are we going to let people know about this great portal that has been created?
To the Speaker, the portal was actually involved in 100% of our social media over the past weekend. Thank you, Mother Nature, for coming early. The portal was up and ready, and it's actually a cornerstone to the advertising campaign, which is also happening, which is predominantly a public education campaign. I call it advertising, but it's truly public education with the intent that if information is there for people to self-serve, hopefully we will be diverting calls to 311.
Yes, that is the goal. And can we know how many service requests were made in the recent snowstorm? Or it wasn't really a storm, let's call it a snowfall.
To the Speaker, we had an average of 300 service requests come through on the weekend.
Through the portal?
Through the phone lines.
Oh, through the phone. How about through the portal, the digital portal?
I can get that answered
Great.
for you in a few minutes.
Is there an opportunity to make that portal multilingual? Given our city is so multilingual, is there a chance that we could help more residents use it? Because we definitely want to take the pressure off the 311 phone lines.
To the Speaker, Toronto.ca, generally speaking, is multilingual, so it'll use the same capability. If you go to the page, at the top you can select language and it'll translate.
I think that's not always clear when people land on that page, so maybe we could take another look at the user interface. I have another question. This is probably more related to snow clearing. How will we evaluate service delivery? So what are the KPIs that will be communicated to contractors and internal staff, and how will they be measured?
Through you, Madam Chair, so we have a number of different KPIs depending on the event. So if it's a salting event, we have a time component, similarly for plowing of sidewalks and bike lanes. So we will be monitoring them. Our GPS units actually have a built-in where we monitor the time they leave the yard to the time they return against a predetermined amount of time, so we can monitor that through that way. In addition, staff will be monitoring not just the time, but the quality of the work being performed, because that's equally as important.
Is that going to be done in person through random checks of staff in person across the city?
It's all the above, so there'll be random checks. We have audits. We can also, as I mentioned earlier, use our CCTVs. If we are getting complaints through 311, we can bring the camera up to perhaps that area to see what the quality of the work was done, or if it was done at all.
Right. And how will we better coordinate windrow, sidewalk, and road clearing to minimize snow blocking sidewalks and windrows? And will schools be prioritized for that?
So yes, so when we have large snowfalls, we will plow, as I was mentioning earlier today, we'll be plowing the road first. Windrows would be following shortly after, and then we would do sidewalks. So any snow that spills over onto the sidewalks where we don't have a healthy boulevard, then the sidewalk plow would be pushing that pushing that snow back.
Great. And how will high priority locations be identified, as mentioned in this report? Will this be done based on data from last year, or will it be done reactively to data being collected this year?
Through the chair, a combination of historical high-risk areas. We have service request heat maps that we are looking at. Real-time calls as well that will be coming in through 311. We're going to be able to triage that through our Divisional Communication Center. The priorities are generally set for snow and snow removal based on capacity. So in the areas of schools, if there isn't a lot of area to move the snow around, then as part of that proactive snow removal plan that I was mentioning, we would go in and remove snow in those areas.
Thank you. My last question is for communications. Improving the city's winter communications is an important strategy, and I'm wondering, what does that look like? How will people know?
Last question.
Where can they find out the latest and greatest information?
Last question.
Yep, thank you.
To the speaker, the communications plan is multi-tiered and multi-layered. Not everybody receives their information the same way, but I should note that the primary location will be the website. It is pushed out through lots of other channels from there, but we know that right now consumers receive 70% of their content online, more than traditional media. And so we will be sharing it proactively, pushed to our channels, so Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, X, and Blue Sky, but then also sharing it for someone to digest at their leisure on our website.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I'm asking questions. I don't have a lot of time, and I've got a few questions. So the first one really has to do with, apparently, I guess Snow TO and their lobbyist had all of the information about all of our wards a while ago that we didn't have. Is that correct? Because they were offering to meet with councillors and tell them what's going to happen in the snow of 2025-26. So I'm assuming they had information that we didn't have at that time. Can you confirm that, please?
Through the speaker, the contractors generally, we provide them our base mapping, and it's up to them to determine the beats that they're doing. It's a performance-based contract, so throughout the course of the year, they're constantly reviewing their beats, so they know where they're going to be performing their work within any particular ward.
But all of these enhancements you're talking about wouldn't have been part of that, correct?
Oh, no, the enhancements became public at executive.
Executive, so we didn't have that. And because it's a performance-based contract, which is now under investigation, am I correct?
Through the chair.
I'll ask the city manager.
Yes.
That contract is under investigation, am I correct? Performance-based contract, you're going to be reporting out on that?
We are going to be reporting out on elements of the contract.
Thank you. And so in the past, city staff would have visited my office to tell me what was going to happen in my ward. And now you're telling me it's the contractor and the lobbyist, not the contractor, the lobbyist is visiting my office. Is that correct?
Through the chair, no, it's still staff's intent to do council briefings like we've done in the past.
But how come they came first?
I can't speak on behalf of the
Is that in their performance-based contract that they can come and lobby councillors before that we actually know what's happening in Snow TO with our
to
year?
be clear, Speaker, there's nothing in the contract about them coming and being proactive. What they do, we cannot control. The operational decision-making is made by staff, not by the contractors.
Well, I don't know why we allowed them to make that, so I don't know how we fix that, but that's unsettling, and I'll speak about it. Number two, emergency. Once this gets a big snow event and then it gets turned over to the emergency office, councillors get cut right out. Isn't that the case, such as in COVID, such as in the electrical storm of 2013? Not a normal snow event.
Speaker, no intent to cut councillors out of that.
Model.
There is a structured approach to emergencies, but as you've heard through the report, there are going to be entry points for councillors to provide information and hear information through that, and we'll be setting up communication channels through it. So
provide
the emergency
information and get back information, or just hear it. I'm very used to the emergency model because I lived with it for 4 years, and I refuse to live with it through another storm. So how are we going to fix that? Are we going to get our questions answered, or are we just going to get somebody telling us what's happening?
Speaker, you'll get your questions answered.
I will. That definitely in the emergency model, you have an operational model that doesn't bypass councillors now.
It does not bypass councillors, no.
You'll agree that it did bypass councillors in an emergency model in the past, correct?
I don't want to comment on COVID. I wasn't here to set those.
Well, I will. That's what happened.
You can comment on
okay,
those.
Thank you. 311 is in real time, backlog on the phone. How about emails? How are you going to manage that? It's now in real time. Will councillors haven't able to go on, or are you going to make us wait till the end of the day to see what's happening in our wards?
We will be coordinated with Communications and Transportations to ensure through the Councillor Concierge Desk that we provide councillors with updates.
When?
Every 3 hours, like we get.
Every 3 hours, thank you. And how long is somebody expected to wait on the line in order to have a 311 call answered?
To the speaker, throughout events on major hold periods, we had a wait that could be from 4 minutes.
4 minutes only. Okay, thank you.
Up to an hour.
Thank you. Up to an hour. Thank you. The hour is important. So transit, who's responsible in the city to clear the pathways so you can get on a bus or streetcar? Transportation Services or the TTC? Quick answer, one or the other. Which one?
Transportation clears the
Transportation
TTC
Services. So that was a failure last year. Nobody went out. Do you have a crew that goes out and does that? Because they didn't do it.
Yes, and through major snow events, we will be implementing our surge plan where we'll be recruiting staff from across the division, the city who have equipment to assist with that.
So why didn't that happen last year? Because the contractor was doing it or because you failed? Transportation
I think through the speaker that the new plan looks at
I'm asking
improvement.
about last year.
Last year?
Last year, how was that failure? What
So
happened?
last year, Speaker, as was mentioned in the review of winter services, we did not have all the elements of the major snow emergency laid out, and so that was one of the reasons we did not have surge capacity to do the things.
But it's always been like that. You've always cleared the transit. So nobody cleared it last year. That was different.
So
Was
Speaker,
it because of the contract?
It's not that none of it got cleared, it's that it did not get cleared in a timely enough fashion.
None of it got cleared in my
Okay,
ward.
Councillor Fletcher, that was your last question. Councillor Chernes-Lynn.
Thank you. This report proposes a proactive approach to snow removal initiated after 8 centimeters of snow has been accumulated at high priority locations. Is there a map of high priority locations that is accessible for councillors, and is there any mechanism by which councillors can request areas not included to be considered for inclusion?
Through the speaker, yes, we were just finishing the development of that map, and we can definitely share that with the councillors. And yes, we can definitely meet to identify any areas that you think aren't being covered on that map.
Okay, thank you. Our new approach will see snow plowing start on roads before sidewalks to prevent snow from being pushed back onto the sidewalk and impede pedestrian access. Understanding the overall benefit expected to be achieved through this resequencing, it does raise some concerns about accessibility. Are there any opportunities for seniors or residents with reduced mobility to be able to request expedited clearings? For example, to be able to access wheel-trans pickups, that sort of thing.
Through the chair, yes. So that the new plan is to try to improve mobility quicker by waiting until the big piles go through and push all the snow onto the sidewalks to push them back. So that ultimately is the plan. To address that during that time where the sidewalk plows are not there when they want them to be, we would suggest that they go through 311, identify it as an emergency situation, and we would dispatch crews accordingly.
Okay, perhaps we can do some comms around that for people who are vulnerable in that sense. I note that there are new sidewalk plow models being piloted. In previous years, we have heard concerns regarding damage done to lawns as sidewalk plows pass by and lift up the turf. While it is understandable that this may occur in some circumstances and that clearing the snow for safe passage is a top priority, has this issue been factored into the procurement of new equipment?
Through you, Chair, yes, we're looking at the width of the blades in addition to the power of the equipment, because that was also an issue of the equipment getting stuck in deeper snow. So we're working with Fleet. They're reviewing the industry to determine the most powerful piece of equipment with the blade that would work on our streets.
Okay, thank you. And I assume you're taking into account different neighborhoods because some of them are configured a little bit differently than others.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you. Does enhanced snow clearance around transit stops include enlarging the area for clearance? Also, does it include locations such as intersections where people may be transferring between routes?
Through the chair, yes, we are looking at widening that. In addition to the intersections, part of the proactive snow removal would be taking away those large sightline obstructions, as well as the mounds that prevent people from crossing into the crosswalk or getting to TTC stops.
Okay, and final question. On the section regarding friendly towing, it is indicated that the current practice is not to charge fees. However, last winter we heard from a number of residents with permits whose vehicles were moved that did receive tickets. Can you please clarify?
Through the chair, so if we do provide friendly tows primarily on the side streets, on our main corridors where we have no snow routes that are by law, no parking, they were towed and ticketed. With regards to the permit parking, we're in the process of reviewing those people who have permits and the potential of reviewing that operation and how it impacts them from a costing perspective. So if they're in a zone that's supposed to be towed but they have a permit, we're reviewing whether or not they would receive a charge.
Okay, I hope we'll be updated on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cole.
Yes, just, I just wonder, do we send out any, I asked this before, do we send out any, you might say, helpful advice to the people of Toronto when we anticipate major snowfall? And in what format do we send out that advice?
To the Speaker, the most time-sensitive way to send out information, of course, is through social media. We do also have, with links to very specific activities and actions that people can take, including everything from public health information to what's happening. You know, is your local community center open? Is your school-run daycare? Is your city-run daycare open, etc. All that's available on the website. We also, because that's very immediate in real time. We also have a more comprehensive kind of a piece that you would hang on to and kind of put on your fridge. That's a mailer that's coming out later in this year, early New Year as well.
Yeah. Now, here's what I do, and I've been doing this for a few years, and I think it's pretty well received. As you know, people want to blame the snowstorm on somebody. So, like I say, please work from home if you can. I say to them, shovel your sidewalk if you can. If you're a business, shovel in front of your business. Do we ever send out that kind of helpful advice?
To the Speaker, when this weekend, as a real life example from a few days ago, when we were communicating that the brining and the salting was happening on sidewalks and that 2 centimeters the sidewalk plows would commence, that was a perfect opportunity for us to say, and this is an opportunity for you to get out and, you know, shovel your sidewalk and that of your neighbors while you're waiting for the snow clearing opportunities to come. So absolutely, this, in fact, the entire sentiment of this year is that we are going to weather winter together.
Yeah, I think that's a good sentiment, together. How about asking people if they can afford it to buy snow tires?
To the Speaker, that being safe in the winter involves many things: dressing appropriately, wearing boots with no slip, and getting your winter tires if possible. These are all part of our key messages that are included. Part of this, to the Speaker, is the view that we live in Canada and it will snow, and there are things that we can do as residents of this beautiful city that can help manage the weather. Certainly the city, we have a responsibility of doing our part, but it's something that we can absolutely do together.
Now, I know in Montreal that everybody says has the answer to everything. They sound an alarm at nighttime to let you know that if you're parked on a Montreal street, you're going to get towed. I mean, we don't want to be as draconian as Montreal. We're a much nicer place than those Montrealers. But can we sort of suggest to people, perhaps don't park your car on a city street if you can park in your driveway or whatever? Do we ever dare make that suggestion to people that they not park on a street where we may need the plows to pass?
To the Speaker, this is exactly some of the messaging that we do include in our regular standard messaging, and it's important to know that we have this messaging ready ahead of time so that when we're in the event of the plows are coming out, and the communications division hears from the transportation team that indeed the weather has hit a threshold where we're sending out plows, whether it's for, in this case, it would be for roads. We haven't reached that, of course, this year. One of our messages is exactly that, and we do communicate, hey, now might be a good time to make sure that the road is clear. Please move your vehicles if possible. This is absolutely part of getting through winter together.
Do you ever share these helpful bits of advice to councillors? I mean, I haven't received or seen anything. I mean, is it something you could share with all of us, or the councillors can then share with their constituents in a very, brief way, not a long, paragraph form? Can we get that to share with our residents?
To the chair, this is an excellent opportunity for cross-collaboration with all of the different inputs that Torontonians may or will hear about snow, whether it's through our website, whether it's through newsletters, whether it's through councillors, whether it's through through 311. We absolutely need to be singing from the same
So you'll get
song.
that to us councillors. We're desperately
Absolutely.
seeking help.
Absolutely, this is part of the strategy.
That was your last question.
Thank you.
Councillor Pasternak, questions? Councillor
Yes, thank you, Madam. Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, that's great. I just wanted to focus for a minute on jurisdictional issues, because I think that's the core of the problem we're facing here. At what point do schools take responsibility for the snow fronting their properties and on the edge of their properties?
Through you, Madam Speaker, we partner with the school boards to ask them to clear the snow, not only leading into the schools, which is their responsibility, but through the general sidewalks. We are responsible for plowing the snow at 2 centimeters in the areas of schools, which is our current practice.
So when it exceeds, they plow the first 2 centimeters, but when it exceeds that, the city then takes it on?
Through you, Chair, the city is responsible at 2 centimeters or more. We do ask the school boards to perhaps get out ahead of us, because depending on where we are in our snow beat, we may not get to a school before the support staff are there. But it's 2 centimeters or greater, the city will start to salt and plow sidewalks.
So I can only speak from experience. One of the biggest sources of complaints about snow removal are from schools, and it becomes a chronic finger pointing where the schools believe the cities to clear the footage of their lots. And in fact, the bylaw, somewhat vague, says that it's the school's responsibility to clear it. I don't see anything in these recommendations to reinforce those rules or to amend them in any way. Are we focusing at all on education and enforcement, particularly when it comes to institutions that are responsible for clearing and don't?
Through the chair, we are communicating with the school boards and even our own private or our public facilities, rec centers, to focus on snow. We're looking for compliance, particularly from our partners at the school boards and our partners in the rec centers.
I get the impression that we're also clearing snow for provincial institutions, such as art galleries, hospitals, universities, which are actually not our responsibility to clear. Is there any action on that?
Through the chair, the sidewalks fronting those facilities are city-owned sidewalks, then we're responsible for clearing those. I have seen them actually taking care of along University Avenue, clearing snow in front of the hospital rows before we get there at times, but ultimately the city's right-of-way of sidewalks is our responsibility.
But what about condominium buildings, apartment buildings, commercial outlets, retail? Aren't they responsible for clearing the sidewalks in front of their buildings?
Through the chair, if the sidewalk is a public sidewalk, it's ultimately our responsibility. But as I've said, you know, we would like them to get out there and be good neighbors and clear the snow before we get there if at all possible.
So we're responsible for clearing the sidewalks in front of private commercial operations and businesses. I mean, they have no obligation under the bylaw to clear that and make sure it's safe.
Through the Speaker, they have a responsibility up to 2 centimetres, and then once it exceeds 2 centimetres, then it becomes our responsibility under the bylaw.
We hit 2 centimeters pretty quickly in this city. Are we investing anything in public education or enforcement under this report before us, where we're actually going enforcing our bylaws, or at least educate other institutions on doing their fair share?
To the Speaker, there is a comprehensive communications and public education campaign, which has begun as early as this past weekend with the latest snowfall.
And do you see compliance?
Through the Speaker, this is my first winter, so I personally have not seen anything to compare it to. However, we will be monitoring very closely the 311 volume and intake, and then and associate and align our messaging with what they're seeing in real time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Crisanti.
Thank you, Speaker. In the summary of the report, it speaks to, part of the 11 recommendations, it speaks to the removal of the 311 service request hold periods and surge planning. So can you, first of all, can you describe what exactly is a 311 hold period and surge planning, and what impact will that have in any service levels that we can expect to see moving forward?
To the Speaker, the hold was put by the city through communication received by Transportation Services to 311. That's how we had put the holds on. From now, we will still take all the calls in and do the service requests.
And the surge planning?
Through you, Chair, the surge is associated when we receive major snow events, where we will get into a more of an incident management type structure where we'll operate out of the EOC of Toronto Emergency Management. And through that, we will implement surge, which is recruiting staff that will be previously identified and equipment to assist with a whole number of things, such as clearing snow around bus stops and intersections, assisting with towing, knocking on doors to get people to move their vehicles, assisting in our DCC, our Divisional Communication Center, to triage and dispatch 311 requests.
Well, we already have that in our planning document, do we not? Or is this something new?
Through the Chair, the surge is something new. We do it informally, but by documenting it through our major snow event response plan, we're identifying key resources, and we're treating this as a citywide event when we get a major snow event. Previously, it was transportation led, but now it'll be led through our emergency management.
Okay, so next question. We already have teams of people working on the city's winter maintenance plan, correct? We have a team there now?
Through the Chair, we do have staff that work on planning. It's through the side of their desk, if you will. So one of the recommendations that we have implemented is a standalone winter services unit. And their roles will be to look at mapping, look at extreme events, look at our contracts, 24 hours a day, if you will, all year round. So it'll be dedicated winter unit.
Okay. Now, there's a proposal that you know, it somewhere was determined that we need an additional 18 new full-time employees in this area?
Yes, so through the Chair, we've identified 18 staff, 8 which will come through repurposing, and 10 is through our base budget ask. These staff will focus on enhanced monitoring and supervision of the contractors, responding to increased service requests coming through 311, and in our audit. So we're responsible for conducting audits on performance. They'll be assisting with that.
Okay, well, we already have a team in place, so how will the additional 18 play a different role to the current team that we have now? What expectations are we expecting to get from an additional 18 people focused in?
It's a good question, Councillor. So through the chair, contract management is a big component of our go forward with our response. So a big focus of their time will be ensuring that streets are not only plowed, but they're plowed or salted to our standards. We have levels of standards that have to be met. We also have levels of service response times to 311. With the hold period being lifted, we do expect to see an increase in 311 requests. And in order for us to respond to those in a timely manner and to the councillors, the additional staff will help for us to achieve those goals.
So at the end of the day, it's going to result in far better service than we've had in the past.
Yeah, we expect to be much more efficient and provide a more effective winter services program going forward.
Okay, last question. I'm just curious what the protocol might be for, priorities here on major roads where we have bike lanes. So what's the protocol there? How does that work?
So our protocols is through the chair, we initiate expressway salting and or plowing, followed by our arterial or main roads like Eglinton and Lawrence. We move to our collectors, which be a road like Davisville, and following that we move into our residential side streets. And that's the same for salting and plowing.
So but the bike lanes?
And the bike lanes and sidewalks are they're at 2 centimeters as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza.
Yeah, I thank you. Just wanted to sort of get a better understanding of where this is all going now. So the contractors and the contracted snow removal work that we have, how many persons are we talking about, and roughly how many pieces of equipment?
Through the chair, so for snow removal, it's a combination of both in-house crews and contracted crews. During the last snow event, I believe we had in the order of about 20 to 25 teams working. A team can be made up of a snow blower, dump trucks for hauling, skid steers for pushing the snow around, traffic control. So it varies depending on a local road or a side street. We have increased the number of our in-house snow blowers. We've almost doubled them from about 16 to 28 for this upcoming season. So this will help us with our proactive snow removal that we're going to do before the major events. We'll be looking to do that primarily with in-house staff.
Yeah, so you essentially answered my second question first, because I was going to get to that part as well. So it's my understanding we have somewhere between 1,000 and 1,200 contracted, let's call them contract employees, roughly about 600 pieces of contracted equipment out there. And over the last 2, 3, 4 years, we have been adding to that a complement of city employees with city equipment to augment the contracted work and the contracts that we signed some 3, 4, 5 years ago.
Yes, through the chair, we have employed additional in-house crews. For instance, in the downtown core, the sidewalks plowing is all done by city crews. We've added approximately 60 sidewalk plows over the last few years to perform those duties.
Yeah. Okay. So the mix has been obviously has been getting better because we're getting more people actually moving snow as opposed to dealing with complaints. Complaints don't move snow, right? And we've been adding more equipment to move that snow. More and more equipment to move that snow, right? That'd be like a fair thing to say, correct?
Through the chair, correct.
Okay. Now, how many big snow events did we have last year? I think it was like 2 storms, right? Really, that, you know, one can say that's what we paid $119 million for, right?
Through the chair, the big event happened was like 3 events sort of back to back in February that resulted in.
Oh, sorry, 3 events. Okay.
Yeah, but they were one on top of the other, which resulted in the very large accumulation.
Right. When those happen, for example, I don't want to diminish it. I don't want to diminish the number. I know it's 3 events, but the 3 events happen in sort of in a way where we get a heavy snowfall, the equipment goes out. After a couple of hours, they don't see the curbs anymore. They only clear a very narrow line in the middle of the road because they're afraid to clip the curbs and break their plows and so on. And then when the subsequent equipment comes behind, they just sort of are clearing the same area. And then at some point, we're no longer able to deal with snow because it's really piled up on the curbs. It's really piled up on the sidewalks. It's piled up on the street corners. It's narrowed the roads. You can't see where you're going to plow anymore. And then 2 days later, it's frozen hard, solid, and you need other equipment to take it away.
That's correct. When we generally institute our removal program.
Did I kind of describe that process?
Yeah,
okay. And that's really the event that we're aiming for, because all the other stuff, you know, it snows, we scrape it a bit, it melts, it gets cleaned up. It snows a little, we clean it a bit, salt it, scrape it, melts, and we're good to go.
Yep, that's our, you know, I would say, you know, 80 to 90% is our typical snow. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, speakers. Nobody wants to speak? Okay, Councillor Chang to speak.
I have a motion.
Okay, the motion's on the screen.
It is?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Oh, okay. So this is a motion about communications. We know that being informed is half the battle. And so I'm asking staff to look at enhancing real-time information available, including the implementation of push notifications. We know that people who have permit parking sometimes need to remove their cars for faster snow clearing, and it's not always easy to let people know. Right now, I think we just use our mass communication channels. I think the city should be exploring push notifications for a lot of things, because many people don't even read emails anymore, and so I hope that this puts us in a good direction for more effective communications for snow and for other things in the future. I also just want to welcome Ashley to the party in your new role. And I'm sure you'll be doing a lot of new press conferences as snow happens in our city, and problem solving in real time with us. But this report, I think, moves us in a positive direction with a commitment for more clarity, especially of standards and of workflow. And I'm hoping that we can achieve a good outcome for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. I'll have 2 motions, both of which I raised in the spring, when coming back to again. The first is about the fines for vehicles that park where they block the streetcar. We saw this over and over again in February, where people were just leaving their vehicle and bringing the entire transit line to a halt. When you block a streetcar, you not only block the 100 people on that streetcar, you also block thousands of people, anyone else, on that streetcar line. And so my motion is that the fine for blocking a streetcar on a snow route should be $500, not $200, as was pointed out. As was pointed out in the spring for the kinds of pickup trucks that we often saw blocking the streetcar, $200 is just the cost of a fill-up. It clearly isn't a serious disincentive, so it needs to be higher. The second thing also, which I raised in the spring, and Councillor Pasternak just raised this, is it was the decision of this council 3 years ago to relieve all private property owners, no matter how large, of responsibility for their sidewalk. And so what that meant was that large corporate property owners were just ignoring the sidewalk, leaving pedestrians to struggle, and then the city equipment got bogged down trying to clear what the corporations should have cleared for themselves. This is an enormous financial burden on the city that we should not have taken on. It's an enormous burden on pedestrians, especially if you're pushing a stroller or a wheelchair. You cannot get through when these big companies are just sitting on their behinds. So I learned from staff that they simply ignored my motion in the spring. They haven't done the necessary work. So my second motion is to instruct them to come back to the December meeting of Infrastructure and Environment with a plan. There is it's one thing to have individuals. Yes, this has been sitting around for 6 months already. Next meeting. Because we know this. The city cannot plow all the sidewalks, shouldn't plow all the sidewalks. Corporate landlords should clear their own sidewalks. It was a mistake in the first place to relieve them of that liability and take that on the public, and we should put it back. And the fact that the staff ignored my previous motion for 6 months is not an excuse for not doing it this winter. So those are my two comments. I also do want to congratulate Mr. Curtis and Mr. Curry. It's definitely progress to have a full-time focused winter maintenance office. I'm very glad to hear that instead of putting all of the street sweepers to bed before the leaves fall, that the street sweeping is going to continue. My ward is certainly completely choked with leaves, which get into the way of people being able to get around. So I think that the staff have done a very good job managing the fiscal realities and the challenges that we had, given the complete unpredictability of weather now with climate breakdown. We don't know. We're going to have more snow, more intense storms at unpredictable times, and we're going to have a lot more time above 11 below zero, which means ice and slippery. So I think this is a good report. I hope it works a lot better this year. I am looking forward to much better communication and being able to get better service for our constituents. So thank you.
Thank you. We do have a question for you from Councillor Holiday. 3 minutes clarification of the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Sachs and I can definitely agree on not being satisfied with council's direction 3 years ago, but I just wanted to understand what a corporate property owner is.
Well, I've left some flexibility.
Okay.
I mean, again, I asked staff to look at this 6 months ago. My main thought was the big REITs, the big organizations that profit enormously off the city of Toronto and don't pull their weight, but I'm looking to staff to give us their advice.
I'll ask this rhetorically, is the owner of the property as important as the location? So there could be corporate property owners on small streets and not very important places versus property owners on main busy streets that have a far higher stake in all of this. And is that a desirable dimension to look at?
Well, having spent a number of years pushing a wheelchair, you need to go on main streets and side streets, so I think it applies both places. I think it was a fundamental mistake of this council to exempt all property owners of their obligation to clear snow, and I think that should be re-examined. But if the staff come back and say that they'd like to focus it only on main streets this year, that's already progress.
And would you be supportive of a logic that says there are certain streets that are pretty much completely dominated by businesses? They might have some apartments above them, but those are often main streets that might be a target for having someone have really good snow clearing levels because they do it themselves.
My experience has been that the small stores are good. They do shovel. The ones who don't are the big corporate landlords. Like along St. Clair, trying to get to the subway, it was impossible because there was one giant corporate-owned apartment building after another, and none of them cleared their snow. And then it hardened into ice, and then the city's plows broke on it, and it was just left there for weeks, making it impossible to get safely to the subway, and that needs to stop.
And would you see this initiative as having a commensurate reduction in the effort and resources required of the city to achieve the same outcome? And so there's a benefit.
That would be lovely. I think the more likely effect is we'll get it done a lot faster so people won't be locked in their homes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the mayor is going to be the last speaker, and I don't have any other names on the screen. Okay, so no more speakers? Okay, well, people want to speak, they have to put their name on the screen. Councillor Fletcher to speak.
That was a long question session. Thank you. Yes, welcome, Mr. Curtis and Mr. Curry, the two C's, the snow guys here this year. I just want to focus on a couple of things. I'm very happy to hear that 311 will be real time. I'm a little unhappy to hear that it's 4 minutes to 1 hour, and I'm assuming that we will be able to track that, whether that's in the Service Excellence Committee. But let's be clear, somebody sitting there for an hour, that's going to be a very unhappy person. So how many were an hour? How many were 4 minutes? How many were 10 minutes? What does that chart look like? I'm just advised that I'll be wanting to see that, and I'm sure Councillor Holiday will be wanting to see that as he chairs that committee, and all the other members as well. Thank you for the clarification on who's to clear the transit locations, because that has been unclear. The other day, I heard it was the TTC. Councillor Myers is very happy to hear it's the city. That was not done last year. That is something that has been done every year so people can get on transit. We had people come to speak to us that were in wheelchairs that need to get on transit and could not get on. There was a big breakdown around that. Let's agree there was a lot of breakdowns. So instead of saying it's enhanced service, some of it's just back to SOP, standard operating procedure. That just didn't work very well last time. And I agree very much with you, Councillor Sachs. There is an issue, which I've seen. There's the car parked to run into a store with 5 streetcars packed up behind. I don't really see the emergency here. I don't see the police. I don't see the towing. I don't see the get rid of that right now. And I think more work needs to be done with transportation services and the TTC on that specific issue. I'm not moving a motion, but I'm letting you know that there may be one in December, because now we have, Councillor Sachs has a motion going there. So I would like to see that, how you're going to do that, because that becomes a mess for everybody. The issue around emergency snow clearing, I've been through 2 emergencies. One was COVID, the other was the ice storm of 2013, where we had no access. COVID, those of us that were here, we just get on a call and there'd be a big download of information. We had no access for questions, none. That's not the role that I signed up for. That's not the role that my constituents think I'm here for. I want access during an emergency to key leaders. That's ending, and I didn't hear clearly that would be the case. So that's what I'm looking for, and I think all councillors would support that. The other one just has to do with the appropriateness of a company, or, well, I'm a little surprised to hear in the performance that they're in charge of everything, how they're going to do everything, when they're going to do everything. So I'm assuming if I'm complaining too much, and I'll need you to look into that, the 2 C's to look into that, because if I'm complaining and they're upset with me, maybe I'm not going to get very good service. How are we going to make sure that doesn't happen? Because I've complained a lot about this contract. I've asked for a forensic investigation on this contract. I've had a lot to say about this contract. And now I hear they're going to come to councillors, even though they're under investigation by the city, by KPMG. They're going to come and they're going to tell us everything they're going to do in our ward in 2026. Somehow that seems terribly inappropriate. And I don't believe that the city manager's answer was satisfactory or enough for me, that somehow it's the lobbyist registry that has to say that. I'm sorry, we didn't build that in the contract. If you're under investigation, stop talking to councillors. Here's how we're going to tell councillors about snow in 2025, 26. Quite frankly, that I think would be the letter that would come from the city to the contractor and say, here's the situation, we're investigating this last year, we're investigating the contract, we're just suggesting that you just stay out until we know everything that we're doing. But none, that didn't happen. Everybody got a call. I know 7 councillors met with them. Well, I hope what they told you is still holding when we get the snow. And I just think that that was a lobbying effort because they're under, this contract is being looked at and scrutinized. When does somebody come and get to talk to you
5
while their
seconds.
contract is being scrutinized with the forensic investigation? I would say not very often. It should be never.
Thank you. Mayor Chung? Oh, just a sec. Okay.
I want to thank the city staff for, well, it doesn't have to be. I just want to thank the city staff. It's been tough. One morning we woke up, there was this huge amount of snow. We haven't had this kind of snowfall in 41 years before Remembrance Day. And yes, the program was not perfect last year. You've heard of all the complaints. Rather than feeling completely demoralized and said, there's nothing we can do and it's all the contractor's fault, what you folks did was really admirable. You looked at the program, you tore it apart, you worked with the consultant we brought in, the expert we brought in, and you left no stone unturned. You worked together as a team, and you came up with a proposal that is really illustrate what I've been talking about ever since this morning, stronger together. You brought together the entire team and said, okay, how do we establish a central command? Because when there's a big storm, all hands on deck. And you did exactly that. You put together different parts of the team together, and you look even different unions, because there are some of the patrollers. Some are at 416, others 79. They don't do the same thing, but they report to different places. You brought all of that together, and you created a program, recreated a program that we know that you will monitor what's happening on the street. And the key thing is that you're now relying on the public. Rather than seeing them as a problem because they're calling and complain, you see their call to 311 as a way to help you see what kind of service you need to improve in. So they are your eyes and ears. They're saying, hey, the city, will you miss this part when they call 311? So there's no more blackout period. You will hear from the people to say, you missed this piece, or you can do better here. So instead of them giving you a problem, you see them as allies to improve the service together. That is extremely admirable way of approaching public services. So, Central Command, all hands on deck, including 200 workers from different parts of the department, not on transportation, but from different departments. They all come together to help out if there's a gigantic storm. And whether you're on transportation or the police or TDC and the public service, they're all in one team. They're all going to come together. If a car is blocking 5 streetcar, let's get them towed quickly because they are on a snow route. Okay, let's coordinate the service. Great. And that if the snow is gathering, let's get them through, let's remove them, let's do it as quickly as possible. Don't wait for it to accumulate, and let us renegotiate the contract as it's come forward, because we don't have enough, we don't have the 145 million to negotiate all the contracts. The contract's already signed. So as they come forward, we will negotiate. But in the meantime, we'll do what we can to make the service better. Okay? Excellent. Machines, 50% of them fell apart. They were mostly in the warehouses. They're being fixed. Not anymore. You are fixing it. You are bringing new machines. Great. And I just want to thank you for the work that you've done. It was put to test this last weekend, and it worked. The fact that I didn't get a whole lot of calls from the mayor's office, no news is good news. It means that it's working. You salted the road before it got cold. You did the salting before the snow came down. Perfect. And it worked out. So I just want to thank the staff because I know they worked hard. And is it 100% perfect? Maybe, maybe not, probably not. But we will continue to improve, continue to learn, continue to deliver the best service we can to the people of Toronto. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Coe.
Yes. You know, there was a very informative article in the Toronto Star on November 12th by the climate change reporter, Kate Allen. And she basically said, you can do what you want, you can spend what you want, you can have the contracts you want, but you ain't going to do nothing to change and stop this climate chaos. So all these best laid plans that we have and the contracts and the finger pointing, etc., just remember these extreme weather events are occurring because the climate is broken. So if we somehow think we're going to have the perfect slow plan, you're dreaming in Technicolor. At least this is an attempt to deal with the realities of it. Because as you know, the consultants we had, they said, if you wanted to really do something about all this snow and these snow events, major snow events, you've got to bring on another 700 extra dump trucks on top of what you got. 700 dump trucks. That would be wonderful in our streets, another 700 dump trucks. And I just think that we have to also, I think one of the staffers just mentioned, we've got to have an approach that says we're all in this together, whether it's the TTC, whether it's our garbage waste department, solid waste, whether it's the schools. Everybody has to stop pointing fingers at each other. Oh, it's the school board's fault. Oh, no. It's the driver's fault. No, it's the homeowners. That's all we do. I mean, just the articles and the craziness that goes online about who to blame for the snowmageddon that happens every now and then. They're going to happen again. And our best laid plans are not going to stop it, but they're going to try. So I think the key thing is to work together as councillors with staff, not blame staff, not blame the weather, not blame the homeowners, the drivers. It's always somebody's fault. I think we have to essentially as councillors send out helpful information to our constituents and say, please, if you can, shovel in front of your house. To storekeepers, if you can, clear in front of your store if you can, if it's possible. And if you don't have to drive the day of one of these snow events, leave your car at home or work from home if you can. We've got to make those suggestions to people. And sometimes we might even ask people, if you really have to drive, it might be helpful to have snow tires. As you know, in Quebec, it's mandatory to have snow tires after December the 2nd. And as you know, right now our TTC buses don't have to have snow tires. And therefore, whenever we have major snow events, you wouldn't believe what happens on the Bathurst-Davenport Hill. None of the buses can get up and down Bathurst Street because none of our TTC buses have snow tires. So why they don't have snow tires, I don't know. But so I just think that the staff has done a lot of work on this. We've asked them to do better, and that's what our job is. But we also have to be very realistic about the fact is we can't control the climate. No matter how much money, how many dump trucks, you're going to have the extreme weather events, whether it's the rainstorms, you're going to have the snowstorms, you're going to have windstorms. These are going to occur, so we can't let people think that we have the ultimate solution. I remember about 25 years ago, they had the ultimate solution. It was Snowzilla. I don't know if you remember the big yellow monster machines. Councillor Peruzza, I think, voted for them. They brought these hokey machines from Nova Scotia. They were supposed to go along our main streets, dig up the snow, and melt them on the spot. Well, the goddamn machines never worked. The melters never worked. They got stuck in the traffic, so they became the traffic because Councillor Peruzza voted for this magic solution from Nova Scotia. The machines that never worked. So don't go looking for Councillor Peruzza's Snowzilla machines. Just try and work together and do the best we can in fighting this climate chaos the best we can. Thank you. I didn't really mean that for you, Anthony. I blame it on you.
It's time. Thank you. Councillor Peruzza to speak.
Councillor Peruzza is not quite that old, so I don't remember the Snowzillas, but I'm sure that they were there. Speaker, a couple of positive things that I'm happy about today. One, we're actually having this conversation, pre-winter. And we've also had some snow. The good thing about the snow we had is that the earth is still warm and the snow melted because the machines aren't here yet. The contractors, quite frankly, aren't here yet. And if the earth had been colder, we probably would have been all still somewhat stuck. But that's a very, very positive thing. Because in the past, what we've done here is we've had this conversation in July. Some of you will recall that. It was always in July. So we had the winter, things went poor, and then in July, we had a conversation around snow removal, and it was accompanied by a survey that usually said that 55% of people were happy with the snow service, so therefore it was a majority. We were good. Life was happy, go forward. Number one. The second thing that's making me happy here today is that we're actually having a really meaningful conversation around snow removal and how we prioritize that within the city mix and how we get to removing snow off our streets. So I want to thank our mayor for that. Because without her intervention, quite frankly, Councillor Thompson and I would have been here last July talking about a survey, how everybody was happy with snow removal, and then we wouldn't be having this conversation here today, and we wouldn't be doing anything about trying to improve snow removal. So that's positive. The third thing that I think that is positive is we're finally beginning to think more holistically about snow removal, i.e., the contracts never worked. They don't work today. It was always a big question mark in my mind why we would spend $100 million a year to have over 1,000 plus people sleeping in our works yards, waiting around for a snow event, not doing anything else. Having 600 pieces of equipment, more or less, parked, not doing anything. And then when we did get those 2 or 3 events in a row, not being able to clear that snow. It's like me trying to shovel my driveway, right? If the snow's falling really, really heavy, I'm one guy, one shovel. I get out there, I start shoveling. It accumulates real fast. It wears you down, right? Because it's hard to move. You move it, you look behind, already it's accumulated again. One shovel, if it takes me an hour to shovel the driveway, by the time I finish, I got to start it again, and I'm always like behind the 8 ball, right? And it beats me up, and I can't manage it. 2 shovels, 3 shovels, instead of 1 hour, you get it down to 20 minutes, 15 minutes, right? Maybe you do a slightly better job. But the contracts never allow us to get there. Just a whole lot of money, and not a good way to do it. So I think there are some positive signs here about us getting to a better place on how we deal with snow and the big events. I also think that we had to take a much more holistic approach. Never made sense to me to have 1,000 people sitting around doing anything, and we got 1,000 potholes out on the street. Sorry, 1 million potholes. Not 1,000, 1 million. And we got 20 hot boxes. 1 million potholes, 20 hot boxes, 1,000 guys sleeping in our works yards, waiting around for a snow event, right? And then on the back end, we're spending millions of dollars filling these potholes, trying to manage our roads because of the climate change events, the thawing, the freezing, the breaking, etc. And what are the costs of that down the road? Nobody's asked that question, but I'm waiting for Councillor Holiday to ask that question on what it costs us to bring roads up by 10, 15 years because we have to rebuild them and resurface them because we didn't have the ability to fill in the holes before they became
Councillor
really bad.
Perruzza, 5 seconds.
So, positive, I'm happy about that.
Okay.
But we have some ways to go.
Thank you. Okay, let's ring the bells. We're going to call the vote. Okay, on the screen, motion by Councillor Sachs. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking on the screen. Councillor Cheng, motion by Councillor Cheng. On favor? Carried. Motion by Councillor Sachs. On favor? Pardon? On favor? Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Candavel and Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Pasternak in favor?
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak.
Councillor Perruzza, please. The motion carries. The vote is 21-4.
Okay, the next motion? I think the mayor put forward a motion. No, I thought the mayor, oh, okay. Okay, then item is amended. On favor, carried. Yeah. Okay, our next timed item is EX 27. Oh, sorry, Mayor Chuck.
I'm wondering whether we could extend tonight till 8 o'clock with a break, because we can go to 9 with a break maybe at 6 o'clock for half an hour. Opened if it's longer, if you prefer. The reason why I'm moving this extension is I'm sure people won't want to be back on Friday. On Thursday night, the chief of police has a gala, which is a fundraiser for Victim Services Toronto. And it's an event that's meaningful, and some folks may want to be there. So, which is, I thought that we could extend tonight instead of tomorrow night. Okay, so I see no major problem. I'll just move that as 9 o'clock. If we can finish earlier, we'll leave. 9 o'clock. Okay, we have a break at 6.
Yeah. Okay, on the motion by the mayor, on favor, carry. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please. Councillor Pasternak, can we have your vote verbally, please?
In the negative?
Negative, thank you.
Councillor Ainsley, please. The motion to amend the order paper to extend the meeting until 9 p.m. carries. The vote is 19-6.
Thank you. Okay, EX 27.9, 6, sorry. Okay, questions? Councillor Holiday, you have questions? Councillor Holiday, please put your name on the list. Okay, Councillor Holiday, questions?
Sure. Can staff let me know if all of the people that have permits for ice in this facility have been relocated for the upcoming season?
To the speaker, we have contacted every existing ice user at the Weston Lions Arena. We've given them instructions on how the city's ice allocation policy works. We've given them the important dates of when they need to submit information, and we've given them a single point of contact in terms of who to contact for customer service in terms of permitting and for the ice. But any existing user of the Weston Lions Arena that qualifies under the city's ice allocation policy will get ice for 2026, 2027.
Sorry, can I just get a bit of quiet in the chamber? Because these are important questions. Can you tell me how much money in the last 50 years the city has given this arena for operations?
So under our lease, to the speaker, under our lease terms with the Weston Lions Arena, it is a nominal lease agreement, and under those operating terms, we are only responsible for state of good repair and upkeep of the exterior grounds. We have not given operating funds to the arena board.
Is the arena in a state of good repair? The report mentions, I think it's a $13.8 million gap.
Through the chair,
There is a $2.6 million in 2025 capital budget and the plan, but we completed condition assessments for all arenas in 2024. And based on that, the updated information identifies there's a need for approximately $18 million of SOGR work, and accordingly we are carrying that or requesting through the 2026 budget process.
So you are requesting all of those funds in the upcoming process?
Yes, sir.
So why do I keep hearing people asserting that it's a financial issue, that the city doesn't have the money to look after this arena? Is that true? If this doesn't go through, and I'm not suggesting it won't, we have a plan to look after this place, do we not?
If council were not to adopt the recommendations, we would need to look at maintaining the current state and
right.
the arena. Yeah.
Where in our facilities master plan does it say to close this arena and remove the ice?
Through the chair, the facilities plan and ice strategy does not identify closure of any ice arenas. However, the facilities strategy is under review right now, and we'll be reporting to the 2026 council meetings with our updated strategy.
A lot of people came and deputed, and things that I've heard before is that ice is a sought-after commodity in this city, is it not? There's quite a bit of people looking to have ice. Is that true?
Through the 2019 facilities strategy, we did not actually identify need for additional indoor ice arenas in the city. And the updated strategy will assess the geographic provision, change in population and use trends to make the final recommendation to council about ice that's required.
Is ice times, except for the midday whenever all the kids are in school, is it otherwise generally fairly booked across the city? Generally speaking.
To the speaker, yes, certainly prime time ice time is generally booked up.
What about the Weston Lions Arena? So if they handle all the operations and they raise their revenue through permits, do they have employees?
To the speaker, yes, they do. Through our knowledge, they currently have about under 10 employees, a mixture of both full-time and part-time employees.
I heard there was a full-time employee that was there for 50 years. Did you hear the same?
To the speaker, that's correct.
What's the plan for those employees?
So to the speaker, obviously the arena has been, community fixture for a while. It has a long history, and part of our work as being a good landlord was to give them enough notice so that they could properly shut down or wind down their operations if council were to approve through this last 2025-2026 season.
So they'll have to terminate the employees. I think that's a yes. Last question for planning. It's my understanding there were changes from the provincial level and through our own policies that make it really, really hard for a private enterprise to create a brand new arena in employment areas or non-residential areas. Is that
your
true?
question?
Yes, it's my understanding. Is that correct? Is that true, that the planning regime has changed since arenas were built last?
Council's land use policy for employment areas allows ice arenas in employment areas if they were established prior to 2018. So council acknowledged that they wanted to keep ice arenas that were in place, but were not in support of allowing those to proliferate in employment areas in the future.
Thank you.
Speaker Enunciada.
Okay, thank you. To staff. So the Western Lions lease has expired, correct?
Through the speaker, the Weston Lions lease is still in force and in good standing, but we have provided notice of our intent to terminate in accordance with the lease.
And it was month to month?
Year over year.
Yeah, year over year. So, and is it, we did, when we spoke to the Weston Minor Hockey, that we would extend it an additional year so they can complete the season, correct?
The notice that we have provided was intended to give them one final season in accordance with the lease.
Right. So, is it not true that that in the past few months, there's been a lot of conversation with parks and with the arena on accommodating. And my priority was to accommodate the Western Minor Hockey because they were the main tenant, to relocate them to another arena that's only 5 minutes away.
So to the speaker, yes, of course. We've been engaging regularly with the stakeholders. That includes the arena board, and that includes the major ice users of the arena.
So they're content, and I have 5 arenas in my ward, correct?
That's correct.
That's correct. So my ward has more arenas than any other ward. That's one thing the city of York did. We had a lot of arenas and libraries, but no rec centers. The city hasn't had really any involvement in the arena because we weren't running the arena. The Lions was running it. Even though it was our facility, they had a lease with the city, and we had no involvement. There was no board. There was no conversation with the city at all. They ran it, correct?
To the speaker, that's correct. The arena basically ran as an independent organization.
Okay. Now, is it not true that we have a business owner that has a business in Vaughan that's running a for-profit business at the arena, charging $600 an hour per person, and it's for-profit business, running a business in a city arena that we have no involvement at all with it?
So to the speaker, the arena is basically operating as an independent.
Right.
Okay? So they've been doing their own permit.
So they can do whatever they want. They could have made.
That's correct.
A lot of money, and they could have actually invested in the arena, which they did not. Right. So there's been a lot of consultation with the community. We've had a number of community meetings, engaged. We had thousands of people that attended an event. There was an online poll that was done, and we received over 90% in support, not just in my ward, but citywide as well, because that particular area, am I not correct, that we do not have a space for young youth for recreation and sports in that community, and that community is a priority neighborhood?
To the speaker, so, as directed through council, when we looked at doing this project, revitalization of the arena for MLSE Launchpad, one of the first questions we asked was, is there a community need for a program or an opportunity like MLSE Launchpad to come in? And that determination, the answer to that question was yes.
And is it not true when we did put the members' motion through in April, which the mayor and I put through for MLSE, that actually the Western Lions commented on the motion that they were very much in support of MLSE Launchpad coming to the arena, and they thought this was an amazing idea, and they embraced the idea, and that was when the motion went through council. I have a quote from the Lions saying that.
To the speaker, as you've indicated, there's been widespread support, community support, engagement, and through user support for the MLSE Launchpad proposal and the value that it can bring to the local community.
And right now, George Bell is going through renovations, and when they open next year, we'll be able to relocate some of the leagues back to George Bell, correct?
Last question.
Yes.
To the speaker, yes. So every existing ICE user group through the Western Lions Arena will be relocated as part of the ICE allocation through 2026, 2027, and that includes all new and operating arenas, correct? George
Thank
Bell.
you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Mayor, through you to staff. The topic, as it relates to the report, speaks to the renaming of the Western Lions Arena through a nominal lease with MLSE. What's the real value of this arena facility in terms of its utilization to the community?
So to the speaker, the current use of the arena today is about, we're told, 40 hours a week for about 5 to 6 months a year. Again, the arena operates as basically an independent entity, so the information that we have gotten is through the arena board itself.
Okay, so not sure about the answer, but maybe I'll ask the question this way. What is the population of people in that area that are not well served now by recreational activities and or specific facilities that is required for their needs?
Through the speaker, we would have to get back to you with a precise number, but the facilities plan indicates one recreation center to approximately 34,000 residents.
I'm sorry, the last number, I missed that. Just a little bit noisy here.
The facilities plan currently indicates one recreation center to 34,000 residents.
How does that compare to other wards in the city?
Through the speaker, to clarify my response, that is the city's provision target for all recreation centers citywide, and we would have to get back to you with the precise population of the geography of Weston.
So you actually don't know, but you're trying to solve a problem in this area?
In this location, staff were responding to the direction from council to assess the opportunity to repurpose the Weston Lions Arena for the purpose of the MLSC launchpad.
Right. But the purpose of that, which is to provide utility to members of the community, did you make that assessment as part of the recommendation or the request of council? I mean, did you take a greater look to see what the needs are, the demographics, the people who are underutilized or not being serviced well in that area? Did you do that work?
Through the chair, yes. Social development provided support in terms of examining the demographics of the neighborhood. Roughly 1 in 4 residents are under the age of 25, one of the highest rates of youth in the area. The population also has significant need in terms of the youth unemployment, fewer structured opportunities compared to broader citywide averages. So this proposal would help benefit youth in this area that are largely underserved.
Right, and thank you very much for that, because that's really what I needed to get a handle on, because we're not just simply, the title of this report talks about renaming, but it's bigger than that, though, in terms of the utilization and the effectiveness and how well we serve this community. Is this what this is about?
To the speaker, that's correct. That's absolutely correct.
Okay, well, this is really good, and thank you very much for that, because it's very confusing when I read this report. It talks about naming, but it's a bigger problem and challenge that we're trying to address. Would you agree?
1,000% to the speaker. Yes, we looked at, through the study, through the feasibility of this work, we looked at whether there was a community need for a program like MLSC Launchpad in this specific community, providing local programming to this area.
So we have a facility that needs to be improved, yes?
That's correct.
It's going to be done through a not-for-profit that is prepared to put fund into this facility that needs improving, yes?
Correct.
And the beneficiary of those is that there's a vast array of young people, and you've given the age group that would benefit from that, because now they don't have the utility of the facilities where they can help to improve themselves. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the current facility, the current Launchpad facility, the one that already exists on Jarvis, serves over 15,000 youth per year.
Got you. So it's not a question of, we having ice time or lack of ice time, because you're going to address that, correct?
That's correct.
But it is a question of whether or not we provide service and utility to a group that's underserved at this time in this area. Is that correct?
That's absolutely right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Andeval. Yep. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, in relation to the Jarvis MLSC Launchpad, was that a similar project in which an existing facility was replaced, or was that standalone?
To the speaker, no, that was a different project through Toronto.
So it was a new project, right?
Correct.
Okay. With this Weston piece before us, is this the first time that we're reimagining an existing asset?
To the speaker, it is I think the first time that we're reimagining an asset this way.
So there isn't a precedent for what I can quickly describe as a refitting a hockey rink with the new purposes. With the MLSE Launchpad, what specific sporting infrastructure was bought in? Was it indoor soccer? Was it indoor basketball? What specific?
So one of the big features about the Launchpad is they will build an indoor gym, which will include things like basketball. They'll play soccer. They'll do all that, but they also provide lunches they have a kitchen for free food, after school tutoring, and mental health counseling, and a variety of.
Gotcha. Yeah. So there's two components: the physical infrastructure and the programming.
Correct.
With the Weston piece before us, is there a commitment at this point? What specific physical infrastructure would be brought in? Is there a gym? Is there an indoor soccer facility with AstroTurf? Is there a commitment to specific infrastructure?
So to the speaker, there will be a gym. I will say that the pending council approval today, the second part of engagement with MLSE and the local community will look specifically at the type of design and programs that need to be offered in that area so that they can be best served the needs of the local community.
Okay. The reason I ask that is because if we're doing such a wholesale significant transformation, what is the physical value we're getting upwards of 25 million? So do we have a scope of what they can provide us with beyond, like for me, a basketball gym and replacement ice rink may not be worth it. Are we getting an indoor soccer facility? Do we have a commitment to a bigger scope?
So to the speaker, through our work with MLSE Launchpad, we know that the scope will be to deliver, a major facility that will have both physical activities, both after school sort of tutoring activities, health counseling activities, really, renovate and revitalize that arena to provide all of that all in one place, including employing over 100 local youth from the community.
Just to switch tracks a bit on the social development side, I would surmise the rationale is hockey's an expensive sport. It may not be serving the immediate communities in the area. How did staff arrive at that conclusion that the features of the hockey rink are not accessible and not accessible to some demographics in the immediate community? How did you arrive to that?
Through the speaker, staff supported broader consultations with community groups as well as youth. And some of the feedback received by youth included how they would like to see the space utilized. And
what precipitated those conversations? How did you recognize there was a disparity or inequity?
The conversation was precipitated by the direction at council through the partnership opportunity with the Weston Lions.
Gotcha. No, the reason I asked this question is, are we, I believe we should, applying the same lens across the city where we see potentially inequity on who's being served, who's utilizing, who's being served?
If that's a question through the chair, the ICE facility strategy is looking at the need for ICE around the city and the trends in participation. Through the previous ICE facility strategy, one of the core recommendations was that ICE be repurposed to be able to serve year-round use. So when ICE is no longer in the facility over the summer months, that facilities are able to accommodate other sports.
Gotcha. Just to drill down a bit, in whether it's that strategy or broader recreational review, what report or strategy are we looking at a comprehensive review of all of our CRC infrastructure?
Through the chair, that comprehensive review is scheduled to come to council in 2026 through the facilities plan and ICE strategy.
Okay, thank you, Steph. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Chan.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick questions. I think we're all in agreement of the beautiful vision that's being cast. I'm just wondering, are there any plans to acknowledge with gratitude the stewardship that Weston Lions Club has shown the community as well as these facilities, that on their departure there would be something honoring with gratitude, as I'm sure it's a difficult transition for many of the staff and the participants?
To the speaker, yes, of course. So the arena has been around for decades, and it's been an important part of the community. It's moving into a new world, but they're certainly working with MLSE. One of the reasons we looked at giving, or we are providing that extra year, that final year of ice time, is to do that commemoration in the right way, so that they can get the thanks and the credit they deserve.
And I note that they have mentioned that this arena has been a source for them for fundraising activity. Do you know if MLSE would be amenable in the future to providing some fundraising opportunities for the Weston Lions Club in their new facility?
To the speaker, so I think that's, that would be a conversation between MLSE and the arena users themselves.
Great. Those are all my questions. Thank you. Great.
Seeing no other questioner, Councillor Holiday to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. I have three motions. If I could ask I guess it's one with three parts. If I could ask the clerk to put that up. And I'll just roughly describe what the three things say. The first thing just asks for the staff to pay attention to the needs of the Lions Club as this place gets wound down. The second is to commit to a process to find replacement ice, actually to expedite a process, because we've already passed a motion to that effect. And the third is a general statement, which I hope you can stand behind, and that is simply to declare our support for hockey in the city. If we as a council don't take steps to ensure that there's places for kids to play hockey, knowing what the chief planner, Mr. Connick told us about the availability of places for someone to create ice in the city is restricted, then I don't know what the future is. This whole affair has been a disappointing unraveling on the floor of the committee and council. And I want to make sure that council understands this point. I haven't come across anybody that doesn't think the laudable and philanthropic proposal by MLSE to create a community space, I haven't found anyone that doesn't think that that's a good idea. The question is how the city go about to do this sort of thing, the timing of all of this, and how we treat people. The facts are, in this scenario, the people were effectively evicted out of this arena after 50 years. That's the Lions Club. They operated this arena. There's concerns over the condition of the facility. These are all really valid concerns. But what we should have done as a city is work towards a solution, understanding you can't take away ice. And this is the thing that council needs to understand, is that the array of arenas operate as a network. If you take one out of commission, and Councillor Nunziata must know this because George Bell was shut down because of issues on the roof, it creates a ripple effect across all of the arenas in the entire area. It means that kids play later, costs potentially go up, and ice time is more scarce. And that creates barrier to entry for people that want to play hockey or do any ice sport, whether it's figure skating or something else. Arenas are scarce in this city, and if we take them away, there's very little opportunity to put them back unless the government wants to intervene. So I want to make sure that council, I understand where the vote is going on this. Councillor Nunziata is very enthusiastic about this project. I just don't think the hockey community were treated very well. I just don't think they were provided solutions on this. I think that the Lions Club have been left in a very awkward spot because they're a service club, and now they have to fold down a facility that has operated for 75 years, and they've had carriage of it for 50 years. And that includes employees. And as far as I heard, there was an employee that's been there for 50 years. So they have to deal with all of that. And I hope they make it through the other side, because they are a service organization that provides countless benefits to the community. And I hope they can continue to do that. And the last piece, and I want to make sure council understands this, if we as a government don't take a position that we're going to support the sport of hockey, it's just like the conversation over golf. If we don't provide facilities for people to enter this game, and look at the statistics, it is trending positively. The registrations are up. The enrollment of girls in hockey and women's hockey is up. These are all good things in our city. I know not everyone plays hockey, but there's a lot of people out there that do. And specifically, I'm involved in that. And the final thing I'll say is earlier this week, because of the privilege that the mayor and council have given me, I was at the induction ceremony for the Hockey Hall of Fame. The World Hockey Hall of Fame, the home of the Stanley Cup, is in here, Toronto, and we must be proud of that. But I listened to 8 speeches from people who were involved all of their life in hockey and how that made a difference to them and the people that they grew up with. This is a profoundly positive game that teaches people so many different things. And if there's no one there to help the hockey community, I don't know how they will survive. This is Canada's national winter sport. We must play our part. And on this particular item, part of me really wants MLSE and the launch pad to be successful. I just feel really bad about the timing, because I think we should have done our work as a city first, to get out there and work with the hockey community to find a new ice pad for it and to find another future for that arena if it's something that is more relevant. If you look on the map, it's not as if there's no other opportunities in the area, but there's limited ice time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Bradford.
Started late.
Throw my mic on? Yeah.
Can you
Great. Thanks, Madam Mayor. I rise to express some concern with the proposal that's in front of us, and frankly, the proposal that took us to this point with this recommendation from staff. Like everybody here, I truly believe that MLSE launchpad programs are wonderful. They're a gift to the city. They're something that many people enjoy, and they can be transformative for the families that participate in them. I think that's really positive, and they should be lauded for their charitable contributions and their philanthropy across Toronto. But I am of the view, like Councillor Holiday, this should not come at the expense of a very passionate and very vibrant, long-standing hockey community in Weston that's grown stronger and stronger year after year for the past 7 decades. Now, I spent a lot of time in rinks growing up, and now that's shifted for me as a father. I take my daughter, my 4-year-old, to hockey at Ted Reeve Arena. It's run by an arena board. They do a fantastic job. And I hear about it every week in the locker room, at the boards, on the ice with the other volunteer coaches, about what an important pillar this is for family life here in the city of Toronto, for thousands of families that participate. And it's not just kids. It's also about having a healthy and active lifestyle for young adults, for seniors. You know, we got the Balmy Beach Club Seniors Rec Hockey League Friday night. I play in the Loose Ends Friday night. So it's a big part of our communities. And I think this is something that, as a city, we should be looking to improve access to. You know, you look at municipalities in the GTA, you look at the facilities that they're building, they're not closing rinks, they're building more rinks. And it's not just like a twin pad, it's like a quad. You know, 4 rinks, 6 rinks out in Rim Park, out in Waterloo Region. And so these are cherished assets. And I think, you know, sometimes this is lost, perhaps by some of my council colleagues. This is lost, perhaps, by some of the staff. When we take a position, when we single out sports like hockey or curling or golf, and take a position that we're going to do less of that in Toronto on a go-forward basis as our city continues to grow. We talk about a city that, you know, we want to welcome everyone. I think it's so important for us to be a city for families, for us to be a city that can support those recreation aspirations. And I'm very concerned when we are closing rinks, especially this rink, which is so heavily utilized, not just with hockey schools, but with dozens of hockey programs and different leagues that use that. And the process wasn't great. And receiving an email from staff telling you how it's going to be, or inviting you to an open house with a bunch of easels, but not actually engaging in a conversation, not ensuring that we have an off-ramp to close that gap. You know, I know that Councillor Candoval has had rink renovations in his ward. I went through one with Ted Reeve a couple years back, and staff and myself worked very diligently to make sure that we were able to take care of our tenants, our customers, our families, so that they had access to ice time during those renovations. And, you know, I've been out to this old barn in Weston. I'm not saying that this is a 10 out of 10 facility. Let's characterize it as a building that's got some character to it. But because the city has neglected the state of good repair investments over the years, doesn't mean now is the time to just shutter it up and do something different at the expense of a hockey facility, which is so cherished here in Toronto. We shouldn't be doing that. And I have to just say, it comes in the environment where we have never asked Torontonians to pay more money to live here. Taxes have never been higher than they are right now. And I would suggest to you and everybody that these are the types of facilities that people want their tax dollars going to fund. We ought not to be closing them. We ought to be investing in capital to maintain, to repair, and keep these facilities in the condition where people can really enjoy them. So I've heard from the leaders of the community programs, from the schools, from the hockey leagues, and you know, it wasn't a great process. Everyone's going to enjoy MLSE Launchpad. I think that's fabulous, and again, commend them for their philanthropy here in Toronto. But I don't think we should be cannibalizing recreation facilities in Toronto. We ought to be building more. We ought to be making those investments in the capital infrastructure projects that make this a truly great city to live in. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Nunziata.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to thank the Western Lions, and yes, we're going to keep the legacy at the Western Lions. And we have been, we've been involved in this with the Western Lions now for a year, Councillor Bradford. This is not a rush. And Councillor Bradford, you say you want a city of families. Well, what about the parents out there and these youth that can't afford to go into a programming or pay for sports? Are those youth not important to you? Or is it just the hockey that's important to you? Now, the reason that we have not invested in this arena is because it wasn't a city arena. And the reason all the hockey players are, Councillor Bradford, don't interrupt, I didn't interrupt you. And the reason the hockey groups are in support of it is because the rates are cheap. They're not city rates. If it was a city-run arena, they would not be protesting because they're paying higher fees. And why should we accommodate a private for-profit group using our arena, charging $600 an hour for programming? Councillor Bradford and Councillor Holiday, I represent my constituents, my youth. Obviously, you don't. And please stop interrupting.
Keep going.
Stop interrupting. We have had a lot of consultation on this. The Western Lions has been very supportive. In the Star over the weekend, they were very supportive of the item going through executive. And of course, we'll be working with the Western Lions to keep their legacy, even have an office and have them have space there. I have known the Western Lions for over 40 years. I know my community, and I know the Western Lions, and I know the arena. And we didn't rush this process. There was a motion moved by the mayor and I asking city staff to look at the Western Arena. The reason for that is because they would even admit to you that the membership has declined over the years. And the only priority for me was to relocate the Western Minor Hockey, which I did. And they're very happy, actually, because they're going to be playing in another arena, a city-run arena, and they have the ice time that they would like to have. And we've had a lot of consultation. We had thousands of young youth. We had principals. We had schools that were involved in it. And we also had a workshop where a lot of the youth came and spoke on what services they would like to, what programming they'd like to see in the arena. And we have an advisory committee as well with youth that will be working with MLC on what we would like to see. Now, Councillor Bradford, if you know my ward, you would know that the Western Arena, we have a soccer field, a baseball diamond, we have a lot of space in that arena. So that, combined with the MLC launch pad, it would be an amazing, amazing opportunity for our youth. I don't know how many, and you know what, I like hockey. I love the Maple Leafs, I watch every hockey. I'm not getting rid of hockey. That's not what I'm doing. A lot of single mothers out there cannot afford, how many single moms can afford to send their child to hockey? Nobody. Like I said at executive, when my son was younger, I couldn't afford to send him to sports. I was a single mom, 3 jobs, just paying my rent, my food. Do you think I can send him to sports? I couldn't. I had to run bingos just to send him to swimming. There are thousands of other mothers out there that are in the same situation. That's what you should think about, Councillor Bradford and Councillor Holiday. So I'm recommending and I'm urging members of council to please support the recommendation in the executive committee. Thank you.
Well said. Who has a point of order? Councillor Holiday, can I hear your point of order?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if Councillor Nunziata wishes to scold myself or other members of council, I would ask that she does it through the chair.
Sorry, that's a point of personal privilege. What is your order? What did she say that's out of order?
It is disorderly to refer to a councillor across the floor. She should do that through the chair if she has something to say, and I don't appreciate it.
It was through the chair,
and
it's not out of order.
All right.
Thank you.
That's your ruling.
Next speaker, Councillor Burnside.
Call the question.
The question has been called.
Sorry,
Can
dude.
I
I don't want to hear any more. I just want to vote.
I love voting. We can just sit here and vote all day.
Recorded vote to call the question.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Fletcher. Councillor Perruzza. No. The motion to end debate carries. The vote is 19-6. The required 2/3 threshold's been achieved.
The item recorded vote. Oh, sorry, I forgot the motions. So we have motions, if we can put it on the screen. Motion by Councillor Holiday, it's on the screen. On favor? Okay? Is everyone okay with it? Okay. Next motion? Oh, on favor, carried. Second motion, 1B. On favor, carried. One C. On favor? Carried. Yeah, on the item as amended, recorded vote. I didn't hear you say that, Councillor Bradford. Which one? 1C. Okay, 1C, reopen, on favor, carried. On 1C, recorded vote. If you can put the motion back on the screen. Councillor Perks, point of order.
It's just that there's a factual error in that. Canada has two national sports, hockey and lacrosse. So I was hoping that we could have the motion corrected.
How about tobogganing?
Neither one of them
How
is
about
called.
tobogganing?
Neither one of them is called. No.
I want to add tobogganing.
No.
Let's do baseball. Okay, recorded vote.
Are we correcting it?
Councillor Thompson?
Sorry, Councillor Perks just made a really good point. We actually have two national sports, not one. And so can we amend that to add lacrosse? We could play lacrosse in winter too. Why not? Yes, exactly. We do. Yeah, we do. It's indoors.
Okay, let's move on. I think
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Cherneslin, please.
Motion 1C carries. The vote is 23-2.
on the item as amended, recorded vote.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. The item is amended carries. The vote is 23-2.
Next item is EX 27.4, St. Clair and Old Weston Station. Councillor Bravo, you held the item down. Do you have questions? Or should Councillor Bravo, question?
Thank you, Speaker. The transportation master plan timeline for St. Clair and Old Weston Road Station looks something like this. 2012 EA initiated by City to look at road congestion. 2014 City Council authorizes work on Smart Track. 2015 TMP study begins. 2017 Council authorizes this project, the station, to be coordinated with the Transportation Master Plan. 2019 the master plan is complete with recs to widen St. Clair West and extend other roads. All of the recommendations were developed with the St. Clair and Old Weston Road Station in mind. In 2023, we see the scope changes, and those scope changes are made to the Transportation Master Plan due to budgetary constraints. Metrolinx notified the city in February of 2023 a budget shortfall, and the city advised no additional money is available. And therefore the Transportation Master Plan elements appear to need to be descoped. I was briefed in June of 2023 advising that the St. Clair West Bridge at Old Weston Road and road element have been deferred. Who decided the road widening was what would be descoped? Was it Metrolinx or was it the city?
Madam Speaker, through you to Councillor Bravo, it was City Staff Councillor when we reassessed the provision of the items against the available budget. So then the decision was made that we should deliver most items or most of the transportation master plan recommendations within the available budget. Just to note here that the St. Clair widening accounted for almost half of the approved budget, given the scale. So it was decided to improve the neighborhood connectivity to the new station at that time.
In 2023, that's about 13 years after the commitment was made when the St. Clair right-of-way was built, that there would be a widening. Isn't that accurate?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'm not, I can't precisely comment on the timing, but as the design developed, you know, the budget numbers were further refined, and it made clear to us that, you know, to provide the best connectivity for the neighborhood to the new station, it is better to deliver the Davenport road extension, Guns Road extension that could perhaps alleviate extra burden on the St. Clair and also improve the Union Station to provide that much needed sustainable transportation connectivity to the new station.
And what was the cost of labeling this smart track?
Through the Speaker, there was no cost associated with labeling it as part of Smart Track.
There was nothing that the city had to contribute to have this be part of Smart Track when the provincial government was going to create this, you know, do the expansion. So it was absolutely, there was no decision to prioritize the Smart Track label at all?
Through the Speaker, no. The Smart Track station is its own specific project that has identified funding. The TMP is a separate project.
So it's 2025 now. The commitment that was made to the community, both in York Southwestern and in Davenport, that the bridge would be widened. It is a significant pinch point and a pain point in the community for traffic. What happens? The descoping happens. How does it make its way back in? Is this a forever promise that won't be kept?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the bridge widening has been deferred. We haven't abandoned it. So the city is still committed to delivering it, obviously in the phased approach that we're going to be taking, given the budgetary constraints, but we are fully committed to improving the neighborhood connectivity to the new station, as well as just overall in the neighborhood, to provide better option for sustainable transportation.
Outside of the road work, is any city money going into the bells and whistles around the station, other enhancements that are at the station?
As my colleague pointed out, you know, the Smart Track budget is completely separate from the Transportation Master Plan budget. So the Transportation Master Plan elements are not, even though they are being delivered by Metrolinx, the budget is completely separate.
Yep. Okay. So staff decided that this would be de-scoped. It would never came back to council.
That's last question. Okay. Councillor Ainsley, questions?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wanted to ask, so Smart Track Station, this was originally supposed to be, which would have been serviced by now a GO train?
Speaker, the original station was going to be serviced by the bi-level trains that are typically used on the GO line.
Oh, GO train?
Yes, it would have been a GO train station.
Okay, so
it would have been GO train.
I regularly take the GO train on the Lakeshore East line. It's a 12-car model. When I got on a UP Express train, they're much smaller. What's the difference in capacity between what would have been the Smart Track train and a UP and an UP Express train?
The difference, to the Speaker again, the difference between the bi-level train and the UP Express train, the bi-level train is about 1,200 people or 1,200 passengers versus the three-car consist on the on the up, which is about 280.
Okay, so that's quite a difference, almost 1,000 people.
You are correct.
So the reason for switching to the Smart Trek model to Up Express model, there's been a business case done that says we're only going to get less than 280 people on a train at any given time?
Through the Speaker, the analysis that was done demonstrated that the amount of volume that would be occurring at the St. Clair Old Weston Road Station for the foreseeable future would merit that it would actually be better to use the Up Express service into Union Station. Effectively, the rationale is that the Up service would be direct into Union Station, and that's where most of the volume would be directly into Union Station. And at this point in time, the volume wouldn't merit having a bi-level train stopping at the St. Clair Old Weston Road Station.
It would hold 1,200 people.
It would hold the 1,200 people, but it wouldn't need to hold the 1,200 people. That's what I'm trying to get at.
And then in the recommendations that are before us today, it talks about asking the province to commit to a 15-minute service frequency. Is that what the Up Express does now?
The Up Express, I believe, does do a 15-minute service. The issue, one of the reasons why it's being proposed as an Up Express service is that if it were to stay on the Kitchener line, because of all the increased stations that Metrolinx is now doing further beyond the boundary of the City of Toronto, you would have effectively these trains just slowing down. They would never be able to meet the 15-minute service. With the Up, they will be able to meet the 15-minute service.
Sorry, and Up has 15-minute service now?
Yes, it does.
Okay, and then the third or part C of the first one about fare integration, asking the province to continue to work to develop regional fare integration. So currently on the Up Express, is the fare system integrated with Presto?
Through the Speaker, to be clear, the Presto pass is used to access the service across the system. Yeah. The Up is a premium service, so you are paying more if you're on the Up system. What's going to happen is, through a request that we've made very clear to Metrolinx and the province, is that our expectation is that there is going to be an integrated fare service provided to the citizens of Toronto.
Okay, but right now, so I take my Presto app or card.
Yep.
I can use it on an Up train?
Yes, you can.
Okay, and you expect that to be fully integrated through this process?
The province.
We're asking.
Through the Speaker, the province has committed to the city, to us, to city staff, that prior to the stations being opened, that there is going to be an integrated fare program developed in consultation with the city.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Thank you, Speaker. It's my recollection that Smart Track to proceed had to have an integrated fare system. I think that was one of the stipulations, as I recall, from 2019.
To the Speaker, from my recollection, it was, yes, you are correct that there needs to be an integrated system. The timing of when this was to occur was, I think, always intended to be prior to the systems being in operation.
Yes, but in that, I guess I'm just going to ask you if you have that in writing, or you've just been told that. And if you have it in writing, I would assume you'd have that in writing.
To the Speaker, we have a commitment from the province that they will be providing an integrated fare system, an integrated fare approach prior to the systems going into operation.
So that's in writing?
Yes.
It's in writing. So you could share that and we could add that letter here.
It's not a letter, it's an email from the province basically saying that they have committed to the integration.
The province is pretty big. Is it from the Premier? Is it from who's it from?
From the Ministry of Transportation.
And how about Metrolinx? Nothing from them?
Speaker, the Metrolinx takes its direction from the province of Ontario.
So you could share that with us then?
We will endeavor to share that information.
You'll endeavor or you'll share it? Which one?
Through the Speaker, we will share the information that has been provided to us from the province.
So then we would have that ability to say, we think that's a firm commitment, we think that's a quasi-commitment, because we haven't seen that. We're only hearing that from you. We not normally work with kind of hard facts when we're making these kinds of decisions.
Through the Speaker, we endeavor, again, to work with the province and Metrolinx to...
Talking about council, not you.
Oh, sorry, you weren't asking me a question?
No, I'm asking you a question. Would you not expect that we would have that understanding as council that things have changed? But yes, the original requirements of the smart track will be met, because we don't just have a verbal statement, but we have that very clearly in writing.
Through the Speaker, the report that has been provided to Council includes a commitment from the province of Ontario. We would not have included that in the report if the province of Ontario had not committed to that integrated fare approach that they will be working on with the city prior to the system going into operation.
So you'll provide us with that email. It's just an email. It's not a letter.
Councillor, I will do that.
Thank you. And not understanding that really couldn't carry that number of people, and we don't really need that station. I mean, it's a bit surprising to hear that, isn't it? Because wasn't this supposed to be all planned? That was one of the smart track stations that got left out of the 22. And so why, changing that midstream is a bit odd. Would you not think that? I mean, I find that odd. You might have been on that file for a long time, but I find that very odd.
Speaker, we did question the reason why Metrolinx and the province made the change from the Kitchener line to the Up Express line. They provided us with the detail. They are ultimately the operators of the GO system, and they are the ones that make the decision in terms of making sure that the appropriate passenger volume is there for passengers to...
Was that ever part of the original smart track? That I don't think you were here, but that there was no discussion about, well, there has to be certain volumes and we're running the system. It was to be our system. We were running that system, but perhaps you don't remember that. I remember that quite clearly, that that was the approach that we were told when we passed that. But it does seem to me, I just thought that's my observation. I'm sure it's correct. But how much dollars are we committing to a different model?
Speaker, there is no dollar commitment to this different approach that's being used by Metrolinx, and yet that one has also been confirmed by the province that they will be funding the full change from the Kitchener line to the Up line.
So it's a smart track freebie. Can I call it that?
Speaker, I will leave that up. Speaker, I will leave that up to you to make that determination.
Thank you. Councillor Perk.
Sorry, I just want to pursue something that was said a moment ago. When the City of Toronto signed the agreement for these GO lines that have the smart track station on them, the City of Toronto was expected to put an amount of money into that, correct?
Yes, you are correct.
What's the amount of money now? Like, what are we up to?
Through the Speaker, the amount that was previously mentioned in Council still remains that number. That has not changed. There is no increase in the value.
Well, I forget. How much are we talking about here?
It's, at last count, it was 1.6, sorry, my computer just died. It was $1.66 billion, including a portion that the province of Ontario was putting in. Our commitment was $1.468 billion.
$1.468 billion in City of Toronto money. Thank you.
Do as you're told, Gordon.
I'm doing something else.
Colton. Oh, thank you. Councillor Myers.
Just to sort of pick up on where Councillor Perks left off, So just so I have it clear, the City of Toronto is paying $1.5 billion for these GO train stations. Who's going to own the asset when they're complete?
Speaker, the asset will be owned by Metrolinx.
So the province.
It will be owned by the province.
So the City of Toronto has paid $1.5 billion to build assets for the province.
Speaker, you are correct.
And at whose direction was this done again? Sorry, I'm a new councillor. I just want to be clear. Was this done at the direction of the province or the city?
Speaker, the Smart Track program was brought to City Council 7 times over the course since since 2018. It's been brought 7 times, and it's been brought a further 3 times during the course of this cycle of council.
Who was it brought by?
I'll turn this over to Steve.
No, sorry, I was going to jump in for a correction on the total budget and funding, but I can just, Councillor, just a correction to the last point. The total budget, including what runs through the city and what is funded outside of the city for Smart Track, is $1.689 billion. Of that, the city's share is $878 billion. There's an additional, $878 million. There's an additional $585 million that flows through the city's budget that is funded from the federal government.
So the city's in for $878 million to the province.
That's correct.
Please, one at a time. Councillor Myers, are you
So I
finished?
didn't get just so I'm clear. Who brought this? Was this a direction from the province to build GO train stations, or was this something initiated by the city?
Through the Speaker, this was initiated by the former mayor at the city, from the city.
So this was initiated by the city. Did staff ever raise concerns as to whether or not it was wise to spend this much money building transit assets for the province?
Through the Speaker, we have always provided our counsel to City Council through the variety of different sessions that we have come to.
So has staff ever said whether or not this was a good use of money? Keeping in mind that at the same time, the TTC State of Good Repair backlog, which was owned by the city, was growing.
Through the Speaker, again, Councillor, we have brought this report in various forms 6 or 7 times to Council, each one where there was questions about whether there was issues with regards to station numbers.
That's not what I'm asking, sorry. Just to be clear, I'm asking, did the staff ever raise concerns as to whether or not this was a good use of money?
Staff has always raised concerns wherever they felt appropriate to that, if the money was being spent properly.
Where are those concerns documented? Are those concerns documented in a report? Were they given orally? Is there an email? Where was that concern? Where were those concerns noted?
Speaker, we were asked to bring forward reports to Council to address specific issues related to the Smart Track program, which is what we have done. We have shared that information with the councils. Council has the authority to kind of ask the questions and make decisions based upon that information. So there is no, if you're asking if there is a letter from staff saying that they agree or disagree with this, no, there is no letter.
So there's no, so staff recommended this, just to be clear. Staff recommended that we go down this route.
Through the Speaker, staff was asked to provide reports to Council on specific issues related to the Smart Track program. We have done that. We have provided the report to Council for its consideration, and Council has made their decisions, and we have followed the decisions made by Council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Pruta. Point of order, Councillor Pruta.
No, Speaker, yeah, no, I was just simply going to, raise the notion that staff, brings forward reports that are asked for by council, led by the mayor of the day. That's what they do. And then the city council makes decisions based on that information to do certain things and to spend certain monies and to take certain actions. And I recall that's what I've been here throughout this entire process. I can tell you I voted against Smart Track as many times as I could along the way, because I always thought that it was like dumb as a bag of hammers for us, you know, to basically
Okay,
spend
this is
money
not a
on
point of
program.
order, it's a speech.
But Speaker, yeah, just to clear that up, it's unfair then.
Okay,
it's-
thank
What I'm saying, it's
Okay,
unfair
I know.
to then go after the staff.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
I wish I could be as eloquent as my colleague in front of me. City Council gets recommendations from staff. Every report was brought with a recommendation, Speaker, not without recommendation, as I recall. And yes, I've been here actually longer than you.
To speak? Oh, yeah. So members of council, there is additional materials now available for members' review in the clerk's meeting portal. EX 27.4 St. Clair Old Western Station 2025 GO expansion program updates. Councillor Morty has advanced circulated a motion with a confidential attachment. Additionally, the following materials are now posted online. EY 26.2 1138 Islington Avenue zoning bylaw amendment. Councillor Morty has advanced circulated an amendment with an attachment. EY 26.4 3418 Lakeshore Boulevard West and Skeens Lane official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. Councillor Morley has advanced circulated an amendment with an attachment. And T 26.39 dedication of lands as public highway and traffic amendments Lakeshore Boulevard East. Councillor Fletcher has advanced circulated an amendment with an attachment. Councillor Bravo to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I have a motion. As it gets displayed, I'll just say that I'm calling on Metrolinx and the province to fully fund the widening of St. Clair to make good on a promise made so long ago, 15 years now. When the dedicated right-of-way for St. Clair was installed, a lane of traffic was removed. This was a necessary trade-off for transit, but the widening was always promised, and then it never happened. And it's really shaken the confidence of the community. The Transportation Master Plan and the station are deeply interconnected. One of the key goals of the master plan was to support this very station. And widening St. Clair doesn't just benefit Davenport residents, but helps drivers along the entire St. Clair West corridor and communities west of the station. And I will say that it's a very difficult lane of traffic to cycle on. We gave the province and Metrolinx a gift with SmartTrack. It was a bad deal for the City of Toronto. It was a great deal for Metrolinx and the provincial government, and the residents of St. Clair are forced to pay as a result. The residents of Davenport and York South-Weston. We are owed. I'm also asking the province to commit to fair integration to include the St. Clair Old Weston station before it opens and to provide clear timelines. Without fair integration that's documented and with a timeline, the station will become an expensive option that doesn't effectively serve residents. On the 512, I take it every day. The 512 riders have been through a lot already, including past closures. Metrolinx closed the streetcar line for work that wasn't even being done, and no action was taken until massive interference on behalf of our office. We need to protect the reliability of service along the 512. It's a vital route for thousands of daily riders and local businesses. Residents shouldn't have to be asked to put up with repeated closures. It's critical that if service has to be disrupted, it's done quickly and efficiently and with minimal impact to riders. And I'll be pushing Metrolinx on this. We've got to get them to agree to not disrupt service. We have gotten them to agree to not disrupt service during the World Cup, and that's a start considering where everyone will be on St. Clair. But we need to continue to hold them to account. I've been supporting residents along the Barrie corridor during Metrolinx expansion works, and they've been affected by flooding of their properties. We know this was caused by regrading and vegetation removal, despite repeated narratives to the contrary by Metrolinx, which repeatedly denied and blamed Toronto Water and blamed the city. And I will note that when this work was done, the regrading and vegetation removal, Metrolinx refused to submit to city processes for oversight to prevent flooding, which the TTC complies with. arguing, oh, Metrolinx is a Crown corporation. We don't need to follow your rules. Homeowners have experienced property damage, and while I acknowledge that the clearing of the catch basin has helped, for now, the risk of future flooding to these people remains, and they are holding the liability for this. They did nothing. If Metrolinx had submitted to the process, we would have caught this beforehand when the regrading was done and the vegetation removed. Why should individual homeowners in a very working class area alongside a rail corridor have to pay for this? My motion calls on Metrolinx to take full accountability and responsibility for these impacts and engage directly with the affected homeowners. This is about restoring confidence that infrastructure projects will not harm our communities. I'll close by saying that my colleagues have raised really important questions about what was back of the napkin drawing, 22 stations called Smart Track, in which somehow the people of Toronto were convinced that we should put municipal tax dollars from the property tax base to subsidize and fund a provincial transit expansion program where all of the income tax and all of the taxation capacity is actually with the provincial government, just to fulfill a campaign promise by our former mayor. And now we see these plans constantly changing. Now it's going to be up. Yesterday it was going to be it was going to be go. And it really, I think, is following on some of the questions that my colleagues asked. I understand that this was political direction to move this way. But ultimately, we are now living with the fallout of those decisions. And at the very least, we have an obligation, and I have an obligation to protect my residents.
Thank you, Councillor. You do have a questioner. Councillor Holyday has questions for you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I just want to confirm the intent of the motion. It changes the, and I'm sorry, I should identify it's the first motion regarding the fare integration. It changes the language from working with to an absolute, and I wanted to be sure that that was intentional, that if the province doesn't commit to expanding the one fare program, then the station doesn't go in. Is that how direct you want to be with this? Is that your intention?
I would love to be able to make it a condition, but that would imperil the station. Staff have reviewed this, and it does not have the impact that you've feared.
So help me with that, because I'm reading it. It says, City Council approved the change to the St. Clair Old Weston Station to be serviced by the UPE, subject to the following, and then it says, the province commit to expanding the one fare program to include. So I read that as absolute. Do I misunderstand that? I just want to be sure, because I appreciate the spirit of the motion, but I don't want to jeopardize the station.
I've done the work with staff, and this is not going to hold up the project. But it does fortify the idea that we need a commitment to fare integration, and that, as Councillor Fletcher was saying, it would be great to see that in writing.
So if the province doesn't commit, because that, if I understand this right, they have to then pay for all of the TTC rides of anyone that comes off of the UP. They have to reimburse 100% of that tap. If they don't agree to that, then what happens? How does this directive get resolved?
The staff did not raise any of those concerns. I think that Councillor Holyday, that in a relationship with Metrolinx and the provincial government, they hold the majority of the cards.
Don't disagree with that. I just want to be sure about this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councillor Deputy Mayor Morley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to draw my colleagues' attention to the motion that was mentioned earlier. It's been advance circulated. I won't speak specifically to it as it is confidential, but I will speak generally to some additional amendments that I moved on this item at executive last week, with thanks to my colleagues there for their support. On this item, it does cover the GO expansion program, and one of the challenges in our community is the rapid growth and density within the Humber Bay Shores community, which is already at a level that warrants higher order transit. But the delivery, unfortunately, of the Parkland GO station is tied specifically to private development of the former Christie lands, putting the timeline in the hands, ultimately, of the private developer. The property owner has declared that they are pens down on their application while they do a full reassessment. They haven't shared the full details of what that means, but at the very minimum, we know that that will mean further delays on the delivery of this critical infrastructure for this community. The delivery of the Park Lawn Go was a founding principle of the process that led to the conversion of the Christie site to permit residential development at the scale that it's at, and was critical to City Council agreeing to this conversion, as I learned from some of my council colleagues and were aware of through the history, following the history on this file. The Park Lawn Go is the most critical component of our Park Lawn Lakeshore Transportation Master Plan, and the city does not have control over its delivery. Meanwhile, decisions about the future development and additional growth of Humber Bay Shores are being made with the assumed existence of a Park Lawn Go when we have no clarity, no station, and no clarity about when or how it will be delivered. The Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing approved the Park Lawn Go PMTSA designation despite there being no station in existence. The minister deferred several other locations. This location was not deferred. Private property owners use a Park Lawn Go PMTSA to justify increased density in their development applications. We've seen it time and again, and the community has grown dramatically in the last number of years. Transportation planning is assuming the existence of a GO station in Humber Bay Shores as they conduct their review of higher order transit prioritization. Again, no station currently exists. Humber Bay Shores deserves better. It developed and grew to its current level very quickly, and without much of the needed infrastructure and community services required to support a healthy community at that density. We need a clear understanding of how we can resolve the current issues and have a path to delivery for this community. I hope my colleagues will support this doozy that we inherited, but we're working hard to try to get some firm action and clear path for our community. It's critically needed and overdue. I'll leave it there. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. No questions for you, so we'll move on to Councillor Perks. Councillor Perks, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I think it's really important at big moments like this to stop, take stock, and see what lessons we can learn. I think the first lesson we can learn is that the province of Ontario cannot and should not be trusted to build transit and operate it in urban areas. It's a lesson, quite frankly, we should have learned a long time ago. Think of all the work Councillor Myers has had to do trying to rescue transit in Scarborough because the RT ultimately failed. It's worth remembering that that Scarborough RT was a transit technology imposed on the City of Toronto by the Urban Transportation Development Corporation, which was a wholly owned subsidiary of the province of Ontario. And it was supposed to revolutionize transit and save us all. Well, now it's just a piece of wreckage and a giant hole in the tapestry of Toronto's transit system. Thank you very much, the province. But the previous mayor, John Tory, didn't learn that lesson because he had dug himself into a commitment he couldn't keep, which was to deliver a whole new transit network using brand new technology that was not going to cost the Toronto taxpayer a single dime and would move people at TTC fares and TTC frequency right throughout the city. It was, of course, a fantasy. And what do you do when you have a transit fantasy that can't survive the test at City Council? You go to the province and get them to deliver your fantasy. These are the same guys who are busy colliding trains up on the Eglinton Crosstown right now. The amazing thing about the deal that John Tory did there was that instead of us getting transit in the City of Toronto, we actually are paying over $800 million of the money we collect from Torontonians, from property taxes and user fees, and giving it to the province to build their transit system, which is causing havoc in neighborhoods. You know, I struggle. I asked myself this question at the executive committee. Is this a worse deal than the FIFA deal? And it's a hard question to answer. You know, now that we have the number, it's over 800 million. the FIFA deal, sure, it only cost us $360 million more than what the mayor of the day told us it would cost. But on the other hand, in the FIFA deal, he violated the code of conduct. So it's really hard to work out which of these is worse. So the lesson we should have when take away from this is when you're negotiating with the province of Ontario, for goodness sake, don't give away the store, don't give away your powers, and don't make commitments to pay for their stuff. Much better, get them to take their stuff back, as Mayor Chow did when she got them to take the Gardner back. And the final lesson is this nonsense that we would hear all the time about running the City of Toronto like a business. This is what Mayor Tory would tell us. I will tell you, you would not last very long. You would not last very long making business deals like this.
Thank you, Councillor. No questions of you. Deputy Mayor Cole, you are up.
Thank you. I just really empathize with Councillor Bravo with what's happening at St. Clair and Weston Road, because the residents in that area were promised by the province that they would be partners in widening that choke point under the bridge just before you get to the junction there. And it is one of the worst choke points in Toronto because you have the streetcar line, and then you have basically single lanes of traffic going in each direction. It is gridlocked, almost worse than the Allen Road at Eglinton. It is always gridlocked because they were promised extra lanes of traffic so you can go under the bridge and get to Etobicoke and vice versa. So I think she's very right in asking for the province to follow through on their commitment that they were going to help to pay for some of the widening of Eglinton at the Western Road. What's making it even worse there at this point is that there's a number of developments which have been approved on St. Clair from Western Road coming eastward. There's a number of residential developments that have gone in and that are basically adding to more traffic, more congestion to this choke point. So I hope you support the councillor in her attempt to get rid of this choke point there at Western Road and St. Clair. And if at all possible, please avoid that area any time of the day. Like I tell everybody, avoid the Allen Road and St. Clair, Eglinton. Certain points of the city don't go near unless you really have to. That's one place, although it's a great street, St. Clair, I love it. Great coffee on St. Clair, best coffee in the city. Anyways, I also wanted to say that, you know, the one ironic thing that's happening here, because we're talking about money and Metrolinx and the province. Metrolinx doesn't do any fare collection at its Western Road up station. Everybody sneaks on at the up station. They've been doing that for 3 or 4 years. They do not pay to get on the Up Express. And no matter how many people have complained to Metrolinx and to the Up people, how come everybody's getting on free? Why do I have to pay for the TTC? And Metrolinx allows free rides on the Up Express if you go into Weston. And so when we're talking about being cost conscious, about money and cost, how many millions of dollars or how many hundreds of thousands of dollars a day does Metrolinx lose by people getting on the Up Express free at the Weston station? Can't get an answer from Metrolinx. People are saying, why do the TTC people have to pay and the Up Express is free if you jump on at Weston? So that's a question for someone to answer, but we're certainly never going to get Metrolinx to answer because Metrolinx is worse than the Kremlin. You try to get an answer, phone the Kremlin. Phone Metrolinx, God help us. This stone wall, like you wouldn't believe. Anyways, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. Okay, if we can put the motions on the screen. Motion by Councillor Bravo. On favor? Recorded? Okay, thank you. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
Councillor Sachs. Councillor Bradford, opposed.
Councillor Pasternak in favor.
Thank you, Councillor Pasternak.
Motion 1A carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, next motion. By Councillor Bravo. Do we want to record a vote on this one? Yes, recorded vote. That's on motion 1B.
Councillor Crisanti, please. And Councillor Pasternak, your vote verbally, please.
In the affirmative.
Affirmative, thank you.
Motion 1B carries. The vote is 21-1.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Malik wants the item reopened. She voted in error. On favor, carried. Okay, let's have a recorded vote.
Councillor Myers, please. Councillor Shan. Councillor Myers, please.
Councillor Chernislin, please.
Motion 1B carries unanimously, 22 in favor.
Councillor Morley's motion. On favor, carried. Item is amended. On favor, recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please. And Councillor Pasternak, your vote verbally, please.
In the affirmative.
Thank you.
Item is amended, carries. The vote is 20-2.
Quick releases. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Speaker. I've held by default a number of the audit committee items. I'll just ask if there's members of council that want certain items, if they can let me know, and I'll release the rest of them. So I hear 6 needs to stay.
Okay, well, okay.
1, you've got the list.
Okay, Councillor Holiday, let's just wait to see which ones they're going to release.
Okay.
All right. Councillor Fletcher.
Councillor Perks was releasing PH 25.8, which is review of the property standards bylaw and other property-related items. And I am fine with that, so I'm happy to have that released, Councillor Perks.
So PH 25.8, Councillor Perks is releasing. Oh, sorry, hold on. Oh. Oh, Councillor Morley, do you have a motion on this one?
Point 4, page 20.
No, we're at
Oh, sorry.
25.8. $25.9, I thought that we already dealt with that one.
Yes, I do have a quick motion.
No, hold on. Is 25.9, that's already been dealt with. Yeah, so Councillor Fletcher, you're referring to 25.8. Okay, that's
Can I
what I
hold it in
thought.
my name? I have a quick.
Okay, so Councillor Morley, you have a quick update on 25.8, which is
Correct.
property standards bylaw, correct? Okay, go ahead.
Not quick. Sorry, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Okay. That's okay.
Okay, Councillor Morley said it's not a quick item. Okay, Councillor Fletcher.
I would like to hold, I hear item 6 is being held on audit, hold item 1 and item 9. And I'm fine with releasing all the rest of them, Chair.
Okay, so you're holding item 10.1 and 10.9?
Yes. That's the ones you're holding them. I can release everything but 1 and 9 and 6.
Okay, what's happening here?
So, Speaker, it's a little bit confusing because all of the audit items were held in default under my name.
No, I understand.
So I think we hear that we can release all of the items except 1, 6, and 9.
Well, that's okay. 1 and 6 and 9.
Except 1, 6, and 9.
Being held. Yeah. Okay.
So if you'd like, I can go through them one by one.
No, you don't have to go through it.
All right.
Okay.
So we'll release the balance.
Oh, we should go through each item?
Okay. AU 10.2, Toronto Police Service IT infrastructure cybersecurity assessment and follow-up of previous recommendations. Happy to release, Madam Speaker.
Okay. AU 10.2 on favor, carried.
AU 10.3, audit of Toronto Water, stormwater and wastewater contract management.
On favor, 10.3, carried.
AU 10.7, Community Center 55, 2024 audited financial statements. Happy to release.
10.7 on favor, carried.
AU 10.8, Arenas 2024 audited financial statements and status of outstanding 2024 audited financial statements. Happy to release.
Okay, AU 10.8 on favor, carried.
AU 10.10, business improvement areas, update on the 2024 audited financial statements. Happy to release.
AU 10.10 on favor, carried.
AU 10.11, Toronto Community Housing Corporation 2025 follow-up status of previous Auditor General's recommendations and Toronto Community Housing Corporation results of 2021, follow-up of previous audit recommendations.
10.11, all in favor, carried. Okay, thank you. So Councillor Morley, you have a release?
I do. Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker. I have a few. We'll try. EC 24.3, intention to designate the Humber Bay Shores Business Improvement Area. I'd like to move staff recs with thanks to them and the local community for working really hard pulling this together.
Okay, I'm sorry, didn't get the item number.
EC 24.3,
Okay,
intention to designate the Humber Bay Shores Business Improvement Area.
Okay, Councillor Morley is releasing EC 24.3. On favor, carried.
Thank you. I also have a few EY items. EY 26.2, 1138 Islington Avenue, zoning bylaw amendment application, decision report approval. My colleagues, along with planning staff, were able to work with the applicant to get a unit cap and more tree planting. So just moving that amendment.
Okay. Yeah, the amendment is on the screen.
Them down by 7 minutes.
Recorded vote?
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, colleagues.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please. Councillor Myers. Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Cheng, please.
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Crisanti, Councillor Thompson, please.
Councillor Perruzza and Councillor Cheng, please. Can't go back to you.
Councillor Thompson, may I have your vote verbally, please? Affirmative, thank you. Affirmative.
The amendment carries. The vote is 20-1.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two more. EY 26.4, 3418 Lakeshore Boulevard West and 0 Skeens Lane, official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment application. I have an amendment to move. We were, again, able to get a bit of a better outcome with a larger commercial space on this file, and I'd like to move that amendment with thanks to staff.
Okay, so the amendment is on the screen for EY 26.4. Recorded vote.
You'd have it no other way.
Pardon? Councillor Chen, can you please take your seat? We're in the middle of a vote.
Councillor Perks, please.
Councillor Fletcher, please. Councillor Perruzza, please.
And Councillor Thompson, your vote verbally, please. Affirmative, thank you.
The amendment carries. The vote is 20-1.
Okay. Councillor Morley?
Just one more, Madam Speaker. Thank you. It's EY 26, sorry.
Point of order, Councillor Ainsley.
On the last recorded vote, on the screen it said Councillor Bradford was voting in the affirmative, and I don't see him in his seat. I don't know how that happens.
Speaker, we'll check the record, and then maybe we can process the next item, and I'll advise you once we check the record.
Councillor Morley?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, it's for 5280 Dundas Street West, zoning bylaw amendment application decision report. This is just a technical amendment from staff that they've asked me to move on this item.
Okay, if we can put the technical amendment on the screen. There it is. On the amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Recorded vote on the item as amended. Was he right? Oh.
Deputy Mayor Malik, please, and Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crescenti, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 20-1.
Thank you. Ainsley, do you have a quick release?
I do, Madam Speaker. EC 24.9, Toronto Sports and Culture should be available, Toronto Sports and Culture should be for everyone. I'd like to release it.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so Councillor Ainsley is releasing EC 24.9. On favor, carried. Councillor Myers, quick release.
I would like to just speak on EC 24.8, 4610 Finch Avenue East Long-Term Care Home, and then just ask for a recorded vote if nobody has questions on it. Okay.
It's not a quick release.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay. Councillor Perks.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. We can go back to PH 25.8, which is the property standards bylaw. I've spoken with Councillor Cheng. She raises an important point, but staff are dealing with her concerns administratively, so I think we're in good shape there. I've also seen Councillor Morley's motion, and if we move that, I think we can approve it all on just 2 quick votes. So I'm releasing it. Property standards?
Yeah, just a second.
8. I'm doing 8. Yeah.
Did Councillor Holiday have
No,
that?
it's on the other item. He's on the other item.
Okay.
So we're good. We can do it.
So Councillor Morley, on your amendment?
Yes, thanks, Madam Speaker, and with thanks to my colleague, our Chair of Planning and Housing. This motion is City Council requesting the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards to report to the Planning and Housing Committee with a jurisdictional scan of property standards, bylaws, regarding options for allowing gravel driveways while mitigating their negative impacts. I know many of our more suburban wards have this challenge, and we'd like some information back from staff on it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Is there somebody else that wanted it too? No? Okay. On Councillor Morley's amendment, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Councillor Sachs.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to try to release 3 items. CC 34.22 Whitney Avenue injunction application.
Okay, just a sec. Let me find it. Did you say CC?
CC. Just releasing it.
CC 34.2, 2 Whitney Avenue, you want to release?
Yes, please.
Okay. On favor, carried.
Okay, next, TE 26.14. I want to release it.
Let me find.
It's the response to City Council direction on rapid TO transit priority
Oh,
and
there's a
Dufferin and
comment.
Bathurst.
Yeah, so Councillor Cole, do you want to leave?
Councillor Cole?
Councillor Cole. So we'll have to have a recorded vote on this one?
Because Mike has a conflict.
Councillor Cheng, please. Councillor Myers. And Deputy Mayor Malik, please.
Councillor Burnside, Councillor Canaville, and Councillor Crisanti, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 19-2.
Okay. Councillor Sack.
Yes, one more. TE 26.58 Palmerston area character study.
Okay.
I want to release it.
Councillor Sachs is releasing T 26.58. On favor, carried.
Thank you.
Councillor Cole, you can come back now. Councillor Sachs, did you have a motion on that item?
Which?
The one you just released, 2658.
I didn't have a motion. We made the motions before. Okay, if there's a confusion, I'll just talk to the clerk. Amendment, it needs to be changed from Palmerston Avenue to Palmerston Boulevard.
Okay, so a motion to reopen by Councillor Fletcher, on favor, carried. Okay, Councillor Sachs, if you
So I need to amend it from Palmerston Avenue to Palmerston Boulevard. Thank you for to the clerk.
Okay, so on the amendment by Councillor Sachs, on favor, carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried.
Thank you again.
Councillor Bravo.
Speaker, I'd like to release T 26.7 with a motion. 189 and 195 Old Weston Road official plan and zoning bylaw amendment appeal report.
Okay, so you're releasing T 26.7. You have a motion. There it is. On favor on the amendment? Carried. Item is amended, on favor, carried. Thank you. Mayor Chow.
AU 10.6. I'll move the received motion. I just want to comment. It will take me 1 minute. It's fast. This is the parks audit that occurred in October 15, 2024 and March 26, 2025. This is a review of the recommendations that came from the auditor regarding the functioning of parks. I just want to note that there is now a turnaround. That I have noticed that there's the pass rate is now 97%, is a 17% increase. It's lowered the efficiency, the quality assurance program is working out. Finally, it's integrated to 311. My God, that took a long time. And the paper base, yes, some of you are nodding and smiling. Yes, and the paper base that can't compare to the GPS because it's not all done manually. It is being fixed. It's going to connect with each other so that there'll be close monitoring about time. Thank you. This is great. Inspections, tracking. It's all coming together. Just want to thank the staff because a big ship is finally moving and is going the right direction. So very pleased with this report.
Okay. So the mayor is releasing AU 10.6. So Councillor Holiday, you're okay because you held, okay? On AU 10.6, all in favor, carried. Councillor Fletcher?
I'm just not sure. I might be able to release TE 26.39 if the motions were turned in. I think they were, but they might not.
T26, dedication of lands as public highway.
Yes.
It's here without a recommendation.
No, it's not. 3.9. There's no.
It's here without a, do you have a motion?
I don't see it. Doesn't say without a recommendation.
It's here without a recommendation.
Where does it say that?
Is it ready to go? Okay. There it is.
Are those, that is, I have motions. Clerks have my motions. This is not, these are my motions, okay. If they're not, we'll reopen it later. These are the motions that I turned in, yes. But yes, including the last one. All right, thank you very much. Yes, I'll move those. Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, on favor, opposed if any, carried. Thank you. Okay, that's it for the quick releases. So we're going to recess now and come back at 6:30. And our next item will be EX 27.3, which is Metrolink's Ontario line. Okay. Is that...